All right, good morning, everyone. I think I just made a mistake on the very beginning. I think I was supposed to play the full stack video, and I think we did a little spelling mistake from our end. So, quick update. I just say welcome, everyone. My name is Stephen Simon. We have made some quick changes on the agenda. As you can, if you're watching it on us on Facebook or Twitter or on YouTube, you can go ahead and check the description that we have now moved from 9:30 to 11 a.m. and there's some changes in the agenda. So we're really excited for this almost like 4 to 5 hours of this full stack conference. And today I'm really more excited because I'm joined by one of our very esteemed community leaders, Prakash. He is a C# Corner MVP, very renowned. You can often find him speaking in local events, some virtual conferences these days, and he'll be co-hosting with me. So let's just go ahead and let me bring Prakash into the live stream. Hi, Prakash. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Hey, good morning, Simon, and good morning to all the viewers who are watching this broadcast. So yeah, I think it is basically it is not so easy to find time on this weekend to for this learning and networking and everything, right? So yeah, I think watching this broadcast, and I think you are one of them who cares about learning and cares about what's going on and cares about growth, right, on a technical side. So that's good. I'll touch upon a bit on this idea of this full stack conference, virtual conference. So initially, of course, there are a bunch of conference C# Corner were doing on different tech. It was Azure, Angular, I think React also, and several others. So I thought that let's do something. So I think most of the conference that were happening were US time friendly.
Yeah.
So I thought, why not to give or why not to plan one event for India time like friendly, so that speakers and viewers from India can take advantage of without, of course, disturbing their sleep. So there was the idea that let's do something for India time, like India time zone friendly, basically window. So that was the idea, and then now the next challenge was that because this 2020 conference goes on a theme, whether it's Azure, it's Angular or React. So because we know how to club this together into one bucket, so that we don't necessarily kind of constrained by technology. At the same time, we are giving or getting a good value of bunch of technologies, right? So I was having with Manish that how we can make it suitable for a theme like 2020 conference. So then all of a sudden the idea came that why not to call this as a full stack? Because full stack essentially means that you are pretty much using everything that you know. UI, Angular, JavaScript, whether it's a middleware, maybe servers or anything else, or whether it's a backend or whether for deployment for Azure. So it's pretty much everything covers, and we're not necessarily constrained by the technology to put into this virtual conference. So so that was the idea behind this full stack conference. And of course then when Manish to on a logistics part, on scheduling part, and then I went reached out to folks in my network for speaking their interest and topics. And then that's where we are here, so with great bunch of speakers and topics. So yeah, that's how it started and how it kind of landed.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at the agenda, we almost had everything. Just let me go ahead and pull that agenda on the screen so that everyone can walk through. We have Ankit talking about Blazor, right? Then we have Angular. Then we have .NET 5 by Debasis. Then we have gRPC. Then we have Azure DevOps. Then we have again full stack apps. I mean, what not we don't have. We even have SQL Server, Redis cache. So a day full of starting from 11 a.m. till almost like 5:30, right?
Yeah.
We have everything covered. And Prakash, you're gonna talk about the gRPC, right? Which people are working really hard on these days. And what are your thoughts and what do you think? How will it go?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good idea actually. gRPC as a concept, it started by earlier by the Google. Basically, gRPC is an old concept. RPC is an old concept called remote procedure call. So gRPC G just added because initially it started by the Google, so they started calling gRPC, but now it is like it is supported by the this cloud native foundation. So it is a kind of a neutral body, open source body that's basically manage and handle it, uh, like the way that .NET is being supported by this .NET Foundation. So like that, this cloud native foundation that takes care about making this popularizing this into open source community, and also taking their feedbacks and making it better over time. So gRPC is kind of cross-platform, open source kind of service framework,
Hmm.
and pretty much used. I would say not pretty much, like not heavily used at this point, because it follows this HTTP 2 kind of protocols, and still it is kind of catching up in the market. So it will take some time, but they have done some, I would say, some arrangements or workarounds to start taking advantage of this technology while this is being matured in the framework. So I would say it's a good time to learn that, understand that, and be ready before it started supporting by different browsers. So it's kind of revolutionary in the way that it uses this binary kind of format for communication instead of message. It's
Hmm.
pretty and also secure at the same time. It looks like one of the futuristic service design guidance for microservice environment. So yeah, a lot more to come on that.
Yeah, definitely. I think your session that is scheduled on 1:30. We are definitely looking forward to it, right? Looks like it's going to be a really amazing session. Let me ask you a very tough question, Prakash. Then we'll go ahead and invite our very first speaker. Looking at the agenda, right? Apart from your session, which session you're really looking forward to? That this is something really interesting. You want to attend that one?
Oh yes, very tough call, and I think I would say that all the sessions are pretty good, guys, and I'll try to join most of them, if not all. So it's
Yeah.
a pretty tough call. I want to choose. I would suggest, if you can manage to attend all, please go ahead and attend all and take advantage of. We have very great speakers. They are working hands on. They will be able to tell you not just theoretical things, but pretty useful hands on day to day coding or programming techniques. So yeah, go ahead and try to not miss any one of them.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone who has joined today, Chaman, and joining us from across the globe. Thank you so much for joining. We'll just go ahead and invite our very first speaker, Ankit Sharma. He is a Google GDE, very active community. He's a community rock star, to be very frank. A frequent speaker, not just in our local events, but also in our virtual conferences. Really excited to have Ankit today. So let's go ahead and welcome our very first speaker of the day, Ankit Sharma. Hi, Ankit. Welcome
Hey,
to the live show.
hey Simon, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Prakash is gone. Prakash, you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah, hey, hello Prakash.
So looks like Prakash
For a
and
long
Ankit,
time.
you both are in touch for a long time, right? I
Yeah,
think you both also work together on a book that
Yeah.
is for Angular, right? So how
yeah,
has been all this lockdown for you, and how do you plan to go ahead for the next year?
yes. So, so we have this virtual conference. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited to talk about Blazor. Blazor is a very great technology for the future, and we have, writing C sharp in UI is something that people can only dream of, right? So traditionally we have written JavaScript, but now Blazor gives us power to write C sharp and run directly on the UI. So Blazor has an amazing future, and it's a great technology, and I'm excited to talk about this today.
Yeah, definitely something people who don't like JavaScript, it's an alternate for them. Right, Blazor. Prakash, what are your thoughts on Blazor? People who come from C# background telling that hey, we don't like JavaScript, we are good with Blazor. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my thoughts are not too different from what just you guys told. So basically, yeah, even when I started my career, I got some exposure on client side, but not way too much. So I would suggest, yeah, developers like me who are not expert on UI technology can take advantage of developing
Yes.
UI applications using Blazor.
Yeah.
And I and Ankit talked initially when it was in little, I would say, preview state.
Yes.
Of course, no clear roadmap, but I think
Mhm.
Microsoft has done a good job of
Yes.
not demotivating the developers and came up
Yeah.
with a production version. I think now we have. So I think it came a long way, and I think it has a good future because I think it relies on this very great concept called WebAssembly that is
Yes.
used across different platforms.
Yes.
So I think Twitter should stay for longer, and developers take advantage of this technology. This is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, let's just hope Blazor is not another silver light. I mean, sometimes people would say it may be another silver light, but let's hope silver light was old, right?
Yeah.
Devices got more modernized a lot, so that's why it couldn't stay. All right, Ankit, we won't take much of your time. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and then next
All the
45
best,
minutes is all
Ankit.
yours.
Thank you, Prakash. So let me share my screen,
Yep,
and just give me a moment. I will share my screen. I think you can see my screen, right?
yep, I can see your screen. It's there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
There
So
you
hello
go.
everyone. My name is Ankit, and today we are going to learn how to create full stack web application using Blazor server. So we will be learning about what is Blazor, what are the advantages of using Blazor, and in the Blazor we have two separate hosting model. One is Blazor WebAssembly and another one is Blazor server. So today we are going to focus on Blazor server. It will be a full stack application, and we will be using SQL server as our database and Blazor for our UI, and we'll be creating an employee management system where we can add an employee, delete an employee, and search from an employee database. So before proceeding, let me introduce myself. I am a author and a speaker. I am currently working as a senior software engineer with ADP in Hyderabad. I am also a Google developer expert for Angular. I love working on UI, so Blazor, Angular, JavaScript. I work on the all the stacks related to UI. And I have my blog at ankitsharmablogs.com. You can visit there and read my blogs where I write on ASP.NET Core, Angular, Blazor, and other Microsoft technologies. So first question, what is Blazor? So Blazor is a framework which allows us to build interactive client-side web UI with the help of .NET. It allows us to share server-side and client-side app logic written in the .NET. So you can write C# code and run directly in the client side. You don't have to be dependent on JavaScript. So that is the one of the major advantage of using Blazor. So Blazor renders the UI as HTML and CSS for wide browser support, including mobile browsers also. So it is supported across different platforms. It can easily integrate with modern hosting platforms such as Docker, Azure, AWS. You can host on all these platforms. Before going into detail of Blazor, we have to understand what is WebAssembly. WebAssembly is a low-level assembly-like language which has a compact binary format, and it runs on a modern web browser. We can compile code from any higher level language such as C, C Sharp, C++, etc. to WebAssembly, and it will directly run in the browser. So let me explain this line a bit more. So if you write a code in some high level language, let's say even if you write in C Sharp or Java or C, and using a compiler, if you compile it to WebAssembly, then that code will directly run in your browser. So you can even run your C language code in browser. Any code you can directly compile to WebAssembly and then run in browser. WebAssembly is a subset of JavaScript, and it is designed to run alongside JavaScript. So WebAssembly is a subset of JavaScript. That is very important. We have to understand. You should not treat as a alternative to JavaScript. It's not an alternative. It's a subset of JavaScript. It is developed as a web standard. It is supported by all the major browsers without use of any plugins. You can directly compile to the code to WebAssembly and then run on the browser. You don't need to use any other plugins or any extra software for that. Let's discuss about the features of Blazor. So one of the prominent feature is that you can write C# code instead of JavaScript. You write C# and it will run on the UI on the client side, and it will render all your UI controls on the browser. We can leverage the existing .NET ecosystem and .NET library, since it is based in a .NET environment. So we can take advantage of all the .NET libraries and the features of .NET ecosystem. We can share the app logic across server and client. So we are going to see this feature in action, how we can write one class or one model, and then we can share that model for both server and client side. We can take advantage of .NET performance, reliability, and security, and we can use some modern tooling like Visual Studio Code, and it is supported across different operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Blazor is built on common set of language and frameworks, and it is open source, and it has a lot of features, and open source community is also adding a lot of plugins also. It is very easy to use and a great support of community. Now let's talk about Blazor hosting model. So Blazor component model is responsible for calculating UI changes, but this UI can be rendered differently on the web page, and these rendering are referred to as hosting model. So to render the UI on the on the client side on the browser, we have two different kind of hosting model provided by Blazor. One is called Blazor WebAssembly, and another one is called Blazor Server. Let's understand how Blazor WebAssembly works. So Blazor WebAssembly is one of the main hosting model for Blazor to run the client-side app in the browser using WebAssembly. So as the name suggests, Blazor WebAssembly. Okay, so it uses the WebAssembly to run the Blazor code in the browser. Blazor app, its dependencies, and the .NET runtime are downloaded in the browser. So there is a .NET runtime called Mono. It got downloaded in the browser when we run our application, and then it will also download the DLLs for our application, and then that DLL will be directly executed on the UI with the help of Mono runtime. So your DLLs are executing in the browser. The app's static assets such as image and other files are served via a web server, and then it will be directly rendered on the browser with the help of web server. And since the app is created and deployed without any backend ASP.NET Core app, it is also known as a standalone Blazor WebAssembly app. So we will directly, so just to summarize this Blazor WebAssembly functionality, the DLLs are downloaded on the browser with the help of Mono runtime, and then it got executed on the browser directly on the browser. So the pros of WebAssembly are there is no .NET server-side dependency. The app is fully functional after it is downloaded to the client side, which means we can directly use the app offline also. Once the app is getting downloaded, you can directly use the app in the browser, even the internet is not working. It's a true single-page application. And the client resource and capabilities are fully leveraged. Since we are directly working on the client side in the browser, so we are taking advantage of the client resources. We are not depending on any server. So there is no dependency on the server, and it will also help us to save our cost of having server when you deploy any app to the production environment. Since there is no web server, serverless deployment scenarios are also possible. For example, we can serve the app from a CDN. So these are the advantage of using Blazor WebAssembly. But along with the advantage, there are few of limitations also of WebAssembly. One of the prominent limitation is that it is restricted to the capabilities of the browser. So since we are heavily dependent on browser because we are downloading Mono runtime and DLLs in the browser, we are running our code in the browser. So our capabilities and the app capabilities is restricted with the capabilities of the browser. We also have to think about the client hardware and software. For example, WebAssembly is not supported in some older browsers and IE 11. So in that case, we cannot run Blazor WebAssembly on those kind of browsers. Also, one of the most important question which most of the people ask is that you are downloading .NET runtime in browser, and you are downloading DLLs. This means the download size is larger. Yes, it is larger. That is one of the limitation. Currently, it's around 2.5 MB of download for a Blazor WebAssembly app, which is quite large for a small application. So download size is larger, but the Blazor team is working hard on bringing this down to a few KB so that the application boot up will be faster. So since we are downloading .NET runtime, that's why it increases the download size on the browser. Currently, we have a limitation with the runtime and tooling support, and we have a limitation with the existing .NET standard support. Therefore, the complete debugging support is also not provided. So it will be a bit of challenge for developers if the debugging support is not fully provided. So these are the few of the cons of Blazor WebAssembly. Now let's discuss about Blazor Server, which is a second kind of hosting model. And today we are going to focus more on Blazor Server. So as the name suggests, Blazor Server. In this case, the Blazor application runs on the server on top of full .NET Core runtime. When the user loads the application, a small JavaScript file is downloaded, and it establishes a real-time two-way signal arc connection with the server. So any interaction with the user has with the app is transmitted back to the server over the signal arc connection, and then server will process the request. After the server is done, any UI update which is required, it will be transmitted back to the browser using the same signal arc connection, and then it is applied on the DOM. So here, if you see, we have offloaded all our capabilities to the server. Now we are not dependent on the client side. And we are using a signal arc connection, a real-time signal arc connection for communication between server and browser. So what are the advantages of using Blazor Server? So one of the evident advantage is that the download size is significantly small because we are not dependent on mono runtime. We are not downloading the .NET runtime on the UI. We are not directly downloading any DLLs in the UI. Therefore, download size is very small. It is a few KBs. So the app is fast and the user experience is good. Also, we are taking full advantage of server capabilities, which includes .NET Core compatible APIs also, because we are offloading our heavy work to the server. .NET Core on the server is used to run the app, so we can take advantage of existing .NET tooling such as debugging, and it works very great. So in Blazor Server, debugging is also supported, which was a limitation in case of Blazor WebAssembly. The app's .NET code and the C# code resides in the server, not on the client. So that is the advantage, that we sealed our code from exposing it to the client because we are putting it on the server side. Now there are few of the limitations of the Blazor Server also. Since we are dependent on the we are dependent on the signal arc connection. Therefore, every user interaction has to go through a network hop. So there are latency if the user load increase. If there are a lot of user on this your application and you have not managed the connection from server very well, then you have a very high latency in that case, because every time we have to go through network. There is no offline support. As the name suggests, it's Blazor Server. The heavy lifting is done by the server. So if there is network connection break, or there is a break in the your network, then there is no offline support. Your client connection will be shut down. So in this case, this is not a true single page application. It does not work offline. Scalability is a problem if there are too many users, because the server must manage multiple client connection and also handle the client state, because the server is making a signal arc connection with every client, and if there are too many clients, then the server has to ensure that you are maintaining the state in a proper manner with every client. So that is one of the challenge. And since a server is required, therefore it also includes the cost, because you have to, when you deploy it, you need a server, and also in that case serverless deployment scenarios are not possible. So now the question is, which one should you use, Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor Server? Again, it depends on your requirement. Here we have discussed about both the pros and cons of both the deployment model, both the hosting models. So you can discuss on this, and then you can decide which one is suitable for your requirement. So currently, Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly both are supported in .NET Core 3.1 release. We can both are available for production support, but most of the people are using Blazor Server because it is more stable and it gives you better benefit as compared to Blazor WebAssembly. So today we are also going to discuss how can we create a full stack application using Blazor Server. So before starting with our code, let's discuss about the prerequisites. we have to install Visual Studio 2019 6.6 or later version. And while installing Visual Studio 2019, you have to select ASP.NET and web development workload. So while installing, you will get an option. You have to select the option which says ASP.NET and web development. It allows us to do Blazor development. We have to install .NET Core 3.1 SDK or later version, and we will be using SQL Server for our backend for database. Also, when you create the application, we are using entity framework core. So we have to install two of the packages. One is microsoft.entity framework core.sql server, and another one is microsoft.entity framework core.tools. These two tools will allow us to use entity framework in our project. So these are available as a NuGet package. So you can go on the NuGet and you can install. So we'll be discussing about that also, how to install that. So let's jump into the coding part now, and we'll see how things work. So before going further, let me show you what we are going to build today. So this is the application we are building today. When you launch the application, this is the home page, how this will show. On the left side, you can see there is a fetch employee button. When I click on the fetch employee button, you can see there is a tabular structure where you can see the employee data. Here we have a add employee button. If you click on the add employee, you will see a form here which will ask you to add employee, and also the route also change. It is showing employee/add. This form has all client-side validation. So if you click on save button, you will see it is showing that the fields are required. So I will add a name. Let's say Rahul, mail, designation, let's say QA, and city. So in the city, you can see there are 5 fields already populated. So this city drop down is also populated from your database. I have already put these 5 city in my database, and it is coming from the database. So you select some city, let's say Mumbai, and click on save. So data will be shown here. And now we have search also. It will search as you type. So let's say I type Rahul. So if you see, if I type some extra character, it will be gone. And as soon as I delete that, it will be shown. So as you type, the search will work. Then we have edit functionality. It will go to the same form. And here you can see the route has changed, employee/edit/2. 2 is the employee ID. Here, let's say update it to this city to Chennai. And then let's say to QA manager, and click on save. The data will be updated here, you can see. And when you click on delete button, it will ask for a confirmation. Do you want to delete this employee? And if you click on yes, that employee will be deleted. So this is the functionality of our application. We are going to build this application. We'll learn how we can create this application. So let's start with database. So in the database, here I have already created 2 tables. One is employee table, another one is cities table. And in the cities table, we have already added 5 cities. These 5 cities will be shown in the drop down that we have just seen. And this is the data which we have added. So currently we have only one data which is already there. This is added from the UI. Now let's go to the code. So I have already created a Blazor application. So for you to create a Blazor application, you can open the Visual Studio 19 and click on create new project. And in the project template, you select Blazor, and then you can select Blazor server from there. So when you click on the Blazor template, you can see there are 2 options. One is Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly. You create Blazor server, and then you will land on this kind of project structure. Here, before start, let's discuss about the 2 NuGet packages that will be required. So here one is Microsoft Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. So this is you can go to the NuGet and you can copy this command. Here the current version is 3.1.8. That is the current stable version. We are not discussing about the RC version. Even .NET 5 RC is released, but we are not going to work on the RC. We are going to work on the stable version, which is 3.1.8. Therefore, you copy this command and then go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager Console. And in the Package Manager Console, you can run this command. I have already installed, so I'm not going to run this command here. Similarly, you have to install Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.Tools in the same manner. And once you have installed these 2 commands, these 2 packages, you can go to the csproj file, and here you can see the package reference. Here you can see that the package reference is already included with the correct version which we have installed. Now, after this is done, then we are using entity framework core DB first approach here. Therefore, we have already created a database tables here. Now the next step is uh, we have to scaffold our model from the database. Therefore, I have already have a command. Let me paste it here. We have a command to run this. Let me paste it here. Here you can see the command is scaffold db context, and after that I have given my connection string. This is my connection string. You can put the connection string as per your database connection, and then Microsoft Entity Framework core.sql server. Since we are using SQL Server as our database, output directories, model, and then table, employee, and cities. This means I am saying that you create an output directory with models and then use tables, employees, and cities to create the model. So here you can see a model folder is added here. It has 3 files. One is cities.cs. So if you go here and see, it contains the class which for city ID and city name. These fields are same which we have here in our table, city ID and city name. Similarly, in the employee.cs file, you can see there are 5 fields: employee ID, name, city, department, and gender. Here you can see the same fields are here: employee ID, name, city, department, and gender. So that is how we have created our model using our database tables. And then we have my test db context. So this is our db context class. Now, if you see, there is a warning. It is saying that to protect potential sensitive information in your connection string, you should move it out of the source code. So it is asking, this is a standard practice that you should not keep your connection string in your DB context. So we are going to update that also. So let me delete it first. Let me delete this. And also we are going to delete the default constructor. Then if we have to move this out of the DB context, where should we keep it? We should keep it in the startup.cs file. The startup.cs file, we have a configure services method. In the configure services method, we are going to add our connection string. So let me put the code for here also. So here you can see that I have added, let me add the reference. Here you can see I have added services.add db context. I am giving the db context class name, and options.use SQL server, because we are using SQL server, and then we are giving the connection string. So that is how you will add the db context connection details in your configure services method of startup.cs file. Also, if you remember, we have seen a required field validation on the forms when while adding or editing the employee. So how we can add the required field validation? So if you remember, if you have worked with ASP.NET or ASP.NET Core, you know that there is something called required field data annotation. So we can use the same data annotation classes here. Here you can see the system.component model.data annotation class we have imported, and we'll using the required criteria for that. So we will be adding required criteria for all of our fields. So we are saying that name is required, the city is required, the department and gender, these are required. So here you can see we have created one class and we have given the required annotation to it. Now we can use this annotation directly in the UI, and then UI will refer to this for all the checks that the field is required validation is passed or not. That is the beauty of Blazor. You write the code server side here, in this case Blazor, in the case of Blazor server, and this will be directly referenced on the UI. Now we are done with our employee class. We have put the data annotation also. Now we are using here repository pattern. So for repository pattern, we need to create a interface. So I have already added a interface here. I am going to add an interface called iEmployee. And here I am using code snippets, so that it will save time to write the code. So I am using code snippets here on the left side. You can see I have already prepared all the code snippets that we are going to use today. So here I have added an interface. So these are the methods which we are going to use in our data access layer. So we'll discuss in detail about this. Let's go to data access layer. So we have a data access folder over here. I have already created a employee data access layer class, and I will add iEmployee interface to it. So now it is showing error that you have not implemented all the methods. So we are going to implement it. So this error will be gone at that time. So I have added the iEmployee interface, and now let's start here. So here the first thing is we'll be adding a dependency of our DB context to our employee data access layer. Then we'll add the methods. So this is the first method, get all employees. So what we are doing is that we are getting all the employees from our employee table. So this is the DB context reference, db.employee, the table name, as no tracking is used to change the tracker, and it will not track the entities as it is returned. And then to list, so that we can return the list of the employees. Similarly, we have other method for adding. Since we are performing a CRUD operation, so we have add employee method. It will add a new employee to our employee table. So we'll get a employee object, we'll add it to the employee table, and then we'll call the save changes for saving the change. Similarly, we have update employee to update the employee. So it will update the existing employee based on the ID of the employee. And then we have get employee by ID. So we'll pass the ID and we'll get the employee data. This is helpful when we'll be calling the edit method. So if you call, if you see when we call the edit method, we got all the particular employee data. So this is what we will use this method. So here you can see we are finding the employee based on the ID, and then we are returning that employee. Then we have delete employee. So we'll find the employee by ID, and then we'll remove the employee from the table. And finally, we have get cities method. So if you remember, we have discussed that in the drop-down list, we are going to populate the city data from the database. So this is the method which will fetch the city data from the database, and it will return all the data. We will be using this data on the UI to bind on the drop-down. So we'll see how we can use that. Now, this is our data access layer. This will talk to my database. Now we need a service which will talk to this data access layer and then transfer the data to my UI. So let's go to this data folder, and I have already created an employee service over here. The class. This is a class called employee service, and here I will be adding the method. So first I will be adding a reference to the iEmployee. So again, this is a standard practice for using repository pattern. We will create a reference to our interface, and then we have injected using dependency injection or inversion of control principle here. We have injected the dependency in our service, and then we will adding all the methods over here. So let me add the dependencies here. Okay, so let's discuss this method. So this is get employee list. This service method will be called by my UI, and then internally it will call my get all employees method of my data access layer, and then it will return the data. So that is how the structure of this code is created. We have a data access layer which will talk to my SQL server and do all the data handling part, and then we have a service which will talk to my UI to get the request, and act as a middle layer between data access layer and the UI layer. Similarly, we have a create method. It will be called from the UI and passed a new employee record, and we'll call the add employee method of our data access layer to add the employee to our database. Similarly, to get the details based on the ID, it will call the get employee ID, get employee data by ID. Then edit method, it will call the update employee method of our data access layer. The delete method will call the delete method of our data access layer and delete the employee. And the get cities method will return the list of cities by calling the get city data method of our data access layer. So this completes our server part. So we have created our data access layer, we have created our services. Now to expose it to the outer world or to expose it to the UI, we have to add the dependency, or we have to add it in the configure services method. So how it will work, let me show you. So we will add the services like this. So what is this? Let me explain. So here you can see I have added services.add transient, and I'm adding the dependency of iEmployee to the employee data access layer, and services.add scoped employee service. So what is this add transient and add scoped? So this add transient will define the service lifetime of our application. So add transient means a new instance of the service is created for every request. And add scoped means a new instance of service is created for every request, but it will be same within one request. So add scoped is used for employee service. So you remember that we have discussed that Blazor server uses single arc connection from the UI to the server communication. So in that case, a scope is defined as one connection between client and server. So add a scope will make sure that for one client we have one instance of employee service, and for another client we have a different instance of employee service. So that is why it is always recommended to use the scoped add a scoped service lifetime for your employees for your service when you are using a Blazor server model, because in Blazor server model every server will talk to different clients, and we have to make sure the scope of one client should not affect the scope of other client. Therefore we have added add a scoped service lifetime here, so that for every client we will get a different instance of our service. So once we have configured this, now we'll move to our UI part. Let me close the unnecessary files and let's discuss about the UI part. In the UI part, if you see, we have a pages folder over here. In the pages folder, we have created these two files, add edit employee.razor and employee data.razor. And also we have, if you expand this, you can see there is a add edit employee.razor.cs and employee data.razor.cs. So let's first discuss how to create these files. So right click on this and click on add razor component, and here you can give the name of any component which you want. So I will give a name just to show demo.razor. Okay, and you can see a demo.razor file is added over here. It has both the HTML code and add the rate code section for the backend code. But generally, it is recommended that since if you are working in a bigger application, you should use a code separation technique where we'll use a .cs file to handle our logic part or the C# code, and a .razor page for our HTML code. That is a recommended way, not a mandatory way. That is kind of a standard practice, you can say. So we will add a class also. So right click on this and again, sorry, right click on this folder, pages folder, and click on add class. And here you have to give the name, same name, demo.razor.cs. This is very important. You have to give the same name as your razor file by and append it with .cs. Now it will be automatically added below this. So that is how we are going to use it. That is how we have created. So let me delete it. This is just a demo I showed you, and I will move on to another our code right now so that we can understand how it works here. Okay, so this is for this is employee data.razor.cs file. So first we are going to create our C# code. In this file we are going to call our services, and then we'll get the data from the services. So first let me uncomment this lines and I will import the employee. Here you can see we have injected our service reference. You remember we have created a service of type employee service. We have injected a service reference. I have created a variable of type search string. This is used to search the data. You remember when we type in a search box, we got the data. So this search string is used for searching. Here I have created two variables. One is employee list, one is search employee data. Both have the same type. So why I am creating two variables of same type? So I will discuss this in detail when we discuss the search functionality. And then I have created an employee of type new employee. This will hold our data, employee data, when we are going to add or edit anything. Now we'll add first methods on initialize async. So the Blazor component, Blazor follow a component model, and all the Blazor component goes through a series of life cycle. So one of the life cycle event is called on initialize async, which means it will be called when the component is initialized. So when the component is initialized, we are calling the get employees method. This get employees method will call the get employee list method of our service. Here you can see get employee list method of our service will be called, and again it will call our get all employees method of our database, and it will return the data from the database. So, and we are going to store that data in employee list object, and we are also storing a copy of that data in search employee data. So we'll understand this search employee data and employee list in a minute. Let me add this filter employee. Now this is a filter employee method. It will be called when you do a search. Now if the string is not null or empty, we will search the item from search employee data. So when we run the app for the first time, we will maintain a original copy of data in the search employee data variable, and then we will have another variable called employee list, which will bind to the UI. Why we are maintaining a original copy is that when you do a search on the UI, since this search is done only on the UI, when you do a search, we are binding to the employee list variable, and we are using a link you here. If you see, we are using a where to search if the name and if the search string matches the name, and then we are returning the list of it, and we are modifying the employee list object. So when the next time search is done, we need a original source. We need a original source of data from where we can do the search. Therefore, this search employee data, we have maintained an extra variable to store the original data. This will never be changed. This is immutable. We are not changing it anywhere. We are just initializing it with the employee list when the app is initialized. So initially it will contain all the data, and when a filter is done, we will do the filter from the original data, and we will assign the filtered item to the employee list object, and then this employee list object will be bind to the UI. Now similarly we have delete here. So delete, you remember we have while deleting we have shown a confirmation box. So this method will be shown in case of confirmation box, and it will show you the details on the UI that these are the items which this is the employee, do you want to delete or not. And when you click on the delete employee method to confirm, this method will be called, and it will call the delete method of the service, and then again call the get employee method to update the list on the UI. On the Razor page, here we have added the root for our page as a fetch employee, and then also we are calling this employee data model. We are inheriting this. What is this employee data model? This is our class here. You see, this is the name of the class, employee data model. So employee data model class is our class to handle the component based logic or component level logic. So here we are define the class name as employee data model, and we are inheriting from the component based class. The component based class is defined as a is a Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components namespace, and we are inheriting from it so that it can be used as a backend as a class for a backend code. We are inheriting from it. If we inherit, then we can use all the methods inside this class in our HTML code. So here initially we have added a search box. There is a add button. When you click on the add button, there's add button. When you click on the add button, it will go to employee/add page. So we have not created this page yet. We will be creating in a minute. And then this is a div which will where we will create the search box. So if you see in the search box, we are using @bind keyword to bind to search string. So search string is a variable which we have created over here. So if you remember, here is our search string variable. This is used to hold the data which user enter for the search. And then we have bind event on input, which means the data will be bind as soon as you type. It will not wait for any other event. So that's why we have bind event on the on input. And on key up, we are calling filter employee method. So as soon as you type, the filter employee method will be called here, and then this logic will execute and your data will update in real time. That is how the search will work as you type. And also we have added a search button over here. This will also work as the same. So if you type something and click on filter employee, if you click on the search button, it will call the filter employee method. Now if employee list is null, we will show a loading button, else we will show a table. So if you remember, we have shown a table where we have discussed all the, we have shown all our data. So for the table header, we have given some header name. And then in the body, we are using a for each loop. And this is employee list. That is the object we are using to store the data. So if you remember, in the get employees method, we are updating this employee list object over here. So employee list variable is updated, and using a for each loop, we will be populating the rows. We are showing the employee ID, name, gender, department, city. Now, important point to note here is that this is the UI code. This is the code which we have written in the UI in the pages folder, and we are using the same model employee which we have defined in our backend, this employee model. So that is how the data sharing works between the server part and the client part. You write you create your model at one place, and that same model can be used on the UI also, on the backend also. Now, uh, for every row, we have two buttons. One is for edit and one is for delete. So in case of edit, we will navigate to this employee slash edit slash employee ID page, which we are going to create in a minute. This page is not yet created. And on click of cancel, we are calling delete confirm method. So if you remember, we are showing the delete confirm. We are calling this delete confirm method over here. And at the same time, we are making it a we are showing a model pop-up also, data toggle model and data target delete employee. Where is this model? Here it is. So if you see here, we have created a model and we have given the ID delete employee model, and here in the data target uh, property, we have given the name delete employee. So this name and this name is same, the ID is there. That is how on clicking on the delete button, this particular model pop-up will be open. And inside this, we have a model dialog where we will show the data which we want to delete for a confirmation, and then we have a yes or no button to confirm the delete. If you click on the yes button, the model will be closed. We are using data dismiss property to dismiss the model, and then we will call the delete employee model to send the delete confirmation. Else, if you click on the no, there won't be any service calls and only the model will be closed. Now let's go to add edit employee method. In this method, this component, add edit employee component, this component is used to handle our form input, to add a new employee and to delete a new employee. To add a new employee and edit an existing employee. Here also, we have injected our employee service. And also along with that, we have injected another service called URL Navigation Manager. So this URL Navigation Manager is provided by our .NET Core framework, and this is used to navigate between the UI, URL. So it will provide us routing capability. So we are going to use that also. And this component also accept a parameter of type employee ID. So we'll see how we are using this employee ID. Now, again, when the first method is on initialize async. As soon as the component is initialized, we are calling the get city list method, and this get city list method will call this employee service dot get cities method of our service, and it will fetch the data from the backend which we use to populate our cities dropdown. Similarly, we have add param set. So another lifecycle hook is on parameter set async. This will be called when the parameter is set. So we are sending a parameter of employee ID to this component, and as soon as this parameter is set, we are changing the title to edit. So we are using a same form, we are using the same component for both add and edit functionality. Therefore, we need to separate when it is edit and when it is add. So for that, we are using the employee ID. If employee ID is not 0, this means it is an edit, else it is an add. Then we have employee save, and then we have a cancel. So when you click on save button, this save method will be called, and if employee ID is not 0, this means this is an edit operation. So we'll call the employee service.edit method, and if it is employee ID is 0, this means it is a new employee data and we want to add it to our database. So we'll call the create method of our service and we'll pass the object. This cancel button is this cancel method is called when you click on the cancel button in our form, and it will navigate to our fetch employee page. So that is how we are using this URL navigation manager for navigating from one component to another component. Now coming to the UI part. In the UI part, here you can see we have added 2 routes for this page, which means it will check this component can be visited if you put the route as employee/edit or employee/edit and pass the employee ID. So if you remember in our employee data component, while clicking on add employee button, we are calling this employee/edit route. In this case also it will go to this particular component because this route will match. And again, when you click on the edit button here we are calling employee/edit the employee ID. In this case also it will go to this component because it will match this particular route. So that is how we are we are making sure that the same component is visited in case of both add and edit functionality. And again, we are inheriting our backend class, code behind class, so that we can use the functionality here. Now this is the most important part. Let me close this. Here we are handling our form. So we have to use, this is how we will create a form in the Blazor. We'll call the edit form component. This is provided by the Blazor framework, and we'll write the model name for which model we want to bind to. So if you see here, we have created a employee object of type employee. The name is given as employee. So we are binding this to our form here using @employee. And on valid submit, if the form, when we click on the submit button, if the form is valid, this save employee method will be called. And here this tag data annotations validator will check for our data annotations in this model. So we have defined this data annotation in our model. When we discussed, when we created in our employee model, we have put the required annotation over there. So this data annotation validator tag will check for that. So that is how, again, we are sharing data from our server side and client side. We created the model on the server side, we put the data annotation there, and then on the client side we are directly using it. Now here you can see we have created a label and then input button, and we are binding. We are using the bind to the name property, and then validation message. We have to show a validation message. So validation message for which field? Employee.name field. So this particular tag data annotation validator will check if there are any errors, and if the error come, it will check which particular property it came. Let's say it came for the name field, then it will show a validation message at this location. So that is how we have seen the validation message just after the form. Similarly, we have a gender field, and here we are showing the required field validation for the gender. The interesting part is the city field here. So we are calling a database, we are calling the data service method to fetch the city list data. So we have created a city list object over here. If you see, we have created a city list object of the type cities, and this is populated on initialization. So as soon as the component is initialized, this get city list method will be called, and it will populate my city list object. And this city list object, we are using a for each loop to create the drop down list dynamically. So that is how we are calling, we are fetching the data from the database, and we are populating it in a drop down list on the UI. The advantage of using that is, let's say tomorrow you want to add a new city, or you want to add a new item in your city list, you directly have to update the database. Your UI or your application will not be affected at all. This will be updated dynamically. So here we got the city list data, and using a for each loop, we are showing the city name on the UI. And then again, we have a save and cancel button. If you click on the save, it is of type submit. So if you click on the save, the form will be submitted, and while submitting, it will check. If there are any errors, it will show the error message. If there is no error, this on valid submit method will be invoked, which will in turn call my save employee method, which we have already defined over here. And this will call my service method, and then data will be updated in our database. So this is about save employee, and when you click on cancel, it will call the cancel method, and you go back to the fetch employee page. Now, finally, let me open the solution explorer. Finally, one more thing. Since we are using Bootstrap and Font Awesome, so we have to add the references for that in our host.cshtml file. So there is a file, this underscore host.cshtml. This is provided by default in your pages folder. So here I have added the reference to Font Awesome and JavaScript and Bootstrap libraries, so that we can use those features in our application. Now let me run this application. If I click on F5, let's see how it works. So as soon as I click on F5, this application will start building, and once the build is succeeded, it will be shown, it will run anytime soon. Okay. Yeah. So it is running. Again, fetch employee page. So if you go to fetch employees page, you can see this. And if you click on add employee, you can see the form, and when I click on save button, these fields will be showing error. How this is working here? So here when I click on save, this is type submit, so we'll try to submit the form. At that time, this data annotation validator will be invoked, and it will check if there are any errors. It will not allow me to submit the form, and it will show me the validation message. So here you can see after every field we are showing the validation message for that field. So that is how it is shown over here. Name field is required, gender field is required, all the fields. Now I will add a new name. Let's say I add Simon, and I add designation, then I add some city, and if I click on save now, the form will be saved successfully because there are no errors, and this on valid submit is invoked, and it will call the save employee form, save employee method. Save employee method here will check if employee ID is null or not. So employee ID is not 0, so it will call the create method of our service, and it will create a new data. So that data will be added over here. Again, same for edit. When I click on edit, here you can see employee slash edit slash 3. So this root is defined over here. Employee slash edit slash a input parameter of type integer. So integer, that is the employee ID which are sending. So when this particular thing is called, it will again route to the same page. And here in this case, on parameter async method, like on parameter set async. So as soon as this parameter is set, it will check if employee ID is not null. It will change the title to edit. Therefore, you can see the title is changed to edit employee. Earlier it was add employee. And then it will populate this employee object by calling the details method of our service, and in that way this form will is pre-populated. Here you can see with the data which we have just added. At that point also, the all validation will work. If you delete this field, if you make it empty, try to click on save, you will see the error because the field, the validation is not success. Now let's say I update to something like this. I update to something like city to Bangalore. If I click on save, this data is updated over here. Similarly, if you search, as soon as you type, the search will work. If you type any extra character, the data is gone. And if you delete, then only it will come. So if you remember, we have discussed that we are using an original set of data every time for searching. So now if I search, let's say Simon, at this point of time, this employee list data contains only one row, that is of this data, Simon, this particular row. But the original list has 2 rows. So at this point of time, if I delete it and type Ankit, it will search from the original list and then show me the another record also. Therefore, we are maintaining 2 different kind of two different variables here, to one to store the data, the original data, and one to display the data on the UI. So that is how this is this search is working. If you delete, it will be this. It will go to this else part, and it will update the employee list with the original list. So it will show all the data. If you click on delete, it will ask for a confirmation. So how this will work? If you click on delete button, this particular method will be invoked, and it will toggle this model. So this model will open here, and it will show you all the data. Do you want to delete this employee? And then it will show the employee data in a tabular manner. So here we can see this detail. And then again, based on the yes or no button, if you click on the yes button, this data will be deleted from the database. If you click on the no button, this model will be closed. So if you click on the yes button, this will be deleted. So that is all about the coding part. So now we come to the end of this talk. So before closing, I just want to add one more thing over here. So this is a wait, let me open this. So before closing, I just want to share some resources which will be helpful for you guys. So you can use this resources. I will suggest you to take a screenshot or take a picture of these resources. So the first resource is the article. So whatever we have discussed here, I have already created an article on my blog. You can go there and read the article. And also we have a GitHub repository for this code which I have just developed. You can go there and get the GitHub. So the GitHub code is updated to the latest version of .NET Core. You can directly clone the repository and start playing with that. And then I have a personal blog. You can go and read about the personal blog. And you can also read about Blazor on the official documentation, which is blazor.net. So that is all from my side. Thank you all for joining. Now over to you, Simon.
All right, so perfect. So Prakash, you're in the stream. Okay. All All right,
Yeah.
perfect. So that was an amazing session, right? What I really loved, Ankit, is you went into very detail, like you're also explaining the models, right? Here's the target, here's the
Yeah.
same ID. What are your thoughts, Prakash?
Yeah, it was good, and always he's a rock star actually. So yeah, yeah, developers love his session. So I think he just did a good justice to that expectation.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
always say that. See, and before, and one more thing I want to add. So the people who are starting in Blazor, so I want to add that if you know C sharp, you know Blazor. That's it. There is almost zero learning curve if you are already a .NET developer. Blazor is very easy to get started with. So if you are a .NET developer, you already know C sharp, you can start Blazor today. You don't have to wait. It is a great framework, and you will be feel amazing when you start working on that.
all right, Ankit. I think thank you so much for your time. We will move to your
Yeah.
next session, and we definitely
Yeah.
want you to
Thank you,
come back
Simon.
in the
Thank
next
you. Thank you,
conference,
Prakash.
and
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Bye bye.
have a great weekend ahead. All right, Prakash, it's time to move to the next speaker. He is Rabi Kiran, right? Rabi,
Yeah.
he just spends time working on Microsoft technology using ASP.NET 5, Azure, Signal R, C Sharp. He's a Microsoft MVP. He's a Google GD. What not? How did you find Rabi, right, for this conference? You're muted.
Yeah, Ravi is I and Ravi worked together on some of the earlier conferencing or talks engagement. So yeah, I think I know him from last 4 years. So he's also Microsoft MVP, and we met on some of the conferences. I learned that he's an amazing kind of a techie. So why not to onboard him and take his knowledge into towards this audience and let audience learn from him. So yeah.
All
So
right, so let me go ahead and bring S Ravi to the live stream. Three, two, one, go. Hi, Ravi. Welcome to the live show.
Yeah. Hi,
hey,
Simon. Hi, Prakash. Hope you're doing good.
hey. Yeah, of course we are. Yeah, we are trying our best to do as close as good. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we all, yeah, we all look for. Yeah.
Yep,
So
yep.
looks like Ravi, you are a six-time Microsoft MVP, right? That's a lot. Six time is a lot. I mean, how do you plan to just be consistent? I was just looking at the contribution. It goes until page number 5, 6, and 7. It won't
Mhm.
stop. So how do you do with this community contribution, even though when you work 9 to 5?
No, take enough breaks. That's the secret.
Simple answer. We take breaks. I think people definitely miss. I was just asking to talking to the other members. People definitely miss the water cooler conversation, right, when we went to the office, right, just
That's
taking
right, yeah.
those breaks. So yeah. So all right, Ravi, I think we are running a little late for this, almost like 8 to 10 minutes. I'll just allow you to go ahead and get started for your session. I'll pull up
Okay.
your screen, and next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Prakash, for the kind words of introduction. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope you're able to see my screens. You're able to see my slides.
Yes, it's in the other mode. It should be like full screen, but I don't know what this mode is called.
Okay.
Ankit, this can
Okay.
you help?
Okay. Let me end the slideshow. Oh, it is
You
empty.
can click on the display settings on the top and switch it.
Oh,
Display
okay.
setting and switch. Yeah.
There we
Swap
go.
slideshow. Oh, okay.
That's why we had Ankit for this time. Thank you, Ankit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Prakash. Yeah, this was kind of little surprise for me. Yeah, thanks for helping out. Yeah, hello everyone. Excited to, yeah, I'm not able to see any of you directly, but I hope there are a lot of people connected virtually. Excited to talk to you today about the Angular monorepos using Nrwl NX. So this is me, and on the right side you see something about me. So I'm a UI architect in a Minds, and I write for the sites like SitePoint and .NET Curry, and I organize the meetup group in G Hyderabad. And yeah, Simons has already covered about my awards and all that. And finally, this is the Twitter handle. You can follow me on Twitter using this handle. Okay, so this is the agenda for the talk today. So we are going to talk about the common problems in enterprise applications, and then we are going to talk about Angular CLI and monorepos, and then we will get into NX. Actually, NX is based on Angular CLI itself, so you can say the point 2 and 3 are together. and then we will see some demos to see how NX works in action. Okay, so when you think of enterprise applications, like they can be of any size. Like they can be very big. There can be multiple applications. They will be together solving one problem. Okay, but their businesses would be different. But at the end of the day, because they are solving one single problem, at the end of it, they should have a consistent UI. They should have consistent uses of libraries and frameworks and uh, all the basically the look and feel and most of the functionality has to be shared, right? So there are a lot of problems related to it because as the code size increases, it becomes very difficult to uh, keep up, basically, right? Say, for example, right now you started building your application using Angular 7, and within 6 months, Angular 8 got released. And now, because all the teams have their code bases located at different places, and you have a number of shared libraries which are again differently maintained, and then what you will have to do is you have to go to each of those individual shared libraries, update them, and then keep pinging the people working in the other applications saying that, hey, Angular 8 has been released about a week or two ago, and we upgraded the libraries, and it is now time for you to upgrade your applications as well, right? And you don't know whether they have upgraded the applications or not, so you'll have to keep on following up with them. And if they don't upgrade on time, then you might have some problems, right? Because if they have not upgraded to Angular 8 yet, then if Angular 9 releases before they upgrade, then you will have a even harder time in convincing them to upgrade to Angular 9 directly from 7, right? So these are a lot of problems that we will face in the enterprise applications as the application keeps growing exponentially and a lot of code keeps getting added to the application. So these are the main problems, like I said, like consistent UI. So there is a lot of care that you'll have to take care to make sure that all the applications look quite similar, but it somewhat different. And then using compatible libraries. Yeah, so I've already talked about the difficulty of upgrading from one version to the other. And of course, the reusable components. Okay. Yeah, so one common example or an example that is very close to our hearts I can take here is the G suite of applications, the Google suite of applications. So here we have a number of different applications, like we have the account manager, we have Google Search Map, and a number of them. And when we surf any of these applications, or when you switch from one application to the other, of course we are switching to the other application to use a new set of features. But the look and feel wise, there is a great level of consistency, right? So if you see the table displayed in the Gmail to display your set of emails is similar to the table that we see in the Google Drive, where it lists the set of files and folders, right? Similarly, the map component that they have can be used in any of them. Like if you are using calendar to create a calendar invite, you can embed a map over there, and even in the email you can embed a map. So for that purpose, they would have created a common map control, and it has been used everywhere, right? So these sort of applications are called enterprise applications, where you have a number of different applications which have to be built by different sets of teams, and they have to comply to one particular UI or UX, right? And then your work will have to continue based on that. Yeah. So when it comes to sharing the code between multiple applications, of course, it can be done using NPM or any such package manager. But changing the library code and testing it on the application immediately is still very difficult, right? So now, say you have a shared library to be shared between, like I told about the table used between the Gmail and the Google Drive, right? Say the table is put in table has been put inside an NPM repository, right? Then if there is a change to the table, then what you'll have to do is you have to go to the libraries repository, make changes to the code, create the dist, and then publish it in the npm artifactory. And then you'll have to buzz the Gmail and Google Drive teams to consume that. So they will have to clone their applications, and then they will have to upgrade their packages, install them, and run CI/CD to get the application deployed. And then before all of this process goes on, like you could be tired, you might go out to fetch a cup of coffee, and you might even give the application to your QA team without testing it by yourself, right? Then by the time you finish your coffee, your QA will come back to you with 5 bugs, right? So now that's the level of frustration we'll get there. So now we need a solution over here where you can seamlessly make changes to the library and then test them immediately without having to go through all of this workflow of going to the npm and then downloading from there, right? Because if I'm writing the code on my computer, then I should be able to use it and test it immediately. I should not be relying on internet or some other resource to take the mediator role over there and to slow my process, right? So we should be able to do it seamlessly without having to face much troubles. And then the third thing is you have to make sure that all the applications work when the library is modified, right? So now, as I said, if the table is modified in Gmail and you tested it in Gmail and you told the Google Drive team to test it out, right? Then you have to keep on waiting for them in order to test it and come back to you, right? So now, what if you have a facility to at least run the unit tests on your CI/CD whenever the library has changed, so that you will know if something else has been broken? You don't need that team to take the intervention over here in order to know that you have broken something. You should be able to know it by yourself, right? And then making sure everyone is on the same version of the framework or library, right? So here, if all of these applications are placed in different Git repositories, and then they could be using different versions of different libraries, right? Say I'm using D3 to show some charts in one of my application, and some other application is also using D3, then we could be potentially using different versions of D3, right? So now, if we do that, then there can be some inconsistency between the UI from application to application. So the solution for this is Monorepos. Now, most of you may not know what a monorepo is. So if you don't know, then a monorepo is a single repository for all the applications and libraries. Okay, so it is a single Git repository where all the applications and libraries are put into different folders, and the code bases are still maintained differently in different folders, but we will have only a single Git repository for the entire set of code base. And then we will have a single set of dependencies, right? Because we are a single code base, we will have only one package.json file, and all of the applications and all of the libraries will be using the same set of dependencies, right? So there will not be any interdependency, and there will not be any problems of using multiple versions of the frameworks or libraries. And of course, they are structured into folders. Okay, so all of these applications that we see here will be potentially be placed in different folders. And say if you are working in the YouTube team, then you'll be only committing your code into the YouTube folder, and of course the other libraries which you'll be modifying. You will not be touching the rest of the folders. So that's how the uniformity is going to be maintained. And then so this concept of monorepos is not new. It has been used by very big companies that do quite successfully, right? So many big companies like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and Uber use it quite extensively. So many of these companies, like in fact, in some of the interviews and in some of the blogs, I've got to know that all of the Facebook's projects, like whatever they are building for internal or external purposes, all of that code base is in a single monorepo. Okay, so it is just one single code base, and it is structured into several folders, and they work on different folders. So at the end of the day, they are committing their code into a single remote repository. So if it is working for them, then why not to you? So it will work for everyone, right? So now, because this talk is centered to Angular, so now we will see how Angular monorepos can be created using Nrwl NX. So Nrwl is a company. This company has been created by a set of people who have worked in the Angular team before they left, and they wanted to make the job of working with Angular in the enterprise level easier. Okay, so they work with a lot of enterprise or a lot of big companies, and they know what kind of pains and perils are involved in creating big applications. Okay, so they came up with the NX. So NX is also called as Nrwl extensions. So they come up with the NX, and now NX, what NX does is it provides you a workspace for building large applications. Okay, so it creates a basically a platform on top of which you can create your applications libraries, and it can be used for, yeah. So though this talk is centered for Angular, but not, normal NX is not centered for Angular. Okay, so it can be used to build Angular, React, or JavaScript based full stack applications. Like you can have the Express or Next.js based backends in the same application, or even to create web components based apps. Okay, so if you don't know, web components are the standards implemented at the browser level. Using them, you can create the native components on the browsers without having to use any external library or external frameworks. And the workspace that NX provides is very flexible and extensible. Okay, so say like, if you are starting a big application, then it will be very hard for you to foresee what kind of needs you will have in the future, right? So initially, you might have thought that, okay, my application is not going to need a backend. I'll be just starting with the front end. I'm going to use one of the existing backends in my company and going to continue with that. But halfway through the project, you saw a need to include a Express application, okay, or you wanted to use GraphQL, for which you wanted to add a Node.js application to your project. Then you can do that. Okay, you can add those capabilities there and there, and then you can generate a new project. You can generate the new libraries that are required for it, and you can continue the work. And it also helps in tracking the dependencies and work with them. Okay, so yeah, so I've been keeping to come back to this slide repeatedly because there is a need, right? Yeah, so as I've been saying that if the table is used between both Gmail and Google Drive, yeah, if it is used only within 2 or 3 applications, then we can know that only these applications are using it. But if it is used in say more than 10 applications, then it will be very hard for us to remember, right? So NX helps us in tracking those dependencies. Okay, so if you made some changes to the library, then you can track the dependencies and you can see which all applications will get affected because of that, and you can notify them, right? Yeah, so that's about Nrwl NX theoretically, and now we are going to see how it will work. So because this has to work with the front-end frameworks, the prerequisites for using NX are same as the prerequisites for using Angular or React. Okay, so you'll have to have Node.js installed on your computer, and you have to have the latest version of both Node.js as well as npm. And to create the workspaces, this is the command. Okay, the one that you see after the lambda expression. So here we say npx create an X workspace. Here the name of the application that I gave is songs. Okay, so I'm creating an application to manage a few songs that I know. So if you don't know, npx is an extension on top of npm. It is available from the version npm 4 or 5. And and using npx, what you can do is you don't need to globally install any of the global npm packages. Like if you want to create a new Angular project, what we do at first is we install the Angular CLI globally using the -G option, right? You don't have to do that if you have npx installed on your system, right? So what you can do is you can simply say, yeah, let me give you the example of Angular CLI first before coming to this. Say I want to create a new project, new Angular project. Then using npx, what I can say is npx ng, sorry, not ng, I have to say Angular CLI. Okay, though ng is the alias for it, Angular CLI is the underlying package for it. Okay, so you have to give the whole package name because it has to go to the npm artifactory and fetch this package. And you can specify the version. I'm saying latest, and then you have to follow it up with the rest of the Angular CLI command. Okay, so till now, so when I say npx followed by the library name, till then it is equivalent to just writing ng. Then I will say new and my application name, and if I hit enter now, it will start creating this application. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We are creating a workspace over here, and when we create the workspace, it will ask us for a few questions like what kind of workspace are you do you want to create, right? So yeah, so in the interest of time, I've already generated an application, but I will quickly show you how this will or what kind of questions it will ask, and I will stop after that because it is going to consume unnecessary amount of internet bandwidth to install the packages after that. So I'm starting a new command prompt here. Okay. Okay, so say I want to create a new NX workspace here. So I will say npx create NX workspace followed by my project name. And if I hit enter, now this will go to the npm artifactory and it will look for the create NX workspace package over there. Yeah, so this is going to take a couple of seconds to, so till then, let me cover the rest of the slides. Okay, so the first question it will ask you is what kind of workspace or what do you want to include in your workspace? Okay, so as you see, you can create an empty workspace or you can create a workspace with a single React application or with a single Angular application, or these are the other options. Okay, so if you may want to start with empty because if you don't know what to start with, okay, so you can start with empty and then you can go on adding the capabilities as they're required. So here we are choosing Angular. Okay, so when I choose Angular, it is going to create an Angular CLI based project in my workspace. And in addition to that, it is going to also add the required schematics or required NX schematics in my environment so that generation of new Angular libraries or new Angular applications will be easy in the future because I'm starting with Angular. Similarly, if you start with React, then it will make the things easy for the React in the future. Yeah, so I'll come to this command later. Yeah, so now this process has been completed and now it is asking me to choose a set of options. Okay, so you can keep scrolling down using your down arrow on the keyboard to select different options, right? So if you want to create an Angular application, you can choose Angular. And once you select that, it is asking you for the application name. So I will say my app. Okay, and then it will ask you for the default CSS style format. Say I will use CSS because that is most popular these days. And then with linting you want to use, I'll choose TSLint. And then it is asking me whether I want to use the NX Cloud or not. For now, I'll say no. And once I choose that, it is going to create the sandbox. So here I'm going to stop this command. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so I have already done that and I have already created an Angular application using that. Okay, so here I have created this this project called songs as I told you before. This one, yeah. So that's why we are in this folder. And when I created this one, I created with only one project that was songs, and then I added a few more. I added a few more libraries and the application and one more application to this one. Okay. So by default, when I start it with a single application, what we will see is we will see only a single application and the corresponding end-to-end tests project for this one. Okay, so here as you see the pattern is you will have a folder for the application and adjacent to that you will have a folder for the end-to-end tests. Okay, so Nrwl includes all those tools and the required libraries for the unit and end-to-end tests. So let us see some of the files it has generated for me over here. Okay, so let's go to the package.json file first. Here we see a set of scripts. We will come back to it and we will execute most of those commands later. Okay, and then down here if you see, so if you for a few seconds if you forget about NX by having a single look at this one, what you will say is it's a plain simple Angular CLI based application, right? So NX is nothing completely new or it is completely a new wheel. Okay, so it is an extension on top of Angular CLI itself if you are working on top of Angular. And then in addition to the Angular's dependencies, we see a few NX related dependencies, like we see NX CLI, sorry, Nrwl CLI, Nrwl Jest, and Nrwl Workspace. Yeah, and we also see Nrwl Cypress. So Cypress is for the end-to-end testing. It is going to, so this library is going to help us for that. And of course, Jest is for unit testing, and CLI, yeah, we are going to use some commands. So CLI is going to help us with that. And workspace is, of course, yeah, it is going to, this package is going to manage the entire workspace here. And in addition to that, what we have is we have this nx.json file. So yeah, so here it is going to keep track of all the applications that we are going to create in this project. Okay, and even the libraries. Okay, so here under the projects you see player E2E, and then admin and admin E2E. So these are the applications and their corresponding end-to-end end-to-end testing folders. And then under the libraries, I have created two libraries called data and UI pieces. So data is the place where I'm going to put all the data related logic, basically calling the HTTP APIs or using the mock in-memory data. And in the UI pieces, I want to add some UI components so that they'll be reusable by most of the applications I have under the apps. Okay, and we see the entries of them over here. And then, so one more important thing to notice here is it provides an NPM scope called songs, right? So the need for providing the NPM scope is, say you have a service over here, like I have a data service over here, and I want to use this data service in one of my applications, right? So now if you take a single look at this folder structure, then what you will say is, then in my application I had to say double dot slash followed by the libs data up to the data service file. Okay, the file that contains the data service. I'll have to do the painful task of composing that entire folder path in order to reach the data service. But no, because this npm scope is provided to us by the NX, it is pretty straightforward, right? So I will show you a place where it is used. So in the song player component, here I have used the data service. Okay, so just like the way you are including the Angular's packages as scoped packages, similarly you can include any packages from your workspace using the songs prefix. Okay, because this is the npm scope created for you. So you can simply say at the rate songs slash the library name, and you have reached the library, right? And for each of the libraries, what NX does is it provides you with an index.ts file. Okay, so this is the file. So this is the file we are referring to directly when we are simply saying this. When we are not specifying any particular file, okay, then NX is directly reaching out to this file. So anything that is directly exported from this file is visible to your application. Okay, so that's why so this is like a single point for exporting all your objects, right? So whatever you want to export out of this entire library, after you make the changes, if you want to export it, then you have to come back to this file and add a export statement so that whoever wants to use it, they can use it very easily. Okay, so yeah, let me run this application and show you. Yeah, let me run one of these applications. So I'll run the player application. Okay, so here I have created the player application. The player application first when I created this this particular workspace. So that is the default application in this workspace. And in order to run this, you don't have to learn a new command because it is same as the Angular CLI command. Okay, so I can simply say npx ngserve. Yeah, so now you see this command, right? It is saying ng run player :serve. As player is the default application, it is picking that application to run it here. Yeah, now the process is completed and the application is running on the port 4200. So I'll come back to the browser and I'll go to localhost 4200. And this is my application. Okay, so here I have two routes where yeah, so this is the place where I'm simply listing out the songs, and when I click on the play button, it is going to a different page, and it is embedding the YouTube video of that particular song in this page. So let us take a look at the code and let us see how this application and the library are interacting with each other. Okay, so yeah, let me close these files and go to the module folder of this application. Okay, so in the module folder, we see that yeah, so it has routes where it created a route called song list and a route called song player that is going to display the YouTube embedded video. And then under the imports, in addition to all the required libraries from the Angular framework, it includes the UI pieces module. Okay, and yeah, so the UI pieces module right now, yeah. So in this application, I'm using material design. Okay, so this header that you see, it is styled using material design, and also this menu item is also from the material design. Okay, so now if I have to use material design in all the projects, then what I have to do is I have to, like, you might have already seen. You might have already seen modules similar to this one, where we include all the material design related modules in one place, and then we keep including it in the individual applications, right? So now, if I have to use material design in all the applications that are there under apps, then I'll have to repeat this particular module in each of those applications, right? But now, because I have this workspace and I have a library here that is called UI pieces. Now I will delegate this piece of functionality or this piece of responsibility to my UI pieces library, and here I will create the material module, and then I have included the material module in my UI pieces module. Okay, so now whenever I use the UI pieces module, all of the material design related libraries are directly available to that particular application. Okay, so that's why we don't see any. Yeah, so I think I have included the mat table here by default. Let me delete that. Yeah, so now we don't see anything related to material design over here, but now material design is working in this application, and it is working through the UI pieces module. Yeah. And then, like I said, that for all the data related activities, I have this library called data. Okay, so because this is only a demo, I didn't create a backend for it, right? So I have a few. So I created a few interface types over here. Okay, for the song and a few analytics. So we are going to see the analytics in the admin application. Okay, so here I created a type for the song and for the other types of data that I need. And in this and then in this data.ts file, I have some hard-coded data. Okay, so all the data that you see here in the UI, it is actually coming from this particular hard-coded array. And then we have also some hard-coded data for the analytics. We are going to use it after some time. And then here what we have is here I have a service. It is called data service, and in order to make it future-proof, I have created the methods to return observables from these methods. Okay, so that whenever we switch from the in-memory data to the HTTP-based data, the movement will be seamless, and the consumers will not have to modify their code bases, right? Okay, so here I have these methods called get songs to get the list of all the songs, and then get song to give the details of one particular song, and then I have another method add song to add a new song. Okay, and then yeah, so in the player application, I'm using this data. So let's go to the song list component and see how this is used. So the way it is used is Yeah, so we have included the data service and the song type from songs/data. Okay, and now because we have a single piece of, or we have a single point of exporting all the objects from a single file, we are able to import the objects placed in different files using a single import command. Right? Otherwise, you would have to go on writing multiple import commands, and the code base will be really junky, right? Yeah. So after including them, what I'm doing is I'm injecting this service, and then I'm getting the and then I'm querying for all the songs, and I'm getting the songs. And once I get them, I'm assigning them to this particular variable. And then using this variable, I'm rendering a table on the screen. Okay. Yeah, so that's how this page is created. And then for the second page, the functionality is also much similar. Like it has, yeah. So in the second page, we have to use the song ID from the URL. That's why I'm using the activated route. Okay, so using the activated route, I'm getting the song ID, and then I'm getting the details of that particular song. And then using that, I'm creating the YouTube embed URL over here, and then binding it on the UI. Okay, so that's how it is working. Yeah, so that's how the libraries are being consumed. So now, yeah, we have two libraries here, and we have two different applications over here. Say I change one of these libraries, and I want to know which applications are getting affected from that, right? So NX provides a command to do that. NX provides a command to know which application is going to get affected because of our changes, right? So let me go ahead and yeah, maybe put a console.log over here in the getSongs method. I'm saying getting songs. Okay, I saved it. And now because I don't know which of the applications will get affected, I want to ask NX to provide me the data for this. Okay, so it's running the application here. So yeah, let me stop this application. Yeah, so let's go back to the package.json because the command is configured in the package.json. Okay, so here in addition to all the Angular CLI related commands, we have a few more commands like we have these commands called affected commands, right? So we have this affected apps. So this affected apps will tell you which applications are affected because of the change that is currently made in our system. Okay, so this is inside a Git repository. Okay, so remember that the affected apps will work properly only if you are inside a Git repository. If you are not in a repository, this command will not be able to do much for you. Okay, so this is inside a Git repository, and here in the Git changes, I see a few changes here, right? So for all these changes, now NX is going to take these changes and it is going to inspect the applications and the libraries, and then it is going to tell us which are affected now. Okay, so I'm going to run this command now. I will say npm run affected :apps. Yeah, so it did some running, and then it said that both admin and player are affected because of this. Okay, so now if I yeah, so that's how it works. And similarly, like if you may have dependencies between the libraries, right? So you may be using one library in the other library. So for that, you can use NX affected libs to find which are the libraries that are affected because of the changes you made now. And yeah, so NX also provides you a dependency graph. Okay, so you can say npm run. Again, the command is over here. It is called dep graph. So let me copy it and paste it here. Npm run dep graph. It is going to inspect all the import statements in your applications, and then it is going to show this page. Okay, so I will say select all. Okay, so now we see this particular graph over here. Okay, so player is the only application that is using the library data. Okay, so if you make any changes to data, only player has to be or only player is the application that is going to be affected because of that. And if you make any changes to the UI pieces, then both admin as well as the player will be affected because it is used by both of them. Okay, and admin E2E, of course, because this is the end-to-end project for admin alone, it is going to get affected. It is going to get affected whenever admin is changed, or it is even going to get affected when admin's dependencies are going to change, right? Yeah, so this graph is pretty flexible, as you see. Like if I want to see the tree only for admin, I can unselect player. Okay, so now the player is player is completely invisible from here. And if you want to still remove the other pieces like player to and all that, then this is the dependency or dependency tree for the admin and admin E2E together. Okay. Yeah, so till now I've been showing you the code that I already created. So now let me also show you how to create new libraries or new applications, and also add new Angular code blocks to this particular workspace. Okay, so here I'm going to say add a new component to my admin application. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I have the I have a few comments over here, so let me copy it from here so that I don't get it wrong. Okay, so here I'm going to create a component, right? So here I'm telling this particular workspace to generate a new component using the ng-generate command, and then to this we are providing the schematic, and the schematic is Nrwl Angular component. Okay, and I'm going to call it my comp. Okay, and because we haven't specified any application name here, it is going to add it to the player project by default. So if I hit the enter command, it is going to take a couple of seconds, and as you see, it created this particular component inside the player application. Now similarly, if I want to add a component in my mycomp component in my admin application, then we have to say project is equal to admin. Okay, the rest of the command remains the same because we are going to add it to a different applications. We have to pass the project option to it. Yep. So now you see it has been created under the admin, right? Similarly, if you want to add something to your library, then the library is also a project. So you can say data or UI pieces, and you can get this component added to that library. Okay. And say you want to add a new application to this workspace, right? So now for that also we have a command here. So I'll copy this, paste it here. I'm saying nx, so I'll have to prefix it with npx. Okay, so now in this case, like even in the previous case, now so earlier I told you that npx is going to help you in using the global npm packages without having to install them. And there is a second use case for the npx also. The second use case is you can easily use the locally installed npm packages without having to refer to them using the /node modules folder. Okay, so if I don't use npx here, then what I typically have to do is, like if I don't have nx installed globally, then I'll have to say node modules /bin folder it adds, and inside that I'll have to refer to nx. Okay, so now using npx, we can get rid of this difficulty also, and we can simply say npx followed by the command that we are going to use. Okay, so here I'm asking nx to create a new Angular application. So for this, again, we are using the schematic Nrwl /Angular :app. So app is the schematic name, followed by we have to give an application name. Okay, so yeah, maybe let me give admin2. Maybe there could be a need for a super admin for this application. So let me create a admin2 application here. Yeah, it is asking me for the choice of the CSS, and then it is asking me whether I want to include routing or not. I'm going to select yes. Okay, so now the application is created, right? So if we come to this folder and see, we have admin2 and admin2 E2E folders have been created for us. Okay, so now if I want to run the project admin, then admin2, then what I have to say is I have to say npx ng serve project is equal to admin2. So it picked up the admin2 and it is serving that. Yeah, so now because we created a new application, now let's see if nx.json file has been changed or not. So I come to the nx.json file and yeah, so here we see the entries for the admin2 and admin2E. And now if you run the deb graph or affected graphs, your admin2 will start participating in all those commands. Okay, so now it is running, and let me close this and yeah. Let me go to the root page. Okay, so this is how a default NX application will look. So the application is getting rendered on the port 4200 now. Okay. Yeah, similarly, if you want to create a library, then instead of giving the app option here, you have to give the library option. Okay, so you have to say library, and then the library will get generated, and the library will get added to the libs folder over here. And all these applications can be, yeah, as you see, they are properly separated into different folders, and their corresponding code bases are also maintained in the corresponding folders. So they can be developed and deployed separately. Okay, so if you want to deploy any of these applications, like if I want to deploy the player application now, then I can run the ng build command again. Okay, so I can say npx ng build. Okay, so because I'm running player, I don't have to specify the project, but still, let me specify it so that you know how to specify it. Okay, so here I'm saying npx ng build project is equal to player. Now it's going to pick up the code that is there in the player folder and it is going to build it. Yeah, let me check the time. Simon, how much time do I have?
I think, Ravi, you would like to wrap in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll end it. Yeah, so now the build folder, yeah, the dish has been created for the player application. Yeah, sorry, my VS Code was hung for a minute because I'm doing a lot of work over here. Okay, so yeah, so here in the dist, you see these hierarchy of folders are getting created. Let me reveal it in the Explorer for a better view. Yeah, so here in the root level itself, at the songs folder level, it created a folder called dist. Inside this, we have apps, and inside apps, we have player, and this is where all the polyfills and the required files for distributing this application are created. Okay, and this distribution now contains everything. Okay, so when I say everything, it includes all the libraries, all the external libraries that we installed using npm, and also the internal libraries that are present in the NX workspace. It contains everything, so you can take it and deploy it. Yeah, so that's pretty much I wanted to cover. Put in my slides. Yeah, so I'm done with that. So do you have time for any questions or?
I think Rabi, we are all good.
Okay.
I think we are all good. Prakash, you're there. Mm. Okay, we'll add Prakash. It was an amazing session, Ravi. I think you covered everything from top to end, right? So, Prakash, there's a new feature in StreamYard, right? If the camera is switched off, you and I add you, you won't be visible. So there's a new feature. That's why it gets a little troubling.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. I think it was a great session, enlightening with all brand new things. I think not everyone knows about what you just briefed us. So I think it was a good.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks for the
Thank
opportunity.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Prakash, Simon, and entire C Sharp Corner team for this opportunity. Yeah, look forward to work with you again.
Sure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
So,
Ravi.
our
Have a
pleasure.
great weekend
Yeah.
ahead.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, Prakash. So we're down to two sessions now. We move to the next session that is of Debasis Saha. He's our very own C Sharp Corner MVP, and we often find him in the C Sharp Corner annual conferences and meetups. We both have met him multiple times. So let's just go ahead and invite our next speaker, Debasis Saha, who's going to talk about getting started with .NET 5. Pretty interesting. So let's just go and have it. Hi, Debasis, to the conference.
Yeah, yeah. Can
Hello.
you hear me? Hi, Prakash. So I am
Nice to see
audible?
you. On time. I think
Yeah,
we last conference in Shisha Corner. Then thanks to COVID and opportunity.
yeah, yes,
Yeah. I remember when we were after this. I think second day. Simon was in full mood of taking pictures and I
yes.
remember.
For the full day,
Yeah,
taking
yeah,
the
yeah.
pictures and for the after the night party.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
We really miss these conferences. I hope we get back better and bigger in 2021. We have
yes,
plans and we'll get really bigger and we will try to travel to other places. So, right there, since we do know we are running late, almost like what 10 to 12 minutes,
yeah,
we won't take much of your
yeah,
time and you can just go ahead and start sharing your screen. And next 40
yeah,
45 minutes is all yours.
sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prakash. So, Simon, is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen visible, full stack conference getting started with .NET 5.
Yeah, and for the Visual Studio screen is also good.
Yep, all good.
Yeah. Okay. So, yes, sir. Okay. So welcome everybody in this session. Today we will discuss about the new features about the .NET 5. What is the new features that we introduced in the .NET version 5 and what will be the coming version features. So I'm Debasis, working as a Microsoft Certified Trainer and System Founder MVP and also working in Azure Administrator. And this is my account link communication. So if you want to connect with me. So I will start the .NET about the .NET framework. So earlier day when the .NET is started, the .NET is mainly focused on the two types of applications. One is the desktop and another is the web-based application. So initially, in the earlier versions of the .NET framework, we can develop either desktop-based applications or either web-based applications using the .NET platform. But now the .NET has expanded its working area, and now we can develop applications using .NET not only on desktop or web-based applications. We also can develop cloud-based applications, mobile-based applications, or gaming or IoT type applications. So all types of applications now can be developed by using the .NET framework using Visual Studio. So, in the .NET ecosystem, in the last year, there is more than 1.5 million .NET developers who are using Visual Studio for the .NET framework. As per the Stack Overflow, .NET Core is one of the most uh, popularly used framework in the year of 2019 and 2020 as recorded by the Stack Overflow. And as per the GitHub for the open source code technologies, so CSUB is one of the language in the top 5 language list recorded by the GitHub. And in .NET, nowadays, around 40% of the new users who are using .NET or downloading .NET technology are the students. So, a .NET framework or Visual Studio .NET has a quite large community who are regularly engaged in the development and also in the community work. So, what's new releases has been introduced in the .NET 5? So as for the .NET 5 new releases, .NET 5 will be a single file application. It is mainly focused on the single file application. It means that if we develop any .NET applications and we want to deploy that applications in any other machines or run that applications from any other machine, we does not need to install .NET framework and that application on the target machines now. During the publish mechanism, so that particular applications will be created a single small executable file which can be copied to the target machines or target environment, and that through that file we can execute or run the application. So that is the main concept of the single file based applications using the .NET framework. And there is a smaller container images. So .NET regularly upgrades its architecture or framework to provide a smaller size of images. So using the smaller file, using the .NET framework is create a smaller container images which can be hosted in Docker Kubernetes for the help for the deployment purpose, which will help our deployment concept. Also in .NET, Microsoft is regularly involved to try to upgrade the improvements or different types of functionalities for related to the web or the cloud type investment or the cloud type environment. Also, in .NET 5, Microsoft introduced a new version framework or platform that is ARM64. So ARM64 is basically the new environment which is supported by the .NET. It is one type of platform which is supported by the .NET framework in .NET 5 version. So also, Microsoft improved continuously for the .NET 5 environment. And in .NET 5, Microsoft introduced two new functional languages. One is C# 9.0 and F# 9.0 as a language features. We will later in these sessions we'll discuss some new features about the C# 9, which is introduced in the .NET 5 release. So another big releases for the .NET 5 framework is the Apache Spark 1.0. Apache Spark is basically a mechanism for developing a service or system which can be handled for big data type applications, which can contain billions of rows or records. So now we can use the Apache Spark using the C# and F# support. So now Microsoft provides the support for C# and F# in the Apache Spark environment. So Apache Spark will support large data frame, structural streaming, and Delta-like functionality, which has been introduced in the .NET C# 5.0. And also there is some performance optimizations with the Apache Arrow in the .NET 5 framework. And now in .NET 5 framework, Apache Spark will be integrated with the Azure Synapse, so that we can implement it in the Azure part also. So, as I earlier said, that in Microsoft is regularly trying to improve the performance parameters of .NET framework. So, as per the .NET 5 performance improvement, around 30% socket performance has been improved on Linux environment for over .NET Core 3.5. So, in .NET 5 framework, the performance improvement is around to increase around 30% over the Linux environment, which is measured in the as per the compared to the current .NET version .NET Core 3.1. Also in .NET 5, JSON serialization performance has been improved much. As per the Microsoft, it is improved by the 19% over the .NET Core current 3.5 performance. So JSON serialization performance has been one of the major area which is improved in the .NET 5 framework area. Also now, the serializations for large collections of data and arrays has been improved three times much faster as compared to the earlier version. And now for another part is gRPC, which is basically the contract-based service, just like WCF, is also with improved performance, which now exceeds the Go, C, C++, and Java too. So this is the one of the comparison regarding to the gRPC, which is shown that .NET gRPC performance in the .NET based framework is much more higher compared to the Go or C, C++ or Java. So in last year, actually from the last year, Microsoft has scheduled its .NET framework release as a once in a 5 year concept. So .NET Core 3.1 has been released in the December 2019, which is basically the long-term support version. So as per the schedule, Microsoft will release a new versions of .NET framework on each and every year. So according to that, .NET for next version of the .NET Core will be the .NET 5.0, which is released in November 2020 this year in the .NET conference. So the next year it will be released in the .NET 6.0 in that November 2021, and so on. In November 2022, .NET 7.0 will be released, and in November 2023, .NET 8 will be released. So .NET 5, as I said, will be released in November 2020 this year, November this year. So Microsoft has announced that they will be releasing a .NET major versions release in every year, and every even number of release versions will be act as the LTS versions or long-term support versions in case of .NET framework. And this is basically is not a one part of predictable schedule, but maybe some minor releases have been included within the same year for the same version for some bug fixing or improved performance issues. So today, this year, .NET Conference will be held in November 20 to 12, which is basically is a 3-day virtual conference in which Microsoft will launch the .NET 5. So for registration, you can register from the www.netconf.net. So now, when we are moving to from framework .NET Framework 3.1 to 5 or from 5 to 6, the main concept is .NET is actually considered in three different frameworks. Always considered multiple frameworks. One is .NET Framework, another is .NET or .NET Core, another is Xamarin. So normally .NET Framework is mainly used for the web desktop-based applications. .NET Framework or .NET Core is mainly used for the web-based applications, and Xamarin mainly used for the mobile-based applications. So in .NET 5, these three frameworks will be merged and will be compiled or treated as a single one framework that is called .NET. So .NET 5 onwards, there will be no separate framework for desktop applications or for web-based applications or for mobile-based applications. There will be a single framework which will be called .NET Framework or .NET 5, which is basically the single one SDK and also support the one single base class library. So as a developer, it will be very easy. We can install a single one SDK in which we can develop desktop-based applications, web-based applications, and also mobile-based applications. And for these three types of different types of applications, we also need to use different types of base classes because we can use the same types of base classes. Also, in .NET Framework 5, we have a support for the cross-platform native UI like Blazor, through which we can create desktop-based applications using the web-based applications for any cross-platform application environment. Also, we have a cross-platform web UI support in .NET 5. In .NET 5 also, we have a cloud native investment which is involved in the different types of cloud-related improvements or performance improvement, and also we have a continued improvement in speed, size, diagnostics, Azure service, etc. So these are the main key synopsis of the .NET 5, which will be introduced in the .NET 5 framework. So for the cloud native investment, we have a REST API. So through REST API, we can use OpenAPI or we can use API RIPL or client generations or publish to API PM for the our development partner. Also, we have gRPC contract-based APIs through which we can create both client and server from template file. Also, gRPC contract has a some prototype file through which we can generate the client and server by this template file also, we have a faster cross-platform development with WSPL and Linux environment for the .NET 5 framework. And also .NET 5 framework supports small microservices, single file apps, top-level subclass programming, etc. So if we want to install the .NET Framework 5 in our computer, then we need to install the Microsoft Visual Studio 2019 preview version because right now .NET Framework 5 is only available in the preview editions since it is not finally released by the Microsoft. So the standard editions of Visual Studio is not available. In the standard edition of Visual Studio, still .NET Framework 3.1 is available. But if we install the Visual Studio 2019 preview edition, then we can use the .NET Framework 5.0 for our applications. In the new edition, when we create a preview edition, when we want to create a new project using say new create project template. Suppose I have select here ASP.NET Core web applications and click on next. So at the time of creating a project, and also title the project name, say, select some folder and click on create. It will redirect to the create project template, in which we have always seen that when it will be created, there are several, since this is the latest versions of ASP.NET Core 5.0 in the available versions. Also, it will provide the support of previous version 3.1 or 2.1. Similarly, for .NET Framework, if I select the .NET Framework here, it will show only that the ASP.NET Core 2.1. So, in case of .NET Core, it will support the .NET Core ASP.NET Core 5.0. Also, when we select the API project, you can select any type of template which are available, just like the earlier version. And when we select the API options, at that time, and select the ASP.NET Core 5.0. So if I select ASP.NET Core 3.1 and the same API project, then there is no option. There is an option for configure HTTPS and enable Docker support. But when I change the framework versions to 5.0, then there is another new option has been enabled. It's called enable Open API support. This Open API support has been introduced in .NET Framework 5.0 to provide a excellent looking dashboard for in our API project. Okay. So I have already created a blank API project. So just I'll open that project. So initially it's a blank project. Just I created the project, and according to that, and then after creating the project, I will run the project in the browser. Initially, in the previous versions of the project, it will be created showing an error page because controller does not find some method, or it's showing a blank page in the browser window. But in ASP.NET Core, since it is support and by default activate the OpenAPI support, it will create a excellent looking dashboard for our API project, which is used in the for the development part. So to start it, the application. 2.2. So these are the folders. So it will open the application in the browser, and by default, it will directly open in a Swagger configurations with the dashboard. So by default, when we create a new API project in .NET Core 5.0 framework, it will by default create a default container called weather forecast container using the OpenAPI environment. Okay. So let's go to the controller folder. So once I open the weather forecast controller, see, this code is auto-generated by the when creating a new template project at the time of creating template project. So it will basically communicate with the OpenAPI project to fetch the data. So in the Swagger window, if I click on the execute button, then it will automatically return the data coordinated that to API. So in this way, the .NET Core Framework 5.0 provide a good looking dashboard for the API project. Also, we can host our API in a RAPL environment or to client or console-based applications. So for that purpose, we need to install a one NuGet package, that is the Microsoft.NET.HTTP RAPL, which is basically a readable point protocol like tool, which is provided or can execute provide as an environment like Dart, and we can execute our API by using a simple console-like command. Okay. So if you after installing this, once you are running in the Visual Studio, it will be available in the browser. So I have select the HTTP RAPL options as a default Chrome browser, and now again I will run the project. Now at this time, it will does not open the browser window because it's a blank browser window is already open. So now it is opened a console-based application. So just give some sound here. So it is create a console-based application. Now if I type a dir, so it will give us the directory structure of a console-based application, this API. So I need to change the import to the route method. So it is based on the forecast. Now if I type the gate and I'm sorry, if I from stop the okay. So by typing this, it will return the list of data which is available for exporting the command API endpoint. So in this way, we are also checking create the API endpoint test client environment and test our API without using any web-based application. So this is another new feature by .NET Core. So now return back to the presentation. So in this way, we can use the Open API or API or API for REST API. So now, so return back to the SysUp part. Now in SysUp, which is 9.0, which is mainly introduced in the .NET 5.0. So what are the new functionalities has been introduced in SysUp 5.0? So one of the most important functionalities in SysUp 5.9.0 has been introduced, which is called record. Record is basically is one type of immutable classes. So suppose in our development, If we want to create say employee class, then we need to create a class of named employee, and we will define the different types of objects or properties within the employee, like employee name, employee date of birth, employee department, designation, city, address, like that. So records is basically one of data type or immutable scalar, which is basically represents the same type of class-based architecture, class-based structure. Feature-wise, they are closest to the reference. Okay, and so record can be considered as a specialized class. So this is the syntactical example of the record. So we can define the record like this: public record point, intex or employee, or like this. So the second option say public record employee, string name, date time object, date time DOJ, and decimal sign. So the second option say employee is a class. If I need to define an employee class, then I need to define a class, and within the class I need to define a key object of one name is string of string employee name and a date time, DOJ, and decimal salary. So that entire exercise or practice can be replaced by the single line statement, public record employee, string name, string date time, DOJ, and decimal salary. I'll demonstrate this example. So I have created another application. Console based. I have already created a console based application. This is a blank console application. Now we have some code snippet. So so this is the example of the employee class. Suppose I want to create a class, public class employee. Within the segment, I will show employee name, the time, user, etc. This is the class. So whenever we require any define any class, we just define this type of class. So without defining this class, we can also define this method. So public record employee string employee name string define user decimal sorry employee. So this is the same structure. If we want to define this employee structure, or I don't know, this is a 9 or .5 framework, we can define the entire class just like this. So it will much more reduce our code effort in our development time. So here I have already created one class like logging resource record, which is contains username, password, and remembering, which is a boolean type. And if I define this class as a simple class structure as per the previous version of .NET, then I need to define like this. So initially I will say like this, definitely. Also in .NET 5, there is another property has been introduced that is called init. I'll discuss it just a little later after running this something example. So in that main function, I have done? I have defined three variables of user, password, and remember the type value, and then I'll pass this three variables within the new instance and create a new instance of the logging resource record and pass this three values. And now initially similarly I have passed these three records also. Logging resource record, user, pass, and L2. I'll initially comment this part. Resource class related part. So comment out this. I'll discuss about this feature later. So this is the implementation of record. So I have created a new instance of the logging resource record and provided new state by using a new statement like this, or I can create a var object by creating like this. Okay. So I have actually created two different variables. One is LR1 and another is LR2 for passing the same value. And then I have print this value if LR1 and 2, it will be the test record equality or other if the hash code is unique. Now it says execute the command on the console. So let's just put a breakpoint. Yeah. So if I increase the breakpoint size. So for the first one, this line. So I have created two different types of instance. One is another one by using the direct new keyword, and another is a new instance of logging resource record by passing the value as a constructor dependent. So now I have defined that check either both are the equal or not. So the result is true. That is the instance of the both is the same because we are passing the same types of value here. And also, if we check the hash code for LR1 and LR2, if we check that both are the same type of hash code as in issues here. So in this way, we can define the record also, record class here. Also, there in the record, there is a new example as we introduced, that is I have already shown it, that is just init. Init is basically is a new keyword that is alternative of set keyword in the property defined method. Because when we define any property within a class, so we normally define it as a create or state property. So init is basically you can replace the set property as per the requirement or as per the implementation. So init is basically an alternative option for the set. Set always allow us to assign a property value at any time of the application lifecycle, at any time when the class has been invoked or any time. But init is always asks us to assign the value during the construction of the object. So after that part, init will not work. So init and the difference between the set and init is basically is that set allows us to assign the property at any time, but init allows us to assign that property only during the object construction. Also, it's a building block that records rely on the init. So this is the one new implementation of init. Or init can be implemented for any data type. It's not any data type specific. So we can define init for any type of data in a class structure also. So either we can define the record data type as a like this, or we can define the class as or previous practice. Or at that time we can define init in place of set if we want to assign the value at the time of constructions, object constructions of data. So in case of record, the similarities of between record and the class object is basically the construction and immutability and proximity. Records are class under the same hood. These are the main similarities of between the record and the class. But there is also some difference between these objects. One is record equality based on the content normally, whereas class equality based on the object identity. So this is one of the major difference between the records and class. Because in case of records, its equality is based on the contents is defined. So whereas in class, it is basically depends upon the object defined or identity. So records provide a get hash code implementation that is based on the record content. And also record provides an implementation. It uses the unique get hash code behavior as the mechanism to provide the content-based quality implementation for record. Also, record to string is overridden to print record content. So you can use the record instance dot toString value to print the record content also. So in the example, so which I have commented earlier, just I will comment this line. So in this line, I have already defined a class where I have also specified the same type of property, username, password, and removed by me. And within these three properties, I have defined the init property init in space of set. So now, during the initializations of the class object, I have passed the initial value of this property as a constructor class. And now I have checked either both the class instance, that is record instance, and these are the two instances we have defined two times. That is LFC1 and LFC2 are same or not, because usually in case of record we see that both are the class instance object is the same. Similarly here we will check either both classes have code is similar or not. And also we will print the record class as a toString type. So now just save the file and run that again. So in case of similarities, LRC1 and LRC2 is not the same because the initializations are different. So it will be created two different memory blocks for equivalent. So object equivalent is not the same, class equivalent is not the same, but record equivalent is always the same. Also, in case of hash code generations, both of us generate two different types of hash code. And when we print the record, LR1.toString, then it will be print the record that the entire object of the class object. But when we print the LR2, it will just return the resource class name. So this is the difference. So I'll show you another function here. Also, at the time of record definitions, we can define the null value here. So here, I have already created a record called book, where I have passed the parameters name, publish, and author. Okay. And then I have created a simple record which will be passed as a name. And within the author, I have created some different object like list of books, which is basically a new object. And also, one is the public property, another is the private property. And also, I have defined two different objects. One is website, another is general, and as a proper element of properties. And also, we have defined list of authors, related authors. It's a list, one type of nested kind architecture where we are already used the same record as a child element within the record. It can be a null element. So now in the program, I have created the author object, class record object as a by providing the author name. And within that, I have defined the website and the record. So in this way, I have created the author record object like this. This thing I have already created. Now I have to define. Now I have defined the book range issue for the public property. Define a different book property. And also add the add range property. And then I have print some data, such as author name, how many books have been added, or how many authors have been added in the application. So if I run this, so author name has been given here. So books has the error record is 2 because we have passed 2 book records, and within the related author we have passed the 4 related authors. So this we can also define the author record class object using that part. Similarly, in case of records, one is another major improvement in C#9 or .NET 5, that is HTTP client extension method. So now this serialized extension method are now exposed on HTTP client, and greatly simplify using these two APIs together. Previously, we cannot use the decentralized object in HTTP client. For decentralizer, we need to use Nrwl API endpoint. But now HTTP in HTTP client, we also have a decentralized extension method which can be used for the extension for the data conversion. Also, these extension methods remove complexity and take care of the variety of scenarios for us. And this method can handle the content of stream and validating the content by media type. Sorry. So I'll give you a simple demo regarding the dissocialization. So what I have actually I have already created an API project in the previous demo, that is the one. So I just need to run this one. So here I am actually using the service URL of that endpoint. And
Debasis, sorry to interrupt. I think you like to wrap in next like 3 or 4 minutes, right? If it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It is the last example. Okay. So in that API endpoint, I have passed the endpoint, and I have created the HTTP client instance here, and then I have invoked the get from this one method for the fetching the forecast data, and I print the data in my console application. And okay. So just I'll run this application. Yeah. So it will communicate with the API endpoint and fetch the data and print in the console application. So in this way, we can directly communicate with the HTTP client and display the data. Another part is the deserialization part. So we can just example for this demo. So I have created a simple JSON data, and then we are using the JSON serializer process to our HTTP client to deserialize the data and print in the console application. So it is just simply as a JSON deserialized data, and I have created JSON serialization option, and then deserialize the data as a forecast object. So now if I print this, run this application. So this is the original data. According to the data, there is a date. This is the date print, and temperature centigrade and temperature Fahrenheit. So I have provided temperature centigrade -1 and -5. So in this way, we can directly use the deserialized options by using the HTTP client, which is previously not possible. So these are the main features in .NET 5, which is introduced. So that's all for today's session. In questions.
All right, Debasis, thank you so much. That was a very detailed session, and we always love to have you in this conference as you come out with tons of content. And there we have Prakash. Welcome back.
Hey.
Yeah. Hi.
Thank you. Thanks there for your session. Yeah, I think you covered pretty detailed. Yeah. Just keep interacting. We can onboard on subsequent session as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Prakash, it's all you now, right? So it's getting a long day for you, right? It's getting a long day.
I know. I'm getting some feedback from at home that you're not giving time to families. So I told, give me some time. Let me complete at least my session, then I'll try.
Yeah, I mean, you can relax. It's all me now. I mean, you can I got your back on this. Okay, again, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen and
sure.
Go ahead and start with your session.
I'll do that. Okay. Let me know once my deck is visible.
Yep, I see it. Perfect. There you go.
Okay, thank you. So thanks, Simon, C# on the platform, and also all my viewers who are watching this session at this point in time. So, okay, let's get started. A little bit about me. who am I and what I do. So I'm by profession technical manager and also technical leader. And I got few, I would say, label or title apart from my what my professional thing is called MVP from Microsoft and C# Corner. I also kind of wear a hat of C# Corner Hyderabad chapter lead. I do blogging, speaking. I, of course, initially I was doing a lot of blogging and article. Off late, it became more of a speaking. And also, I do mentor folks, in their career, how they should navigate further and what it takes and few other things around it. So, coming to my interests and hobbies, I love music, mostly Hindi Bollywood music. I do have my YouTube channel with that, and maybe 20 odd songs are there, which I try to sing in my amateur voice, not an expert, but try to do. I do kind of like traveling, but of course, due to COVID, this is paused. But I do watch traveling videos, at least some past like big folks who travel around the world. So they talk about different culture, different landscape, mountains, water, what's not, tree and language, food, all kind of things. So I like exploring on those areas. And of course, I also started liking yoga and meditation a bit. Gives a lot of peace and, I would say, different perspective of life as well as mind relaxation. All kind of benefits has come. So, okay, I have a blog called techieprakash.com. As I said, of late I started speaking more, so it is not like it is there, but may not be that refreshed also. But I'm planning to again revamp it. But you will still find some good content over there if you go there. This is my Twitter handle where I tweet in the topics of technology and also some non-technical topics which interest me. This is pretty much about me, guys. Today's topic is about gRPC and things around gRPC, and we do have a demo for it towards the end. Okay. So what is gRPC? So gRPC, if we talk about in basically at a high level, it is basically RPC started by, or not started, but RPC revamped or restructured by the Google, and hence little tiny G over there. So it is kind of Google influenced RPC, but RPC is a older technical concept, remoting concept. It is there in the .NET from longer time, since beginning. But Google tried to modernize it, tried to made it a little more contemporary on the concept, so that it can be used on different basically evolving needs of microservices and dev services and those kind of things. So that way it is like become a little more modernized and popularized to the developers community. So as you can read, that is open source RPC system developed by Google in 2015, not too old. And of course now it's part of Cloud Native Computing Foundation projects. It's like open source project, like we have .NET Foundation for Microsoft World. So like that, this Cloud Native is also there. So coming to next, what are the different different components of it that makes it so good. So good, of course. We'll talk about those details as we progress. So it uses HTTP 2 actually. A little too modern, a little too niche, but still other tech stacks are catching up with it. It is a future. Mostly you will find HTTP 1.0 or 1.1, but it is little, I would say, ultra modern. It is designed for tomorrow, to extend today as well. And it uses something called protocol buffers. It is mostly binary streaming format, the way data is passed from client to servers. So it uses those technologies. We'll learn a bit. We'll learn more of them as we progress. They said it is designed for modern apps which want to take advantage of performance, like dealing with kind of binary formats communication instead of message based. And of course, it's open source. It has to have platform independence to be able to attract all other players in the market. So all those things put together, that makes gRPC a modern platform for developing web services. As I said, few things are not yet ready, but there are some workarounds, and things are getting added as over time, and in few years it will be like highly, I would say, developers friendly environment to develop web services or design web services. Okay, so this is a quick introduction. Moving further, few other details that it basically allows you to define a contract-based distributed system. When we talk about distributed system, we talk about often microservices. Though they're not exactly same, but they kind of complement each other. So you have to basically you design a contract of different methods, you can call it, that should be available to both client as well as servers. We call it tacto files. We'll be seeing as we progress. .NET Core 3.1 added additional support, though it started from 3.0, but 3.1 added additional supports and few more additional support, and next level support is also coming in .NET 5. It is still, I think, RC released a few weeks back, and the fall, I think November 10, I hear latest is .NET 5 is coming in the like for GA general availability. So yeah, so things are like getting more general purpose, so that it can use like any other service development framework, like you use REST based service. Though the way REST works as this works is like different in nature, because REST is more of like message based communication. You use JSON mostly, and this is like binary format. So this binary format things makes it faster, but at the same time, of course, there are a bunch of things that has to be ready to support it. Browsers has to be ready, and few other underlying system has to be ready. So some of the things on those lines are in progress, but it won't take much time to come in a market. And this is the right time to understand this framework and be ready before it lands to use it, so that you're not waiting time, or you're not learning when it comes, but rather you are proactive on that. Coming to a little more on, we talked about two things, integrants of this. So one was this proto buff, we call it protocol buffers, to be more specific. So it has, as you see here, so basically, this kind of message is what kind of goes, and we'll try to compare also the rest and how it looks. So it will give you more clarity on this. But what you can say that the transmission happens in pretty much in binary format. So the format that is visible in the right side down, that's how this transmission happens. And you basically define this a contact call buffers, where that has to be understood by both client and server. So that makes it like standard, and both has to implement that. Okay. Coming to HTTPS 2 support, 2 is still kind of 2 is as I said, browsers are getting ready for it. They're not 100% ready at this point in time, but they will in coming months, and maybe I'm hoping that it's not sure beyond a year. So it should be within that. So as you see that, right, the different way this streaming happens, different directions. But the idea here is that it is all binary kind of streaming. So it makes the communication faster, at the same time lightweight even. Remember the days when it was all so base format, and in XML people used to say that, hey, XML is way more heavy. Then JSON came. JSON made this little more simpler and a little more shorter. Now the time of binary came in, so it is even more next level. And of course, it will take some time for other related technologies to be stand up with these new things, but time is not too far long. How this works? So if you see, look at this picture. So you have suppose server and there are a bunch of clients. We can call it stub as well, because this client implements the contract. For example, you can have a Ruby client, you can have an Android, and you can have any other client you can think about. they need to basically implement the contract defined in this procto file, and this response happen all in binary format. So it is not a like kind of a constraint for them to use it. It is like natural format. It is being used by different languages, and you see .NET also here. But look at the other languages, these Java, Python, Go, Perl. I think you can think about and you will find the language. So most of the languages are supported at this point. Of course, there is more support is also required apart from language, and that is being worked upon at this point. Okay, now good question. This question pretty much people say that, hey, why this? What's wrong in REST? Why can't we just live in REST? And why there is every few years there is a new thing coming in? What's the rationale behind it? It's called out of learning curve, and it's not a cool thing. But yeah, there are a few things that makes it cool. So of course I understand about learning curve, but there is a trade-off, right? So if you want to use something modern, something latest, something more faster, versus you want to get it stuck into the way you are working on. So if the choice is first, like the first thing I said about faster, more secure, more modern, then I think there is a bit of learning curve. But if somebody is well versed with how web service works, it should not be too difficult for them to understand how gRPC may work. Okay. So if you look at difference, so REST is content first. You basically, it is like you need to pass the message. We call it different words. Like sometimes people call it like payload. It should be typically in JSON, and you have different HTTP verbs, and you get response, and you send a request and you get a response. Here is all context based. There is no HTTP verb here. It's all defined procto file. You get all communication happens in binary like serialization. So this is how it works. And of course, like this remoting complexity is hidden actually. So earlier in .NET remoting world, there was a lot of complexity in the implementation. So to achieve this, one has to code a lot. gRPC simplifies that. So you just care about the super mandatory things that has to be cared about, contract and code, and not so many the like kind of code that we call it like plate. So that is not required anymore. It is more cleaner way of writing RPC, gRPC. Okay. Yeah, and it is this data. It speaks. There is a source over there from where is data is taken. So if you look at this, you also can understand that how this protobuf thing is faster. That is, it happens in this binary format. So the left side is JSON, that typical JSON format that we use in request and response. It is you can see that it's pretty much, in some cases I would say more than 60-70% protobuf is faster, right? So why we faster? Basically because it may not be same as size faster, but it is significant fast, because if you look at the size of the message, it is way back 60-70% smaller. So if it is smaller, it has to be it will travel fast, right? Naturally. So that's how this whole this binary format thing and all details about gRPC makes things simpler and faster. So that here is the data. Okay. Coming like how this message looks in both HTTP as HTTP2. So if you look at the request, left side you will find that how if you want to send something, hello, so it will say that you're using post still there from client side, your server name and content type typically JSON. So this is how this message will look like: name : word. It has to happen in the gRPC world. So post, of course, client has to know post, server anyway there. Content type will become gRPC, and you will pass like this, no name here, right? Because that is defined in contract, and it knows that how we are passing. Coming to data, it will that was the case of HTTP 1.1. Now HTTP 2, that we say that. So it was the request, right? That how it looks like. Coming to down, if you look at in gRPC world, in HTTP2 world, there is no basically HTTP verb. As you see, it's a header and data. There is no server mention. There is no content type mention. Nothing. It's all basically header and data. So it's way more simpler, right? This is the request. Now look at the response. So in the first layer, the top, you see that is a HTTP 1.1 that is supported by REST. So how it looks, it will give you 200 if it is working fine. Of course, 400 is something wrong. The typical HTTP response codes. Here in HTTP2, it is again data and header remains the same, but you will also get some response thing, and that you will try to read. So if you look at header frame, there is one more header frame as a response that comes in the case of HTTP2. And look at this overall size of the request as well as the response both become pretty less, right? And that's also one of the reasons why gRPC is the future. Okay, now coming to the other things I was talking about, that at this point it is not 100% ready to be used for in all the applications, but yeah, it is catching up pretty fast. So browsers have limited HTTP2 support. Yeah, we all know that. JavaScript APIs are still haven't caught up completely. They're still being worked upon. There's something called gRPC Web that gRPC team have released, by which we can still make that work. But still it is not 100% the way you make other clients, whether it's Angular or any other client. So it is basically you will still find some limitations, but things are kind of being implemented pretty fast, and maybe in a year time or even earlier, you may be able to use it. I'm optimistic because even .NET 5 is adding additional details, and I'm sure that it is not just .NET 5, but it is also other platforms they're updating themselves so that they can use this HTTP2. Okay. One more thing that you may get troubleshooting, because it is not message based. So you may in Postman and all, it may not be fairly easy for you to understand what was my payload and how it comes. There are some additional toolings that are required that can help you to debug it. Okay. So yeah, you need to kind of spend a little more time at this point because things are not 100% cooked up. They are being worked upon, but it is the right time to understand this tech actually and be ready before we use it. So that's what the intention of this is. And in some cases, even this can be used as well. But if you need a fully cooked and full-fledged thing, then I think there is some submitting time. But still, there is a lot to learn, and I think it's the right time to we can start learning. Okay, so this information, actually, I reached out to this gRPC team, product team. Being MEP, I get this, I would say, privilege or opportunity. We can raise questions to the product team, and the response I got. So I had these two questions. So the score thing. So basically, it can't be deployed in app services and IIS this point in time. There are a few things which are already being done in with .NET 5, but still there are a few things that may be done in later. So the response I got that we can still use AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, instead of app service or IIS. AKS is supporting this, by the way. So we can deploy gRPC app in AKS, and we are good. Next thing is coming to web client, that I asked that Angular can't be Angular. Basically, can I use Angular? So they told that the way Angular is currently written, it is not understanding completely this HTTP2 binary response. So there should be some additional layer has to be there. So, and the response was that you can use gRPC web. That is JavaScript implementation for gRPC, but as I said, it's not the same experience as you may get in Angular. So there is some, if an application is not too complex, you can still manage. But if it is too complex and it may require features that may not be available in gRPC web at this point in time, then there is some waiting time. But it's still, it is there for some applications, and as I said, it can also be deployed in AKS. Okay, so that is the latest support thing available on this. reference you can I just added few things that you can use. So people are also WCF developers also kind of taking good interest on gRPC. They are planning to move because some of the things that were not supported that was kind of there in WCF, they can take advantage of gRPC. And of course, this gRPC IO is a basically I can say platform, or they're the ones who are maintaining this. So they are releasing different documentation on different languages, and .NET is one of them, right? So we can get all latest support what is available out there. Okay, so this is not ending at this point. I still have time, right, Simon? I guess. So I'll take a quick demo. I think I still have time, I guess. Yeah. I'll try to give away some time that my friends have kind of taken away, so on lighter note, so that we are not delayed overall. So I'll show you guys quick demo. So I have two applications. One is basically gRPC service. So in this case, how it works is that we need to have a service and we have to client. I said Angular client can't be used at this point in time, so I have added a web like normal client. Basically, normal client means console client. So if you look at service, let's look at some of the things which are important here. So I have this package gRPC SP.NET Core. This is a SP.NET Core application. It has further things around this protobuf thing and this client factory and gRPC tools. Yeah. Coming to profile, remember I was talking about. So this is a kind of contract that has to be declared. So this is how we declare here RPC. There are a few other names are here, and there are things that will be understood by the client. So credit request will be understood by the client, and client will pass customer ID and credit, and the response will come whether the person is based on the credit, the person credit will be accepted or not. Okay, that will be the response. And these 1, 2 are nothing but basically they will help us because of all binary formats. They will help us identify the different variables. Okay. Coming to this service, so this basically based on the proto file rather. So this base class is kind of automatically getting created, and here it is. Here we are implementing it. So what I have done is that to make it simpler, we have 3 different IDs. And for them here's a credit limit. So from client, so I'm passing if the limit is. So basically, I have given the maximum limit for these 3 different, you can say, folks, and if their limit, the credit they're asking, if it is like less than the limit, maximum limit, I'm passing true. Otherwise, I'm passing false. So if you look at the logic, it's pretty simple. So here is a So this is it will return true or false. So here is a method is eligible for private method for credit. So customer ID and credit is being passed here, and if it is basically, if you look at credit is less than maximum credit that we have, we are returning like true, otherwise we are returning false. Pretty straightforward logic. What else we need to take care here? So just come here. So for gRPC to use, you need to come here and enable here gRPC service.grpc. And one more thing you have to do is here basically. So map gRPC service, and this service path you need to give that we just looked at. Okay, this service. So pretty much you're done. And then go to the place where it is hosted. So I have opened this already. In the interest of time, I'll do CMD here. Okay, so this is all .NET Core, so I can simply say .NET run, and server will start running. Okay. And again, how is server? So I'll show you how it looks like. So if you go to this project, see, look at here. Okay, so this is server. And you do this SP.NET Core that we have 2.32. I just updated some time back. It is all 3.1. Okay, nothing fancy here. Now let's go to the client and understand how the code looks like. So proto file, same file. Remember, we looked into service. No different. The same file that we were looking into service. Again, I can show you here. Yeah, same file. Same file here again into client. Let me go back. Yeah, it's the same file. My bad. Let's go to the client. Yeah, it's the same file. Okay. Get response, get request, sorry, one, two, and everything same. Now, where is the magic happening? So magic is happening basically. So you have to have these three package again, the same package we looked into, and what else? Go to program. So here, right? Here basically. So remember, I added three IDs and the score. So I think if I remember correctly, it was 10,000 for credit one, for this customer one. So let me again look at this. Yeah, 10,000. So I'm passing 7,000 for this guy. Test 101. And I should be basically getting yes because it is well within a limit. Limit is 10,000. Yeah, so I should get true here, and something should be printed like create for customer. What was the name? Test 101. It is approved, right? So that's what the expectation I have from a client. The service is running. Let's look at how it looks like. Yeah, it is running. It is running on 5002 port, right? Now let's come back and run the client. So again, client path is open. I'll again do CMD. There we go. Okay, .NET run. CLI makes things simpler, guys, with code. So yeah. Now we will make a call there. Oh yeah, it's approved. That's good. So it's working. Now look at how servers looks like. So server looks like this. See here. So all things is coming. So it is saying that it is running, and yeah, request came in, and look at this. I was showing you in the PPT, right? Yeah, so HTTP here basically it went application gRPC, and look at this. Look at this. This is basically you're getting it is request created and finished. So this is how basically it is responding to you, and we have the response in client that it is approved. This is how the simpler gRPC service and client can be added. Okay, and yeah, that's how it's working. So that was a quick demo, guys, and I think I was able to basically give you back the minutes we were running late. So now I think we should be on time. I was a little faster here, so
Yeah, that was perfect. You helped us, right? You really helped us, right? We were running late. We like first we
yeah.
were
So
late 5 minutes, 7 minutes, then 12 minutes.
being a two organizer, I got an additional responsibility to maintain the keep the time. So
That's great. Thank you, Prakash. You have always been nice, and you have always there when we have needed you. And thank you so much for organizing this conference. I know all it
thank
is
you.
all
I
come
hope
from your
our
end.
next speaker is there. I guess.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah. Let's go and bring him. Hi, Sandeep. Hi, welcome to the conference.
Hi, Simon. Hi, Prakash.
Nice to see you after a long time.
Yeah, thank you. Nice
Yeah.
to see you too. We actually missed a session in Delhi because of COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
Yeah,
a good opportunity now.
there, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully
Yeah,
this year, next year, uh,
definitely. I would look
hopefully,
forward to it.
yeah.
See,
Okay,
you
over
are
to
also in Hyderabad. I think sometime we should meet.
of course, man. We all are
Yeah,
maybe some offline conference or physical one-to-one conference. When things are allowing us to do that. Of course, we will do that.
uh, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
All right,
Okay.
Sandeep. I see you have shared your
All the
screen,
best.
and you're going to talk about building CI and CD pipeline using Azure DevOps,
Pipeline.
right? The pretty interesting one. Everyone needs it these days. So, Prakash, I'll let you go, right? I mean, if
Sure.
spend
Yeah. Over to
this time with
Sandeep.
your
Thank
Thank
family.
you.
you. Thank you, Prakash.
All right, Sandeep. I
Yep.
put your screen into the screen,
Wow, thank you.
and there you go.
Yep, thank you. Guys, this is all about me. I have a website which I maintain by name best.nettraining.com, which actually offers lots and lots of courses, right from C Sharp to cloud computing, many more courses. I do around 40 courses in the industry for almost 24 years now, trained huge number of students. I run my own organization by name Deccansoft, lot of certifications. Probably I am the MCP in 1997. I remember at that time there were hardly anybody who was a certified professional. That was my beginning of career. And yeah, this is brief about me. I have a LinkedIn profile. I also run a site by name Azure A to Z, wherein we do a lot of Azure stuff. I do training on Azure. We do a lot of interview questions. We prepare mock exams before you actually go for certification. You can actually take some exams here. We have this set for development administrator, Easy 900 already completed. Team is working on other certifications also. Yeah, I do a lot of videos. You can find me on YouTube. Lots, around 600 plus videos of mine you can see on YouTube. And in the interest of time, I would straight away get into the topic. So yes, a buzzword, nowadays everybody is talking about DevOps. As the project size are increasing and now COVID, we are not able to see each other physically, only online we are working. So automation plays a very important role. When people migrated from waterfall model to agile model, where the sprints started coming into the picture, people wanted to give output to the customer every 15 days or maybe 1 month in the worst case. They wanted to involve customers, the stakeholders. They definitely needed a tool. Yes, we always had a lot of tools in the market, but Microsoft created a supermarket. They gathered a lot of tools together and they created a supermarket for the DevOps. So in this particular session, I'm going to give a very quick overview of what is Azure DevOps, discuss about how we can create a DevOps organization, add a project to it. I definitely want to have a more concentration on a practical part where I can show you an end-to-end solution. I would publish the project into the repos. From there, give it to the build pipeline, give it to the release pipeline, move it into the Azure app service, and then make a change and see how quickly, in no time, we should be able to see the application live. Of course, we can have dev environment, QA environment, production environment, and so on. But before that, remember Azure DevOps. First, let me clarify, has nothing to do with just Azure. It's a brand name which Microsoft has carried. Definitely, you can use Azure DevOps along with Azure services, but you can as well use it with AWS. You can use it with GCP, or you can use it even with on-premise applications. There is no hard and fast rule that Azure DevOps must be used only with Azure. So 5 major features of Azure DevOps. It starts all with Azure boards. That is where actually the stakeholders will be responsible for adding their work items, creating backlogs, adding bugs so that they can be tracking it, assigning the task to the development team, to the design team. Basically a feature for creating teams, prioritizing items, creating sprints, and so on. These are so basically project management stuff, you can say, will be done through Azure board. Azure repo is a Git repository. You can manage your source code over there. It supports actually 2 types of repository, Git as well as TFVC. Both are supported by Azure repos. Then we have got pipelines. We have got CI pipeline, continuous integration pipeline, continuous delivery pipeline. And the major heart, I can say, is yes, the CI/CD pipeline in DevOps. Everything runs around it. We might work with permissions to the user. We might work with source code, test cases, database management. Everything runs around the pipeline, of course. You can have your test plans created, manage your test plans, manual testing, exploratory testing, continuous testing integration can be done here. And of course, you can also have something called as Azure Artifacts, where you can manage packages of not just .NET, but also Maven packages for Java. You can manage NPM map packages. You can manage NuGet packages. Different types of packages you can manage over there. So we have got these 5 major components which are by Microsoft. It's like in the supermarket of Microsoft. Microsoft is putting their own product, but at the same time also giving a chance to have integration with other products. For example, you can always replace Azure board with Jira. You can replace Azure repos with probably GitHub. Bitbucket, so many other source code management repositories are available. Anything can be used here. You can have Azure pipelines, Jenkins can be used instead. You have got test plans, of course, a unique feature. Artifacts, there are always public libraries available if you don't want to use artifacts of Azure. But using these things can make your organization centralized. As I repeat, the simple thing is Microsoft gives a supermarket facility where we can have multiple things with also the option of buying or using other open source services. It's one of the wonderful diagrams which I love it, where you can see the complete life cycle of how a DevOps project can be implemented. So it all starts with the customer. Customer comes up with a requirement. Somebody has to document all those requirements. Yes, the business analyst, the product owners are going to listen to the customer and document all of them in the form of backlogs. And they do it in Azure boards. So once the backlogs are created, we are going to probably from the backlog create work items. And these work items generally are assigned to the development team through creation of sprints and capacity planning. Once the sprints are ready, the developers come in, they take the work item, start writing code, and they have to now manage all that code so that the code can be reviewed by co-developers. The code is as per the standards, unit testing should have been performed. So many things we want to do. So we want to manage all that code in Azure Repo. Remember, Azure Repo is the starting point for any kind of pipeline. If you want to create a CI pipeline, CD pipeline, first it has to go into Azure Repo. So yes, developer finishes the code. After finishing the code, he would probably create something called as a pull request. The pull request then will be viewed by the co-developer or maybe the team lead or the manager who is going to review the code, and after reviewing the code, take the code and merge it with the main branch. Once the code goes into the main branch, it gets into the build stage where the CI pipeline first takes over. It is going to build your complete project dynamically. After it builds the complete project, it is then going to generate an artifact. These artifacts are managed by Azure Repos, or rather I would say Azure pipeline is going to manage these artifacts. Of course, in building the main project, there's a good chance that our project is using artifacts which are probably in the form of packages, which can be Maven packages, NuGet packages, all these things. Based on the type of project, you are going to use the respective package. So once we have this build artifact, what is this build artifact? This is the final product which I would like to actually deploy into the environment, which can be my dev environment, can be testing environment, can be UAT environment, can be production environment. And we want to be consistent when we are migrating the application from test environment to, let's say, UAT to the production. We don't want to do anything manually. So when we want to move the code from one environment to the other environment, we bring into the picture the CD pipeline. So we are going to create a CD pipeline through which we'll first, let us say, deploy in the test environment. Once it is deployed in test environment, it is going to be tested by the test engineers. They are going to see if everything is right. By chance, if they find something is not working, they are going to log the defects in the form of work items, in the form of bugs, back into the board, Azure board, which probably can be picked up by the developer. Again, the whole cycle can repeat. So this will go on until the testers find that everything is working fine. And when the tester finds that everything is working fine, they would probably promote the code to the higher environment, the upper environment, we call it, let us say UAT. And from UAT, it will go into the, again, testing by the business users. They find bugs. They will also enter into the work item, which will become a task for the developer, and so on. Again, it goes. But if the UAT team finds everything is perfect, they would probably release the code into the production. Mind you, something very important, the artifact which has gone into testing, the same artifact actually should go into UAT and production so that there is no difference. It should not happen like one artifact is going into testing, but something else is going into production. What is tested and what has gone into production is different. So that should not happen. So this is a complete end-to-end life cycle of how a DevOps can be implemented for a given organization. Yes, right from customer comes with the requirement up to moving an application into production. Most of the things we want to automate it. We don't want to have manual intervention. So what used to probably take days and weeks for completion now probably can be done in few hours. And actually that is the major benefit. Nowadays we want to have a small change on the site, let it go through the DevOps process, and very quickly and in a very robust manner we would be able to actually provide the output to the customer. So coming here, this is what I want to actually demonstrate to you practically, keeping theory much less than probably you might have been hearing. I want to concentrate more on the practical aspect. Yes, it will look like a miracle to some of you who are not used to this, but there's a bigger story at a bigger story which you are supposed to know at every stage. I may not be able to cover everything here, but to give you a gist, yes, the developer is going to start putting the code into the Azure repo, and that's going to trigger a CI pipeline, and the CI pipeline is first going to execute the code by getting the source into a agent machine. Very interesting. We are going to create a CI pipeline. CI pipeline, when it is executed, it will create one machine. Dynamically a machine will be created. That can be a Microsoft hosted machine, or it can be a self-hosted machine. That means you can either take the machine which is given by Microsoft, or it can be a machine which you have personally created and put it on the net. So if it is a machine on which the program has to execute, first it will pull all the code from the repository into that particular machine. That's what is get sources. Install tools to build this project. We need certain tools and services. All those have to be installed, pulling again from internet most of the time. Then we have to build our solution. The project is going to be built, whether it is Java project, Python project, .NET project, C++ project, any kind of project, it will go through the build process. Once it is built, there will be some executable generated, which we are going to perform testing. Most of the time it is unit testing. So we do unit testing of our code here. When we find that everything is as per expectation, we are going to package the artifact and publish the artifact to the Azure repository, Azure pipeline. So here the pipeline is going to maintain the repository. So the final outcome of any build agent is the published artifact. The artifact is now managed by the Azure pipeline. As soon as the artifact is generated, the build pipeline is going to trigger a release pipeline. Yes, it can be an automatic trigger, it can be a manual trigger, it can be a time-based trigger. There are multiple ways the triggering can happen. So what is the main job of release pipeline? Yeah, deployment into the various environment. Let's assume that for a while we have an app service where we have a dev environment, we have a QA environment, and we have a production environment. The development team is going to have access to this particular web app where they can do testing of their code. See the code as it is merged with the co-developers. When they are all fine from dev stage, we will move it into QA, and QA people are going to do testing on this environment. And when QA team gives approval, we would have the production stage. In production stage, we always do blue-green deployment. Now, what is this blue-green deployment? We don't want to have any downtime for our production machine. We want 24/7 our web application to run. So what we do is we first deploy into a slot. We call that as a staging slot. And once the project is deployed into the staging slot, in the staging slot, we will do a warm up. And once it is completely warmed up there, we will simply swap it with the production slot. So an app service has a facility of creation of slots, and we are going to use that for the implementation of blue-green deployment. Of course, right now I'm going to demo it to you with the app service, but the same things can also be done with VM. We may have one VM for development, another VM for QA, and one more we may have multiple VMs actually for production, so that we can implement the blue-green deployment with the help of some load balancer there. So yes, all set to go. These are the steps which I'm supposed to follow for the benefit of saving time. I have already created a project. I have basically used a .NET Core project. It's a very simple project. I've just executed certain commands, like I've created a new solution first using .NET Core, and then I created a new MVC project. Followed by that, I added the project to the solution, and now this project is on my local machine. Definitely the first step, as I said, would be to move this particular project into the Azure repository. So how do we begin? Let's say you're working with Azure DevOps. You have to start with dev.azure.com. There you have to create an organization. I've already created an organization by name C# conference. And an organization is a logical structure where we can add projects, we can add users, and we can add basically pipelines, agents. A lot of configuration can be done at the organization level. This is where you can see a lot of organization level settings are available. Users can be there, projects can be there. You can configure which project can be accessed by which user and so on. So right now I already created an organization under which I would like to create a project. Let's say I call it as Hello World app. This Hello World app is basically a DevOps project. It's not a .NET project or it's not a Java project. It's a DevOps project. And this DevOps project you can decide to be public, which is the case if it is an open source project. It is supposed to be private if you are working on a project for your client or customer or an in-house project. You can decide whether you want to use Git or you want to use TFVC. Definitely all modern projects, they make use of Git only. We do have work items management, which can be done through basic, or you can have agile kind of thing, or CMMI or Scrum. How do you want to manage your work item processes? That also you're able to control it here. Of course, this is what we are not dealing with in this particular session. So with the default options and some description, I create a project. In the project, now you see we are going to have broad overview of the project. We can add users, we can add our own tiles here. We can have a dashboard in case we want. We can create our own dashboard where the complete project management can be done. Wikis where we can manage some kind of text to be shared across all the users within the project. We can add images. And these are the 5 main products: board, repos, pipeline, test plans, artifacts. I want to begin with creating a repository. So here we have the facility to clone the project to the local computer or push an existing repository from the command line. In my case, I already have a local project and I would like to put this in Git. First, I have to add it to the local Git repository. After adding it to the local Git repository, I would like to move this project into the remote repository managed by Azure Repos. So we do some Git initialization, Git init. Actually, we can do it from here. Yep, Git init. So initialized empty Git repository. So there is a folder created actually .git, which is of course a hidden folder. You can't see it here. You can actually go to the Explorer and here you can see it's a hidden folder. So now under that Git repository, Git folder, all the local code is going to be managed. Multiple versions will be managed. All your commits will be managed. Everything is going to be managed over there. Now, if you look at Git status, you will see that we have 2 projects, web and SLN. We would like to add them to the repository, and for that we use git add. Now say git commit initial state. First time the project is added. Now if you look at git status, you will see that it's all committed, nothing there. So now it is the time we want to push it to the remote repository, because from remote repository we are going to take it in the pipeline and build the project. So whatever actions we actually perform on the local machine, definitely the same actions I would like to perform on a Azure repos. So, yep. So what is that I do here? Go back to the repository. Here we have git remote add origin and some URL and another command for pushing the content into the remote repository. Paste it. So a remote connection is created to the remote repository, and this command is pushing the whole content into the Azure repos. First time we are doing it, so it will ask you for the permission, give relevant username and password. Because I have the password already saved, it did not ask me for it. But now if you come back here and again click on files, you will see that our project is there. The complete project as it is has come here. You can see commit, which I created initially, only one commit. And using this particular project, which is now in my repo, I would like to create a pipeline. So here goes creation of pipeline, create a pipeline. The first pipeline we are creating. We have two options for creating pipeline in Azure DevOps. One is you can do it using the classic editor, which is for beginners easy to do it, but more modern way of doing it is using YAML. So to keep it simple, I am also starting with classic editor. Where is your source code? See, as I told you earlier, your code doesn't need to be there only in Azure repo. We could have added to Git. If you are using Git Enterprise Server, even that is fine. Subversion, Bitbucket, and other Git libraries, other Git repositories are also fine. So we wanted to take the code from the team project, Hello World app, the DevOps project which we created. In that we have a repository. Of course, I have only one repository, and in that there is a branch, only one branch. But in real time, you may have multiple repositories, or you may at least have multiple branches. You may have one branch for master, which probably you will publish into the production. You may have another branch which can be dev, which probably will be used for publishing into the development environment. You may have one more branch called as release. So there are different branching policies one will have to define before they actually architect their Azure DevOps project. So I go for the master, and here you see we have to choose the project template. In our case, it is ASP.NET Core project. I just say apply, and we get some ready-made steps. Some template is automatically generated for us. So we have these as tasks. You can see from there on top, there's a pipeline which is called as a build pipeline. The build pipeline is going to use a Microsoft hosted agent, which is an Ubuntu machine. You can always switch and say you want to use Windows machine based on your requirement of the operating system for building the project. You can choose that. Because I'm choosing .NET Core can work on Ubuntu, .NET Core can work on Mac, .NET Core can work on Windows. So all of these will qualify in my case. But I'll just keep it as Windows. What is the project we want to build? If there are any test cases, unit test projects we have added, those in case we want, we can give here. But ultimately, these are values which are at the pipeline level linked to these steps. So as I told you earlier, there will be the first step to get the source. Source is coming from so-and-so project, so-and-so repository, so-and-so branch. And within after getting the source, we'll have the agent jobs. So this is the place where agent will be procured, and then that agent will execute these commands. Restore command, basically it will execute .NET restore command. It will execute .NET build command, .NET test command, .NET publish command, and all the project when build, we are going to get the artifact finally. Something very important here, whatever we want to move it into the artifact, whatever ultimately we want to move into the artifact, you have to first copy to a special folder called as build.artifact staging directory. It's a variable though. Anything which begins with $ here is a variable though. And this variable refers to the staging directory from where the content will be picked up and moved into the build artifact. Build artifact is created by name drop. So all these are auto-generated, but you can always delete and replace them with something else if you want. For example, I'm disabling the test because I don't have unit test project. In my solution, I can disable the test. So I have test, the command is test, you don't have test project. And there are variables here. During the pipeline, we can define certain variables. These variables are going to be assigned to the environment where we are going to perform the build. The operating system environment variables are going to be initialized from here. So build configuration, build platform, all these are custom variables, user defined variables. But if you see, this is a built-in variable. Build.artifact staging directory is a built-in variable. Something very important, we are mentioning here the configuration as build configuration, which in the variable I have already set as a release value. Going back here, the configuration is release, output is artifact staging directory. We are only building the web project, blah, 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 all the configuration settings we have to do. Fortunately, the template has done it perfectly for us. We don't have to actually make any changes to it. It's going to work as it is, at least for the demo purpose, it is all good. But yes, in real time, we are definitely going to add a lot of other stuff here. We are going to add more steps as per our requirement. We want to probably do token replacement. We want to also probably generate some database related artifacts. All those things will keep adding over here. Now you can do a save and queue. So this has saved the pipeline. This is a bug actually. First time it happens. But then the pipeline has already started. You see here, this icon indicates that the pipeline is running. A run is created. For every pipeline, every time you execute, it creates a run. And every run is going to execute all the steps on the agent machine. All the steps are getting executed on the agent machine. And finally, as I told you, the publish artifact will be responsible for generating the output. Perfect, it's all done. And if you want to see what is the artifact generated, you can click here. But before that, let me tell you, every time you run a pipeline, the run is going to execute all the steps on a Microsoft hosted machine. Right now, that is how it is configured. Once all the steps are completed, that machine is destroyed. That machine is no more there. And the artifacts have been saved in Azure pipeline. And if you want to see the artifact, you can actually click here and you can even download it. As I told you, zip file will be created. Click on it, it will download here. And you see, this is the published output of my web project. And precisely, this is what I want to deploy onto the different environments. To begin with, I would like to deploy in the dev environment. From there, move it into the QA and then move it into the production, for which I have to create a CD pipeline. In the interest of time, I have already created the services. I have already created my app services. There are 3 app services. I called it as Sandeep demo app, which I am going to use it for production. And I have Sandeep demo app dev, Sandeep demo app QA, which I want to use it for, this is the dev environment, this is the QA environment, this is the production environment. So the first thing we'll have to do is, from the DevOps, we will have to set up a connection to our Azure subscription. So go to project settings, and in project settings, we'll have service connection, create a service connection, ARM, click on next. It will list all the subscriptions which are there in your account. Right now, the subscription which is used is Visual Studio Enterprise MPN. Let's see if that gets listed here. So basically, we are trying to set up a connection between Azure DevOps and this is the connection. I have multiple accounts. Under this subscription, if you want to restrict yourself to only one particular resource group, you can do that, but that's not my intention. Give some name here, Azure connection, and grant access permission to all the pipelines. Keep that checked. So this is going to create a service connection so that my DevOps pipeline can connect to Azure services. Using this, it should be able to do that. So an Azure connection is created. Once we have a build pipeline ready, the next thing we'll have to do is create a release pipeline. In the release pipeline, new release pipeline, where do you want to deploy? So many environments are there. Definitely ours is the simplest one, Azure App Service Deployment. Apply. This is the first stage. I'll call this as the dev stage. And here we have to add the artifact, which I'll connect it to my build pipeline, taking it from the pipeline name. The latest version, the last run is what I want to use. Click on add. And here we need to specify the task. So in dev, we specify the subscription. We just now created Azure connection. The same thing I'm going to choose here. Go here, web app on Windows, and you will have your list of app service. So this is the dev environment. That's it. The step is already there. You don't have to do anything. It is going to deploy into Sandeep demo app-dev. What is it going to deploy? The content from star.zip, which is actually an artifact which will be downloaded automatically here. So the artifact will be downloaded onto the agent machine on which the release pipeline is executing. Basically, we call that as a release. And we can save it. So this is one step. In the interest of time, because I have only less time, I'll just quickly clone this. This is all. I'll use it as QA. The task here is going to publish to, let us say, the QA app service, and back I will again clone this. So this I'll say is my production environment, and in production I would like to perform two steps. Instead of directly moving it into QA, I would like to move into, let's say this is my prod, and coming here, deploying into prod may not be possible. Directly, because it is going to have downtime. So what shall we do? Deploy to a slot. Put a check mark and choose a slot. I've already created in my resource group a slot called as staging. I can show you here. in my, this is QA, this is dev, this is prod. In the production environment, I have already created slots. There is one production slot and there is a staging slot. Coming back here, so this is going to deploy to staging. Ultimately, it should move into production. How will you do that? Add one more task here, and that task is supposed to be app service deploy. Basically, you want to swap it. Simply search swap and you'll find app service manage. In app service manage, you again select a subscription. Swap slots. Slot what? App service. Choose your production environment here. Resource group. Source slot is staging, and we want to swap it with production. So I selected a wrong service. I wanted to use Sandeep demo app. So from staging, it is going to get into the production. That's it. All the tasks are ready. So first we are deploying into staging. After putting into staging, we are swapping it with the production. All this is automated. Yes, it is good to always have approvals. Like before it is deployed into QA, we would like to wait for an approval. So you can enable approval here. Give the name of the user who should approve. I'm putting myself like that. Before it is deployed into production, you can also have an approval here. And you see how all these things are well automated. And that's it. Just save it. And we are good to go. We can say release, but release will ensure that all these stages are going to execute one by one. Now, I'm canceling this. I want to actually show you more accurately what exactly is continuous integration and continuous deployment means. So here, I'm going to enable continuous deployment trigger. Just say enable continuous deployment trigger. You can also add filters and all that story. That's it. Now I go to the build pipeline, and in build pipeline also I'm going to enable continuous integration. Trigger, enable continuous integration. Save it. So what does this continuous integration means? As soon as my code is committed into master branch, this pipeline is going to execute. And a new run is going to start, which is going to create a new artifact. And as soon as the artifact is created and this pipeline ends, automatically it will trigger release pipeline, because in the release pipeline also we have given continuous deployment trigger. And let's see everything in action. So I just leave. I'm not creating anything here. I go to my local machine. On my local machine, I'll edit the code. Let's say I make a small change, very small change. I'll just go and make change to my view, home, index.cshtml, and I'll say welcome to C# Corner conference. Save it. Close this. Check in the code. Do what? First git add, git commit, and the action begins the moment you do now git push origin master. This is going to push the code into the repository from your local repository. all the commits from local repository will move into remote repository. And you'll see that the new commit is going to be reflected here. Title updated. And you can see what was the change done, the old and the new. So easy to track. And because we have continuous integration enabled, you will see automatically the pipeline has started. And when we see this pipeline has completed, it will automatically begin the release pipeline. In the meantime, let's go to the dev environment. Look at how the dev environment site is the default site. This is the default site of dev. Likewise, I will also keep ready the QA. Same default template will be there in all the places. And you'll find production. This is the production. So we have dev, we have QA, we have prod. I did not mention -prod for the production. So hopefully, yeah, this pipeline is completed. So automatically release pipeline should have started. Mind you, I'm not doing anything here. It's all automatic triggering. You see, release has been created. And whenever this release is completed, it's queued now. It is going to start very soon. Once this release is completed, we will have the site available for viewing in the dev. So let's wait. So Simon, I think I'll be done in another 3 to 4 minutes.
That would be perfect.
You can keep the next speaker ready. So the pipeline has started. If anybody has any questions in the meantime, please put it in the comments. I'll be glad to answer as the session is on. It's deploying into the app service now. Done. You can actually check in the pipeline. It's waiting for QA approval. Let's approve it so that in background it will deploy in QA. I'm myself approving it, but otherwise it has to be some other user. And now if I refresh the dev, we'll see we have the content here. Welcome to C# conference. This should not have been space here. My mistake, sorry. And then whenever you will see the release pipeline, QA pipeline completed, it's queued up now. It should start soon. Basically, it is trying to wait for Microsoft to give an agent machine, in hosted agent, Microsoft hosted agent. On that agent machine, all the steps will execute. Of course, we have only one step right now, which is deploy to app service. And when this is done, you'll notice that my QA environment is also ready. Ideally speaking, the developers should first review everything in the QA and see the service is unavailable. This is happening in QA because we are directly deploying it to the production slot in QA. This kind of thing will not happen in production because in production we have used the concept of slot. Whenever it is ready, we should get the site. See, you will receive an error when writing files to this directory. And this is done. So now you actually go to the QA, test the site in the QA, and when you find everything is perfect here, the production is still the older version. Come back here, go to the pipeline, approve the production release, put your comments, done blah, 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 story. Of course, whatever I have covered is at a very, very high level, approved. The moment you approve it, this has got into queued. You can see the logs. This is the outer view. You can see the inside view. Outer view of the agent, and this is the inside view of the agent. And you will see, even when this has started, I keep refreshing, it will never give me an error. Service unavailable. Will never get that. Old will be there, and suddenly you will see new will come. Of course, it has to start publishing, and we will have the new one. I don't see any questions. Good. Yes, it has been a very simple demo. This is just a, I would say, prasad, what you will get in the temple. It's like that, small piece, which will create a curiosity. When you go to the ice cream shop, right, they give you some taste, and only if you like the ice cream, you eat. So this is that taste kind of thing. There's a whole big story around it. You have proper process to be created, and DevOps is not about only using tool. Remember, DevOps is all about training people in the organization to use the tools effectively, getting used to the tools properly, because people avoid, because everything gets logged in this, and you can always attach responsibility. There cannot be failures. Of course, failures also can be documented, and we can learn from them and improve the process on a regular basis. And it is because of this only, almost every organization today, whether it is a small project, whether it is a large project, or whether it is a jumbo project, whatever kind of project it is, almost all organizations are moving towards DevOps. And Azure DevOps is becoming a de facto standard because, as I told you in the beginning, it's one of the best supermarket where you get a lot of services, and you have the ability to use other services also. If you're coming from legacy systems, you can use Jenkins, you can use Ansible, you can use Terraforms, you can use all those old DevOps or current DevOps tools as well for making the whole system robust. And you see now swapping, and you'll never see downtime. This is the old instance, old. At one time, I'm just refreshing using keyboard now. At one point of time, you'll see that the old is replaced with the new output without any downtime. The same thing doesn't actually happen in case of the dev and the prod. Oh, sorry, dev and the QA, because we were directly publishing to them without using slot. So the whole beauty is what? Actually speaking, once my pipeline is in place, what did I do? That's it. You see, zero downtime. Once my pipeline is in place, what is that I have done? I just made a small change to the code on my local machine. I just did a add, basically staging, and then I committed, and then I push, and then relax and watch. Only for approvals, I need to probably act. If the approvals were not required, automatically it will simply get into one stage to the other stage to the other stage. Yes, but approvals are very important, because somebody has to take the responsibility when it is thoroughly tested in the lower environment. Only then it should be promoted to the upper environment. So somebody has to take the responsibility of this. So that's all, guys. A wonderful startup I believe you got on this particular session. Saman, over to you.
That was a great session, Sandeep. We have Prakash once again. We'll take one question from the comments, and then you can have your time. It's by Rajiv. He says, for configuring unit test project, do we need to do any extra step or just add one task?
That's it. Just add a task and configure the task. How you would do it on the local machine? For that, only one task has to be added, and you're done. You don't need to do anything more than that. Unit, of course, there can be more steps. For example, you may probably want to do something like code coverage testing. So more configuration has to be done, but it's all in that particular task only you have to take care of. Yeah, Prakash.
Thanks, Sandeep. I think it was a wonderful session. You covered, you're of course one of the rock star in Hyderabad. So I think you just did the good justice with expectations. So yeah, we'll again connect on some other occasion. And of course, as you said, we'll try to some in-person event as well in future. But until then, of course, let's keep having web meetup or something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Thanks again. Bye. Take care. All right, Prakash. Now let's move to the next speaker, Niloshima. Right, Niloshima is gonna talk about how you can use cloud to modernize your full stack apps. She's already worried about her time, so let's just go ahead and invite her. Hi, Niloshima. Welcome to the live conference.
Hi, thank you so much. And this was the night, slideshow. I was actually smiling.
We could see that from the backstage.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for your time, Niloshima. Yeah, I think you had some personal trouble and yes, you still made it, so that's good. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And I just can't say no, right? And especially to C# Corner. I mean, it's
Oh,
like
well, I know that. Yeah,
people are like, I have been telling Stephen that, okay, okay, I'm going to do that. Whenever you ask.
All right, Niloshima, we won't take much of your time. We are running late
Yes.
again.
Yeah.
We're running late by 7 minutes. You somehow manage it. We need some more guys like you. All right, Niloshima, you're good to go ahead and you can start sharing your screen. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, all the best, Niloshima. Bye.
Sure. Let me know when you are able to see my screen.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I'll bring it to the broadcast using cloud to modernize full stack apps. White slideshow. Perfect.
Yes. Okay, so yes, I'm up. So hello everyone. This is Niloshima, and in this 45 minutes of time, I'm going to cover how you can use cloud to modernize your full stack application. So this is all about me. I have close to 11 years of experience with IT, and I have a couple of certifications in cloud, including Azure and AWS, and specifically 5 in Azure and 1 in AWS. And I'm a C# Corner MVP, so thank you so much for that. So this is what we're going to cover today. We'll talk about the basics of Azure. I'm sure that everyone who is here knows about Azure, so I'm going to just quickly, cover small things just to revise you guys. Then we'll move towards databases, then storage, how you can leverage them on cloud. Then we'll talk about the web applications, how you can develop them, monitor them, and scale them. And we'll touch base serverless. So I have a lot of demos there, so stay tuned. This is basically a classic example of understanding what is cloud computing. So in simple terms, cloud computing is the delivery on demand computing services from application to storage and processing power, typically over the internet on a pay as you go basis. So rather than owning their own computing infrastructure or data center, organizations can rent access to anything from application to storage from a cloud service provider. And Azure is basically one of the largest service provider which we know of, according to a Gartner Magic Quadrant, apart from AWS. So Azure is the second largest. So one benefit of using cloud computing services is that firms can avoid their upfront cost, complexity of owning and maintaining their own IT infrastructure, and instead simply pay for what they use when they use it. In turn, cloud providers providers of cloud computing services can benefit from significant economies of scale by delivering the same services to a wide range of customers. So this is basically a cloud delivery model, which is IaaS versus PaaS versus SaaS. So let us just look at the traditional on-premises world of content management system. I'm going to call it CMS from now on. So in the pizza world, what that translates into you doing everything yourself, everything from getting the ingredients together to having the equipment needed to turn those ingredients into a cooked pizza, and to supply the dining table and beverages from your complete for your complete pizza dinner. If you're creating your own homegrown CMS, I suppose you could stretch the analogy to say that you're gonna you have gone to extreme of growing your own tomatoes, milking your own cows, and kneading your own doughs. So think of a take and bake or go get that frozen pizza scenario as an infrastructure as a service. All you need to worry about is the stuff needed to warm and serve that pizza. In the CMS world, IaaS is actually means having a vendor take care of the hardware, running the content management system, making sure that the server, storage, load balancers, network, and what all are at the peak performance, right? With platform as a service, you don't even have to manage the underlying operating systems, hardware or software. In the pizza world, all you need to do is set the table, but because the pie will be delivered to you and it will be ready to eat. So in the CMS world, the only thing you need to be concerned with the CMS itself, the infrastructure and platform, is taken care by the vendor. And finally, we end up with software as a service. Pizza wise, if I have to say, you are dining out and enjoying a thin crust or a deep dish Chicago style pizza, and you're gonna be served with everything in front of you. So in the CMS umbrella, you're free to concentrate on the content of your website and your marketing initiatives. You don't have to worry about patches, securities, maintenance, upgrade. Everything will be done by the cloud provider. Apart from it, we have a couple of deployment models as well: public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So I'm gonna take a couple of minutes, and I'll show you. I'll give you a portal walkthrough so that you know how to leverage cloud in terms of where you're going to create that. So this is what your Azure portal looks like. You can create the resources. You can think of a scenario, and you will be able to do that, right? So I have, for the sake of time, I've created this resource group, and I'm going to add a couple of resources here just to give you, a head start on that. So I think I'm going to leverage virtual machine here, and as and when I get it, I'll just create it. I'll leverage it, and you would be able to see that. Let's go to compute. And you would be able to see it is up and running in a couple of minutes, right? So this is all about the marketplace. You can just go ahead and explore what type of virtual machine you would want. I think I'm gonna go with for now. I think I'm gonna go with Windows. So let's just go ahead with Windows virtual machine. So let's say do, and I'm gonna see that, okay, these are a lot of virtual machines which are provided by Azure. So you can pretty much go ahead and search it. You can either search it from the marketplace or search it from here. Go to your virtual machine services and click on add. So once you are done with it, you just have to select the resource group. I'm going to do Modernise Cloud Application. You have to name your virtual machine. I'll call it AZNS demo VM. Do I need any infrastructure redundancy? So this will give you an option where you can have a redundant infrastructure. I do not want to do that. I'm going to do a simple Windows 10 virtual machine. I would need a username. So let's say Azure user, and the password is something. I'm going to in the password, and you can just quickly go ahead and do review and create. Or I mean, I can pretty much explain about the disk networks, and let's see, there is some problem. So let's go here. So this disk will give you the basic SDDs and hard disk related information. Networking will give you a networking related, networking will provide you a networking infrastructure. And then you can manage your virtual machine by enabling the boot diagnostics, operating system diagnostics. If you would like to integrate it with any managed identity, you can do that. You want to enable auto shutdown, that can be done from management tags. And then you come to advanced, which give you a place to install extensions in terms of if you need anything post deployments, and if you would like to have any configuration file on any other data which you would want to be provisioned when your virtual machine is up and running, you can pretty much go ahead and do that. Tags will give you more of a categorization of the resource, so that you can consolidate your billing with the help of tags. And just review and create is basically checking the validations, and you would be able to if your validation is passed, you would be able to create it. So that is how basically you are going to create your resources, leverage cloud in terms of what I should say, in terms of moving ahead from your on-premises applications to the cloud. So it'll take a couple of minutes. In the meantime, when it is getting completed, I'm going to touch base. I'll start with the next topic, because we have a lot to cover, and I'm going to give you a lot of demo today. So the next I'll show you how does it look when it is provisioned. But then let's just move ahead with Azure databases. What and all Azure is basically offering you in terms of databases. And we all know that every application we run, it's basically have some or the other sort of database. Not necessarily a SQL or a NoSQL. It's just any sort of, because IT is all about managing the data, right? So databases are everywhere. So Azure offers a choice of fully managed relational NoSQL and in-memory databases, spanning proprietary and open source engine to fit the needs of the modern app developers. Infrastructure management, including scalability, availability, security, is automated, and hence it is basically going to save your time as well as money. So you can focus on building the application while Azure manages the databases, and which makes your job simpler by surfacing the performance insight through embedded intelligence, scaling without limits, managing the security threats. So I'm going to quickly show you what and all offerings Azure give you in terms of databases, right? So this is Azure SQL. So if you are thinking of building building a mod cloud application, which is an always up-to-date relational database service that includes serverless compute, maybe hyperscale storage, or maybe AI powered and or maybe automated features of optimization on and performance and durability, you're going to choose Azure SQL database. If you're looking for migrating your own SQL server workloads to Azure while maintaining a complete SQL server compatibility with all the benefits to a fully managed and evergreen platform as a service, you're going to use Azure SQL managed instance. If you are looking to migrate your SQL workloads to Azure while maintaining a complete SQL server compatibility, and along with that, you would want to have control over the operating system level access, you're going to go with SQL Server virtual machine. So let me tell you, Azure SQL Managed Instance is a PaaS offering, and SQL Server on VM is an infrastructure as a service offering. If you're looking to if you want to build a scalable, secure, and fully managed enterprise-ready apps on an open source Postgres SQL, you would like to scale out a single node Postgres SQL with high performance, or migrate the Postgres SQL and Oracle workload to cloud, you can choose Azure DB for Postgres. If you're looking for delivering the high availability and elastic scaling to open source mobile and web apps with a managed community MySQL database service, or maybe migrate your MySQL workloads to the cloud, you're going to use Azure DB for MySQL. Another thing is that if you are looking to deliver high availability elastic scaling to open source mobile and web applications with a managed community of MariaDB, you can pretty much choose Azure MariaDB. So along with that, you can see if you are looking for building applications with guaranteed low latency, high availability anywhere at any scale, or if you are looking to migrate Cassandra, MongoDB, or any other NoSQL workloads to the cloud, you will go ahead and choose a Cosmos DB. If you are looking for a power fast, scalable application with an open source compatibility of in-memory data storage, you're gonna go with Azure Cache for Redis. And last but not the least, if you would want to accelerate, let me hide this. If you would want to accelerate your transition to the cloud using a simple self-guided migration processes, you're gonna go with Azure Database Migration Service. So as you can see, we have close to 8 different sort of use cases which you can fulfill with in terms of Azure Database umbrella, and of course you have a database migration service, right? So let's just check whether our whether our VM is up and running, and then I'll quickly show you how to create a database there. So my VM is up and running here, and I can pretty much go ahead and connect it. So let's just try. I think I have opened the RDB. Yes, RDP is opened. I'm going to go ahead and connect it. I'll just say connect, and it'll give me an RDP file. I'm going to quickly download it. Once I have downloaded it, I'll be able to just click on it. I just need to remember the username and the password. So that's pretty simple, right? You can just go ahead and connect to your whatever virtual machine you have created. So that's how you will be inside your virtual machine, and now this is all yours, and you can do whatever activities you are thinking of doing. I hope my screen is still visible to you. So you can see that since this is a first time provisioning, it is going to take a couple of minutes. So while this is this is loading, let me start with the SQL server. Right, so I'm going to show you how to create an SQL database. So let's just search SQL. Just go ahead and click on SQL database and click on add. So you have to select the resource group. Resource group works like a container, a logical container to bind your resource. Do you have any database name? Let's see. Let's call it test demo DB. And do I have a server? Because I do not have any server, right? Because for this example, let's assume that we are building an application from a scratch. So I can go ahead and do create new. I need to have a server name. So let's call it AZNS server. Okay, they do not want. So let's call it dev. Right. So this is a development server. Do I need to have a a login? Of course, I do need to have a login. Let's call it Azure user, and let me enter a password. And you can choose a location. I'll just make it default as of now, and you click on OK. This is going to give you your server configuration. Do you want to build do you want to work on top of the elastic pool? So for now I'm gonna make it no. This is more about my compute and storage capabilities of my particular database. So I'm just simply using 2 vCores, 32 gigabytes of storage. You can pretty much go ahead, and if you click on configure database, you will have a lot of options. Do you want to use for a general purpose scenario? Would you like to go for a serverless offering? We have hyperscale, we have business critical solutions, or if you're looking for some basic standard thing, right? So basic, this talks about the DTUs. This will give you the premium, the premium insight. And I'm going to quickly go ahead and be done with the provision thing, which has and as you can see, you can scale it up to 80 cores. As of now, I have 2 virtual cores with me, but you can have it. You can have the scalability freedom there. So I'm going to do apply here, and we can go and check what and all connectivity do I want. So this is an SQL database. I would want my database to be publicly available. So let's create a public endpoint. Do I need to have any firewall rules? So I think I'll show you how to access a database which I've just created on Azure via your local SQL Server Management Studio. So let's add current IP address. Then let's just go ahead into the additional setting. Do I have any existing data? Do I want to make it as a so you can, if you do not have, you can just go ahead and do none. If you have any backup which you would like to incorporate while provisioning, you can choose backup. I'll just go ahead with sample. It will give you the classic AdventureWorks LT database here. And for now, you just do not now. I do not want to have Azure Defender for SQL. You can pretty much go ahead and tags. This is how you give tags: Azure SQL value, maybe Modernise app. That's there. Let's call it Azure SQL, right? So that has been done here. You can just go ahead and do review and create. And once all the validations have been passed, and you can see that, right, this is going to be a very costly database, but I'm any which ways I'm going to create it. This is the estimated cost per month. So that is how you are going to create your Azure SQL database. And you can, once it is created, you can pretty much go ahead and query that particular database, because Azure SQL gives you the flexibility of querying of a query editor inbuilt, which is basically inbuilt in the portal, right? So that's there. I think we'll just wait this out, and in the meantime, I'm gonna touch base the next the next topic here, because I genuinely have a lot to cover. So that is there. I could have shown you how to provision Cosmos as well, but provisioning Cosmos takes a lot of time. I mean, it takes sometimes close to 15 to 25 minutes. So I don't think that I have that much time as of now. So let's just go ahead and we'll just discuss about what is Azure storage, right? So Azure storage account is basically an access point to all the elements that compose the Azure storage realm. So once the user creates the the storage account, they can select the level of resilience needed, and Azure will take care of the rest. A single storage account can store up to 500 TB of data. Like any other Azure service, user can take advantage of pay-per-use pricing model. And this is more or less the architecture of Azure storage, right? So there are different type of storage accounts. We have a standard storage account where user get access to blob storage, table storage, queue storage, and file storage. And the alternative is basically a premium account, which is basically most recent storage option, which provide users with data storage on SSD drives for better input output performance, right? So this option So this is basically, this premium option is definitely because it gives high performance. It is definitely going to charge you, Azure is definitely going to charge you more as compared to this standard option, right? So this is all about the storage architecture. We have a basic stream layer, then we have a partitioning layer, then we have queue storage, which is available, and all these types of storage are available with in accordance to restful services, right? You can pretty much access those resources. You can import, you can export, you can leverage your .NET, C++, Java code in terms of consuming the resources. So that's there. This is going to be a little detail about storage. So this is all about table storage, right? So Azure table storage is scalable, NoSQL key value data storage system that can be used to store large amount of data in the cloud. And this storage offering has schema-less design. Each table has rows that are composed of key value pairs, and Microsoft described it as an ideal solution for storing structured and non-structured, non-relational data, covering use cases ranging from storing terabytes of structured data that serves web application to storing data sets that do not require complex join, foreign keys to accessing that data. Using .NET libraries. So there are several components of table storage. I'm going to go back to the previous slide and we'll talk about blobs in detail there. But since we are here, so this table storage, it contains it includes basically a storage account which contains all your tables. It includes tables which are composed of collection of entities. Then entities, it includes entities which are set of properties similar to databases rows, and an entity can grow up to 1 MB in size. It has properties. The most granular element in the list, properties are composed of name value pair. Entities can wrap up to 252 properties to store data, and each entity contains 3 system properties to define its partitioning key, row key, and as well as the timestamp. Because Azure storage table are represented in tabular format, that can be we can easily get confused that they are RDBMS. However, Azure table don't have a notion of columns, constraint, or one-to-one or one-to-many relationship, any of their variations, right? So you may get confused that, okay, should we use table storage or Azure SQL database? So these two technologies, while they are very similar, are designed to tackle very different use cases. One of the main difference between the two is their capacity. Azure's table can store up to can store rows up to 1 MB in size with not more than like I've mentioned 255 to 52 properties, including the 3 identifying keys: partition key, row key, and a timestamp key. Meanwhile, that when user adds size of all 255 properties, they cannot exceed 1 MB. On the other side, Azure SQL database can have rows up to 2 gigabytes in size. So naturally, this would make user think that Azure SQL databases are a no-brainer when it comes to storing large amount of data. However, Azure SQL database can scale up to 150 gigabytes only, while the maximum data size for Azure table is 200 terabytes per table. So if you have, if you are thinking that you would want to Azure table storage to enable users to build cloud application easily without worrying what schema locks down, so you're gonna go with Azure Azure's table storage. Now here comes the queue. So queue have been around from a long time. They're simple first in first out architecture that makes queue a versatile solution for storing messages that do not need to be in a certain order. In simple terms, Azure Queue Storage is a service that allows users to put high volumes of message, processes them asynchronously, and consume them when needed while keeping the cost down by leveraging a pay per use pricing model, right? So and of course, like Azure table storage, queue also have certain components. So you need to have a storage account, of course, for all that. And the basic thing is queue, which is basically composed of set of messages. Then you have a message that a message can include any kind of information. Let's say a message could be a text message that is supposed to trigger an event on an application, or maybe an information of an event that has happened on the website. So a message can be any format, and that but it can only be up to 64 KB in size. And the maximum time a message can remain in a queue is 7 days. However, a single queue can hold up to 200 of terabytes worth of messages. So messages can be string, arrays of bytes containing any information in any format, such as XML, CSV, so on and so forth. So now if you have a problem where you wouldn't want to have a very hard and fast consistency parameters, you can pretty much go ahead and implement your solution with Azure Queue. Last, we'll talk about the Azure Files. So Azure Files is a shared network file storage service that provides administrator a way to access native SMB file shares in the cloud. And these shares, as the rest of the Azure storage offering, can be set as a part of storage account. The Azure File Service provides a way for application running on cloud virtual machine to share files among them by using standard protocol like read file, write file. And there are different scenarios where you might want to use Azure File Services. Let's say if you have an on-premises environment that requires a file share and need to probably lift and shift to the cloud, AFS provides an easy way to do that. Let's say if you have a scenario where you would want to simplify cloud development, so it can be set as a shared resource for developers and system admins to have a central share within installing tools and application, right? Something like that. And it can also be served as a central location for your configuration file, your monitoring logs, like that. Let's just go back and we'll just talk about the little bit on blob side, because I forgot to cover that. So Azure Blob, okay, so blob storage is basically Microsoft's Azure service for storing binary large objects, which is basically blob, right? So and which is typically composed of unstructured data, text, images, videos, along with their metadata. So blob are stored in directory like services, which are called containers. Don't get confused with the container like Docker and related stuff with this container. It's basically a container in which you can put anything, right? A sort of dabba, right? So that's there. And blobs can have data objects of any type. You can wrap multiple block together, so it is basically going to have a logical containerization. It will give you a logical container, and you need to have a storage account for that. And there are certain categories of blob. So blob allows for storage of large binary object in Azure, and these are optimized for basically 3 different storage scenarios: blobs, BLOCK, blob. Okay, this is going to be a tongue twister, but yeah, blobs are basically intended to store discrete objects such as images, log files, and related stuff. You can pretty much store up to 5 TB or maybe 50,000 of block basically up to 100 MB each, right? Then we have page blobs, which are optimized for random read and write operation, and then that can grow up to 8 TB in size. Within the page blob category, Azure offers 2 type of storage. We have standard storage, we have premium storage, and of course premium gives you more benefit in terms of the in terms of the latency, in terms of the performance, but you are going to pay more for that. And then we have append blobs. So append blobs are optimized for scenarios like log storage. So append blobs are composed of several blocks of different sizes, up to I think maximum of 4 MB each, and each append can hold up to 50,000 of blocks. So therefore you are basically allowing each append blob to grow up to 200 GB of storage, right? And Along with that, Blob offers basically 3 different type of tiers that are selected at the time of creation of that particular storage account. So you have a hot access tier, which is basically the most optimized for the data that is accessed frequently. And it offers lower access, like read write cost is very low, but the storage cost will be high. Then you have cool access tier. So this basically, this option is better suited for the use cases where data will remain stored for at least 30 days, and that data is not accessed frequently. So compared to hot access tiers, this tier offers lower storage cost and higher access cost, right? So if you're going to query something from a cool access tier, it may take minutes, it may take hours. They don't guarantee anything like that, right? Depending upon where is your storage account and from where you are accessing it, right? And another tier is basically archive tier. So archive is designed for the data that doesn't need to be accessed immediately, and this tier offer higher data retrieval cost and higher data access latency. And it is designed for use cases where data will be stored more than 180 days and is rarely accessed, right? Something like if I'm in a hospital management system, I'm gonna just dump the patient's record, which we have been having in terms of paper. We will digitize it and we'll dump it like forever. So much of a data what customer do is with storage is focused on dealing with unstructured data such as log files, videos. So using Blob is basically a way to overcome a challenge of having deployed different database for different type of data, right? So it gives you strong data consistency, it gives you strong storage and access flexibility that is basically adapted to the user's need, and it also provides high availability by implementing geo-replication functions. So that's there. Let's see where are we at our SQL Server implementation. So my database is done. My database is created here. I'm so sorry if you are thinking that I'm talking about storage and we are moving ahead with databases. So I'm sorry for that. You can just go ahead and click on query editor and you can see that you need to enter your password. So let's just enter the password and see whether we are able to log in or not. And we'll see that we have this much table, we have couple of views, we have couple of stored procedure. Let's just go ahead and you can just quickly do a top 1,000 rows, and whatever rows are there are basically any which ways, because this is a sample database. You're going to see that what and all data I can access, and you can pretty much write your own queries, right? So that is something which you can do. And you can see right here, you can see there we have like lots and lots of results. So this is more like a very simple stuff. Let's just go ahead. Okay, let's just go ahead and try and create a storage account. So I am here in my resource group and I am going to say storage account. And let's say add. I will simply select the whole resource group which I have just created. And my storage account name will be AZNS Modernise Cloud Apps. As the location, I will go ahead with standard. I would like to create a storage V2, general purpose V2. This is the best practice. Do I need to have the replication with me? I can have a LRS because this is for demo purpose. What is the access tier which I was just talking about? Hot, cool, archive. So this is going to be a hot. Then let's go ahead and do check networking. I would want this storage account to be available at public endpoint. This is the routing preference. So let's just go ahead with Microsoft's network routing. let Azure decide how to route, right? So that is what I can do. I can select here. This is all about the data protection. Do I want a point in time restores? Do I want soft delete feature? Do I want versioning for blob? Or if I'm looking for if I would like to keep track of change, modification, or deletion which happens in my storage account, in my blob account. So everything. So if you are running on production, you can just see that these all features are very important in terms of when you are saving your data, right, to the cloud. So I can just go ahead and go to advanced, and let's just keep everything as is. Just go ahead and do tags, and let's just review and create. I hope validation should be passed. Is passed, and we'll click on create, and it'll take a couple of seconds to be done with it. And I'll show you quickly how to upload your any local machines data on the cloud. So once it is done, this is going to take if I'm not wrong, it is going to take a couple of minutes. So that's there. In the meantime, till this is happening, let's just go back to the presentation, and let's see what and all we can do with web apps, right? So web apps, right? So you can deploy the mission critical web application that scale within your business in Azure. We have app services which gives us continuous deployment with GitHub, using DevOps with TFS, Team Foundation Server. We can have built-in auto scale and load balancing. We can, and it supports WordPress, Umbraso, Joomla, Drupal, any open source, any .NET related language, Java, anything. Think of a platform where you would like to do your activity. It is basically web apps are they have that infrastructure to support them, and it is basically supported for Windows and Linux platform. So what you can do with web apps, you can jumpstart your application building. How? You can get your web apps into users' hand faster using .NET, Java, Node.js, PHP, Python on Windows, or even if you would like to consume .NET Core in terms of Node.js, PHP, Ruby on in on the Linux infrastructure, right? So you can use this as a fully managed platform to perform operating system patching, capacity provisioning, servers, load balancing. Even you can configure it from CLI or from Azure portal, right? It increase your developer productivity, so you can start and finish faster with source code integration from Git, um, live debugging, and you can have one click publish directly from Microsoft Visual Studio IDE. You can easily connect your application with your databases of choice, tap into the OSS package, API, connectors, service through Azure Marketplace, which is basically expediting your development process, right? We can add custom domains, SSL, SSO integration with all these popular identity provider. Application health monitoring can also be done here with the help of Azure portal. You can ship your deliveries very fast when you would be able to implement CI/CD capabilities using DevOps, Bitbucket, GitHub. So app service creates an association with the selected repository, so that your update each time you are checking in, your updates are basically pushed, and this whole thing can be managed automatically. We just saw Sandeep talking about it, right? So, and by doing that, you can schedule the performance, you can have the quality testing, staging environment, you can use deployment slot to swap the staging to protect production in seconds basically, or maybe roll back to the previous version without downtime. And so it gives you a lot of advantages. You can achieve global scale on demand. You can get in high availability within and across Azure regions as you deploy your data and host service across multiple location with one mouse click. You can have using application performance, Azure Monitor, Azure App Insights, you can pretty much monitor the health of your APIs, health of your web apps, so that you can make decisions that are genuinely going to improve your business, right? And Azure Monitor gives us a detailed view of the resource usage. Azure App Insights gives a deeper insight in your app's throughput, response time, memory, and CPU utilization, right? So all these things can be done, and you can and it comes in basically two flavors. You can have API apps, which is just visible in front of you, and apart from it you can have you can have the containerized environment here as well, right? So API app service is basically an HTTP service for hosting your application, REST-based API, mobile backends, and you can develop in .NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js. You can scale it. You can execute your application in Windows and Linux-based environment, and it basically adds power of Azure to your application: load balancing, security, auto scaling, automated management. And of course you can integrate everything in terms of with DevOps and web app containers. These are basically come from the container ecosystem, and they are easily deployable, and you can run containerized application on Windows and Linux, right? So let's just go back to the portal. I am so sorry if you feel that I'm running, but you can just see that this is basically your storage account. You can go ahead and create file shares, tables, queues. I'm going to just go ahead and go to containers and create a new container, right? So let's call it test demo. And okay, sorry, my bad. Call it test demo easy, and I would want to have it to maybe blob access, right? And let's just create it, and it is going to create, and you can just go ahead and upload something. So I can just simply browse it from my local machine, and let's just browse. Yes, let's just go ahead and maybe browse this this JPEG file. So I'll just quickly go ahead and click on upload, and it is done, right? It does not take a lot of time. So whatever data you want, you have here, you can pretty much go ahead and use that. Now, Stephen, how much time I think I am running? So
Yeah, I think you're over
out of
five to
time.
6 minutes
Yeah.
now.
Okay, so I really don't know what to do now, but okay, let me just cover the basic theory in let's say five more minutes, right? So I'm gonna do. I won't be showing you how to create an app service now, because I don't want to miss it. But let's just talk about what and all Azure is offering, right? So this slide talks about going serverless with Azure. So we know, we must have heard, right, that there are functions which provide an experience of responding to the event through code that in turn processes data that could be coming from or headed to any number of services, right? And so uh, this is what Azure function looks like. They have the ability to build, test, debug your function code locally on your own machine. They have this unique features like triggers, bindings that can make it super easy to set up event driven architecture and simplify communication with data sources. And it support a number of programming language, and you can pick the language of your choice with to write the serverless function, right? And of course, serverless on Azure is 100% integrated with CI/CD. It is 100% integrated with DevOps pipeline, so you can pretty much go ahead. So function are basically so Azure function is a way to leverage serverless with Azure, and functions are basically a unit of work. They are executed. I mean, they start and they finished, right? They have triggers, and they can have multiple input and output stuff related to them, right? So if I have to just show you to concise it, this is how functions look like. You have something has happened in the backend, and you trigger something, your code get executed, and you have the desired output, right? So your output can be stored in a storage account, your output can be stored in a database, or maybe a service bus or a queue, something like that, right? Or maybe you would like to let user know that whatever you have requested, that has been done, right? So you have seen a couple of things here which are like triggers, and I was talking about the input output file. So let me just cover a little bit on both. So a trigger is basically used to define how a function is invoked, and a function have or probably I should say must have exactly one trigger. So trigger is something like, okay, something happened, maybe if I have to give you an example, maybe my FTP location, a file landed in my FTP location and I need to do something on top of that file. So that file, incoming file, is basically a trigger for my code to be executed, and post that I'm gonna have some output, right? So trigger have associated data, which is basically a payload of a function. And like I was talking about input and output information, so they are called bindings. So bindings are basically connected in terms of input bindings, output bindings, or both basically. So data of binding is provided to function as a parameter, right? So and they are optional. A function might have one or more multiple input binding, might have one or more output bindings, or might have both, right? So triggers and bindings collectively let you avoid hard coding access to other services, right? So your function receives data, like I was giving the example of the content of a particular queue, right? Something landed in your queue, you would want to process it. So your function receives data in function parameters. You send data, let's say you would like to process that message and pass it to another queue by so that is what you're going to do. You land a message in your queue, you process it, and that processing part is basically Azure function. And you are basically returning something from that function, right? That is going to be your output binding. And let's say you in this example, let's say we would like to save it in another queue. So incoming queue, code processing, and then outgoing queue. So that is how you are basically going to leverage. Or another example could be a scheduled job that read a blob storage content and creates a new Cosmos DB documentation, right? So something like that. And of course, a trigger is always incoming, and output and input bindings are basically going to be input, I mean in the in direction and at the out direction respectively. So I think I was going to give you a demo on Azure functions as well, and I'm running out of time, and I'm so sorry for that. This is just a final thought which I would want you to think about it. And as in full stack developer, you can leverage a lot of services in terms of making your productivity, making your applications infrastructure more advanced, more mature, more robust. And the Azure is pretty much capable of serving critical customer workload. It has high availability, disaster recovery, and a lot of capabilities in terms of scaling. And of course, when we have this, we get apprehensive about it, about the cost of the resources which we are going to create on Azure, but it is going to save a lot of money and a lot of efforts as well. You don't need to do everything by your own. And there is a lot of help available on GitHub. So go ahead, find this GitHub link, Azure samples, and you can fork this directory, and it has post forking this repository, you can see that it has a lot of example when it comes to how you can develop any you think of a problem, and more or less the solutions are there, right? So I think if you have any question, please reach out to me. I will reply post this session. And you can talk to me on LinkedIn. You can ping me on Twitter. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, Niloshima, we are finally done with your session. As you said, you definitely took more
I
time.
had a lot to cover.
Prakash, we
So
wonder
we can
if
spend
we
further
wonder.
time Niloshima, to for that detailed session. I think, of course, you may want to add more, but yeah, we can find some other time. Sure, on that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think.
so thanks for your time. Who else is
Thank
there?
you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Niloshima. Thank you for your time
Thank
on
you.
weekend. We really
Thank you for your
appreciate it.
time.
We would
Yeah.
love to have you back.
Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, so we move to the
Karthi
next
is over
session.
there. Oh, he's saying 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. By the time he takes 2 minutes, I just got the video fixed, and then we'll just play the conference video just so everyone knows about it.
Okay.
All right, so we are back with a short break, and in that break we have a few questions. I think Manish has joined us for a very long time, and Mukesh has one question. He's saying if the recorded sessions are available, since they are live streamed on YouTube and Facebook, they are always available. And what we also do is we split every session into one single video, and then we post that too. I mean, that takes some time, maybe like. Maybe next couple of weeks, but this video is always available. It will also be available on C# corner, so you can always come back and watch. That doesn't mean you have to leave the conference, right? You have to stay there. All right, so I think our next speaker needs 2 more minutes. I just checked the private chats. Okay, we'll go ahead, Prakash. We'll talk more about. You are a Microsoft MVP, right? And you have been an MVP for a long time. So what it takes to be a Microsoft MVP, and what is the approach? And looks like a lot of process has changed in the past. Anyone could go ahead and nominate themselves. Now it's only a full-time employee or an MVP. So what's with this MVP? And would you like to go and talk a couple of more minutes on it?
Sure. Yeah. I think it is a good question, Simon, actually, for the aspiring MVPs, right? So, yeah, I think I was lucky enough to get like, it's like by 5 times now I'm done.
Oh
So,
my goodness.
first chance is, of course, little more, I would say, difficult and tricky. It doesn't mean that laters are easy. No, they are not. But the first attempt, because you don't know that what is the expectation from that, and how you can continue to be onboarded with that MVP on renewal process. So the main thing, right? I think since 2013, I was associated with C# Corner. So that gave me opportunity to be connected with viewers, readers, and with quality. So one is quality and other is quantity. I think both matters here. So whether you're writing articles, blogs, try to have a good quality of articles. It's just don't write article just for the sake of it. Unless you yourself are not confident on that area, don't do that, because that depth won't come. So you should write article on the thing that you are very good at, or you are doing or working on day-to-day basis, so that you can have a certain depth on those articles instead of just talking about very high-level stuff. So that is first thing, that if you're writing article, so the writing article was my initial way of basically contributing to a community. I wrote article for 3-4 years, unless I would say, so that time you're right, that time we could nominate ourselves. So I nominated my I think in 2014, I guess. Yeah. And I added all my contributions on that list. And luckily it picked up actually. So they the
Tell me how
whole
it feels when you get that email. Congratulations, you are selected as an MBA, right? That
man,
email
I
everyone
can't
shares on
explain.
social media.
I can't explain. I remember I looked at I got a mail in my Gmail. First of all, I was like positively surprised. It was like, oh really? I am MVP now. So it was little. I would say, I was thinking that I'll get, but not like that I can get on a first attempt itself. So that
Okay.
was a good surprise for me. And of course, after that, things like so once you're MVP, right, you continue to do the community activities in the form of either responding to questions or writing articles, blogs, or speaking engagement, right? There are some other things also. I think reviewed 3 or 4 books. So that is also some of the community activities that one can do. So there are a bunch of things, the interest and the time and other things. People can choose, what
So
does them.
as you said, yeah, you've been a 5. Did you get that blue 5 years ring?
Yep, I did, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a crazy
Sure.
after that. Some people
I
are
was
running
planning
out of the
to,
room,
yeah,
right?
sure, sure. Yeah.
All right. So looks like speaker
Karthi,
needs to be
hello.
next speaker needs.
Okay.
Okay, okay. He's back. He's here.
Oh,
Hi,
hey,
welcome.
Can you hear me?
hey,
Sorry.
Yep.
yeah, you are very loud and clear.
Looks like your office is giving you a tough time on
Can you hear
weekend.
me?
Yeah, you are audible, buddy.
Okay, perfect. So somehow there is a conflict between my mic and the laptop speaker. So I'm gonna once you put, I'll mute my speakers and then I'll just talk. Is that okay?
That's fine, perfectly fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
perfect.
on.
Yeah. Okay, so Karthikeyan, I think you should go ahead and get started with this session, right? You can check. There's an option to share your screen on the bottom of your screen in this platform. You can just start sharing your
Okay, you
screen.
want me to share my screen? Hold on a second.
It's interesting to know that getting to be busy on weekends, right? Prakash, I mean, are you getting
Yeah,
calls from
yeah.
office on weekends,
I
or
understand.
are you making calls to junior developers on weekend? Oh
Yeah,
my
maybe
goodness.
Karthik is a more aggressive boss than me.
All right,
Man, I
Karthikeyan.
don't know who's aggressive. Is it me or the people who are working on the team?
All right, Karthikeyan. Next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay,
You can go
sure.
ahead and get
Go on,
started with your
Karthik.
session.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, hey, someone.
Okay, you can go ahead and get started with your session.
Okay, so so I'm gonna share my screen and just walk through, right? That's it.
Yeah,
Am I
I'm.
right?
Uh, so you don't have slides?
Yeah, I have shared my screen. Can you see my screen now? One
Yeah, I
second.
can see your screen. Once you put up the slides, yeah, now it's
Hold on a
there. Everyone can
second.
see it.
Let me share this. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Can you go ahead and start?
Yep, you can start. You can start.
I'll go ahead and start. Seven.
Yeah, you can go ahead and get started.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Hi everyone. And thanks for joining in our event. Hope you can see my screen. And then I'm gonna just do one more settings before I start. Hold on a second. I'll leave this one here so people can talk to me. Okay, fine. Okay, so today we are going to talk about event streaming architecture and software design. Myself, I'm Karthi VK. I'm a VP engineering, and basically my background is a developer background. I have 14 years of experience in C Sharp and Azure and all other latest technologies. I've been an architect for 4 to 5 years now, more than 5 years, 7 years. So that's my background. So if you want to contact me, you can contact me through Twitter handle, which is Karthik3030. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. It's gonna be fun, right? Because this is all taken from my experience, the problems I faced, and how I moved from one architecture to the next architecture. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So why you need event streaming architecture? So whenever there is a real-time processing that is needed, you need a event streaming architecture. Okay, so if you need a real-time analytics also, you need a event streaming architecture. What do you mean by real-time processing and real-time analytics? The problem with the current technology, right? One second. Sorry guys. Okay, so the problem with the current technology and the movement with the clients, people want everything now. Okay, so they don't when we used to be in places where we expect delivery to happen a week or a month, but due to all the technology advancement, we want our product delivered today or by latest by 24 hours, right? So the same way, the customers also wanted their reports and analytics very real time. They want to know how the campaign is running in real time. They want to know how the data is being processed real time. They want to know how things are happening on their software at real time. So those are the real time needs that are popping up in our current. Hold on a second. Okay.
You're all good, Karthik.
Yeah, I'm good, right? Okay, fine. So now you can hear
You're
me?
all good. Yeah, I can hear you properly. Everyone can
Perfect.
hear you
Okay.
properly. It's all good.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, so those are the real-time analysis, analytics and processing that are needed based on the current technology advancement. Then, as I told you, it's going to be live dashboard. The next is there are lots of problems with the microservices. The problem in microservices will look one by one, where we need to solve some certain problems where the problems are comes up with a solution that we give. It's like an anti-pattern that comes up with the microservices. Okay, so and when you need a faster development with multiple teams doing their own modules and trying to integrate, trying to work on it, so there are some certain problems that we're going to look into that, where event streaming will solve that problem. Okay, so let's start with one. So what is the problem with current analytics? It's not real time, right? So ETL was created during a period of monolithic architecture. It's like extract, transform, load. You extract the data, you push that into one more databases, and you just create a report out of it, and it will run a batchly job. It will run a night batches, right? And it will run night, and then it will automatically create a report maybe next day. Okay, but people want it now. Everything they want it real time. So these are the ETL seems to be very hiccup for our real time activities. So okay, so fine. So let's take a scenario where you have a e-com service. 1 second. Hey, shh. Sorry guys, kids are playing around. Okay, so client knows more details. So with this current one, there are orders, shipments, and product services. What happens is order will be one microservice, shipment will be one microservice, product will be one microservices, and authentication will be one more microservice. There are multiple teams. Order team will be working in orders, and there will be shipment team will take care of shipment service, and there will be product service team will take care of product services, and the authentication and other kind of infrastructure related can be taken care of for some infrastructure guys also. So the problem with this architecture is it is too many details exposed outside, right? So there are like authentication orders needs to know what about authentication, and shipment needs to know about orders API, its authentication process, and product service needs to know about orders, and everybody has to know about any if there are any changes with one of the APIs, what happens, it breaks, correct? So there are lots of problem with this current architecture. So so there was some problem, and people order needs to know shipment needs to know products. These were all there, but what happened is then there came something called API gateway. The orders and products does not have to know anything. Okay, everything is masked around, and the outside URL outside user doesn't have to know anything about any other services. The API gateway will act as a place where it has the location where the order exists. All I need to know is, you know what, if you put the IP/orders, I'll be able to get orders. Okay, so those became a very nice way of handling the problem that came in the previous slide of too many information and chatty communication because of the network. But still, the chatty communication is not being solved. The only thing that is being solved is the information that is being known to every API. Now it is only known to API gateway. Okay, so what is this problem? This created an anti-pattern called God pattern. What is God pattern? God pattern is nothing but a pattern where one class or one services know lots of details about every different services or every different modules available, and once you change this, everything breaks or everything has to change. So this becomes a God pattern. Okay, so whenever there is a God pattern, it's too much of a problem. So that is what happens when there is a God pattern based anti-pattern available in your system. Okay, so any time your services, modules, class should be dumb as much as possible. The dumber the module, dumber the services, better your application arrives. It has to do only one thing, and it has to do it in a better way. But in case of API gateway pattern, it will do lots of things, and it knows lots of information. So it's going to be a problem with your services when there is a change or deployment that needs to happen. Okay, so that is where the next thing came up, which is called a API gateway or service mesh or service sidecar proxy, where the the north and south traffic will be taken care by API gateway, but all other details like east to west will be taken care by the sidecar proxy. What I mean by north south traffic and east west traffic or west east traffic. Okay, so let's talk north south traffic. North south traffic is nothing but a traffic that comes from the users to your application. Okay, so that is called north south traffic, and the east to west traffic is the communication that happens between your services. That is called the east west traffic. Okay, so whenever there is an authentication needed, whenever there is a logging needed, whenever there is any abstraction of services needed, we'll deploy that as a proxy to the orders, to the services, to the shipments, to any services, and API gateway will act as only as a guy who will send those details to you. It will not handle authentication, it will not handle logging, it will not handle rate limiting, it will not handle SSL termination, it will not do anything. It will just do north south traffic. Okay, so now changes are still hard. So yeah, we thought, okay, we solved the problem of probably solve the problem of one guard class. So the problem was adding a new services still needs to be communicated to other services. So what if I needed one more service called data warehouse or vendor management service? I need to communicate to that to the gateway. I need to communicate that to the shipment. and if I change something in my services, still the service will break, because there is still a dependency, and it's like we are again back to square number one, that what we do in monolith also, right? So we solve the problem of monolith? Probably yes, and probably no also. Okay, and there is a chatty communication between services, because services has to talk to each other. If there is a change, they need to communicate to each other. This it's not even the services, that service teams needs to communicate each other. One teams blocks the other team's releases. We are back to the monolithic problem. Okay, so and moreover, REST plus JSON is slow. We can still use gRPC, which is better, but not a complete solution. Adding services, add new changes to other services. As I told you before, it's gonna break other application also if the changes are not communicated, or one API version is becoming obsolete. Okay, this is where we are moving towards event-driven pattern or event-driven streaming pattern. Okay, fine. So let's compare between the pattern right now we are using and the event-driven pattern. So request-driven pattern is nothing but tell others what to do or ask question about queries. It's basically a CQRS, right? Command query response aggregation. So that is the pattern we normally use. We are going to move into little bit into event-driven pattern, which is a different way, where I will just broadcast something. If you want to do something, you do. If you don't want to do any action to it, it is up to you. So that is what the event-driven pattern is. Based on the event, whether you want to react, you can react. If you don't want to react, you don't have to react. So this is a simple example of the event streaming pattern. So this will be one of the diagrams taken from the Apache Kafka's website. Okay, so there is a multiple devices that comes up. You write it to a Kafka, and the same data is being replicated to Elasticsearch, search, database, cache. It can be replicated to monitoring apps. We'll look into this into more detail on later slides. Okay, fine. Okay, first let's see we'll take about the REST. Talk about the REST. So we in the previous slides we saw the certain problems, right? What are the problems we saw? The problems were we were trying to solve the microservices problems that comes up with the microservices architecture, where you need to still communicate to multiple services, and also need to have a knowledge about other services, right? So one services does something, and it might break the other services also. So let's see, an order is submitted, okay, and then the order is scheduled for shipment, and the data is being retrieved from the customer database, and the shipment is done. There is one more problem with the REST. What if there is a sorry sorry guys. Okay, so order should know about shipment services. Shipment should get details of the customer from the services. What if the customer details are changed? What happens? What happens is we have to actually navigate through one by one, trigger some event. It becomes a messy way of handling the problem using REST. Okay, so you understand the problem, right? Whenever there is a change of address after the order is scheduled, we might have to do certain lots of changes, because we have to go to orders and see whether there is order, and whether the shipment is done or not, and change the customer address. If the customer address change, it has to affect the shipment scheduled address also, correct? So there is a problem, correct? So I have to look through multiple services just because my customer address is changed based for that order. So what if I have an alternate solution? So alternate solution is the event streaming architecture. What we'll do is, before going to the solution, the online shop, if we would have implemented through streaming, we would have implemented this way. There will be one Kafka on top of it, and whenever there is an action, the web app will push the command or the fact or event into the Kafka, and each and every service will receive that event. If the service want to react to that event, they will react. If they don't want to react to the event, they will not react. What are the advantages of that? no knowledge of other services. I don't care. I don't know there exist a shipment services. So adding and removing a new services, it's easy. Rest is call is almost reduced to zero. You can broadcast your events, and one can ignore and one can consume that. So that is also one more. Sorry. Sorry, yes. Okay. Before diving deep into the event streaming architecture, let's see what are events. Okay. Events are both facts and triggers. Events are both facts and triggers. So what is a fact? What is a trigger? Fact is just an information. You know what? Something has been done. That's it. Okay. The trigger is do something because something has happened. So that is called event. So address change is a fact. Okay. So address has been changed. Okay. It really doesn't matter whether somebody has to react or not. Okay. So there is a fact that has been changed. So address. What will happen in this case is it will actually push it to Kafka. Kafka will broadcast to everyone, product service, shipment service, every service. If the shipment services needs to know about the customer address change, it will react to it. The product services can ignore it, or product can be updated. So it can be multiple ways it can do it. Okay. Next is a trigger. So what if I want to change my address and then the shipment has to react? So I can trigger an event and then other services can react to it. So these are a couple of books I want you to learn. So the books are I Love Logs and Designing Data Intensive Application. This book is like the pretty golden standards book for event streaming architecture. If you want to know more about event streaming architecture, you should be able to read this book. So okay, let's get into the event streaming basics. Okay, so we saw the architecture, right? So first we saw the API based. First we saw why you need an event streaming architecture, and we saw there is a problem with the current API REST architecture, the microservices architecture, and we saw the solution, right? We used Kafka and we used the proper way of handling the data. Okay, so we are a little bit trying to dig deeper. So what we can do right now is we are going to learn more about the basics before going forward. Yeah. Okay. So the first is we learn about databases with streams. We learn about command with events. We learn about immutable events. We learn about state streams and immutability, and stream joins. Okay. So first we'll start with database streams. You remember we solved the problem for microservices using the event streaming architecture by moving to Kafka. There is one more thing called streams, right? So streams are nothing but a multiple data that comes in, and we are trying to replay the data to get whatever we want. The same way the database also is being done. So whenever you do a transaction, say insert into a table, and then you put one more insert, it's actually basically a log is being written, and from that log the action actually takes place. So what if the database crashes? You can actually play those logs back and you can restore the database. The same way streams is also the same. The multiple events comes into your Kafka application. You can read that events, and then you can create the application, or you can create the data and move into a database. So database and streams are almost the same. Everything is based on logs. The main thing you need to know right now is command with events with immutable events. Okay, command is any request is a command. Okay, so after integrity check, it becomes an event. I'll give you an example. Booking an air ticket is a command. Okay, if there is a ticket available, meaning the business validation happens, it becomes event and also becomes a fact. Okay, when the ticket is cancelled, it's still an event. correct? So you will not just go and delete the ticket being created. Okay, so we'll just change the status to cancelled. So you will not delete anything that is recorded there. So because the event is always immutable and it is recorded in our system. Okay, so that's a difference between command event and immutable events. Okay, so we'll talk about state, streams, and immutability. Okay, when the ticket is booked, the state is saved. When the ticket date is changed and the ticket is upgraded, there is a stream of event that happens, right? It takes the ticket and then it upgrades to the next class, and it figures out what can be upgraded, why are you upgrading it, and then moving it to next class. So it means there is a stream of events, and ticket can even be cancelled, but the history of the tickets booking will remain and record as log, and each event is immutable. Okay, fine. So previously I told you about the cancellation of ticket, right? So you will not, just because you cancel a ticket, they will not actually remove everything from the database. What they will do is they'll just add one more log saying that, you know what, the ticket is being cancelled. So the previous event will not be altered or changed. So that makes that immutability. So yeah, so we saw when again I'll repeat, when the ticket is booked, the state is saved. When the ticket is changed and the ticket is upgraded, the stream of event that changes the state. The ticket can be cancelled, but the history of the ticket always remains. That is called immutability. Okay, so as we saw from the full scenario, moving into event streaming architecture. So there was a problem with microservices. There's a problem with a request-driven architecture, and then we solved it using first we tried to solve it using API gateway. Then we solved it using a proxy pattern. Still there lots of problems still exist, and then we move to something like a Kafka or any other event streaming architecture where the data is every services has its own database, and the data is pushed to the services and it handles its own, and you don't have to know about any other services. Okay, so let's move into the, so you solve the problem using event streaming architecture. So then now each and every service will have their own database, correct? So then the real problem comes. Okay, the real problem comes when, what if I want to do some performance analysis? Meaning, what if I want to do some recommendation? What if I want to do some analytics on the search? Okay, so that is where the problem comes in event streaming architecture. Remember, the product table and the order table is now decoupled. The product does not know about orders does not know about products, and each and everyone has their own databases. Okay, so now what if I want to know how many products that has been clicked is being ordered? Now I don't have any idea because I have no access to the orders database. So there should be some kind of a join between these databases, right? So those are the joins that comes up in the stream joins. We call it as stream joins. I'm not going to explain more about table join because it is little bit out of the scope for this session. 45 minutes won't be enough. At least you need an hour to first learn the basics and move to table joins. So I'm going to stick with stream joins and a stream table join. Okay, we start with stream join. The user searches for a book and he clicks the search result. Okay, so let's go to Amazon. You search for a book, says I love logs search, and then you click on that book search result. Okay, now you need to map so now what happens is you need to map the book searched and the book clicked, right? So there are like 100 results you would have shown from different vendor, and then you want to know which book was clicked by the vendor. Okay, so now the search is recorded as one event and the click is another event, right? So the first searches will be from the product search. The next search might be from any other services also. So if you want to analyze the click through, you need to bring together the search and click action, which can be connected by session ID. So you have to have a session ID. So whenever you push that event into the database, you need to push into the Kafka, you need to put a session ID. On that based of session ID, there can be a record that is recorded by another services, which will take the session ID, which will get all the records that comes as event through the Kafka with the corresponding session ID, and you run analysis on it. So this is called stream join. It's a stream between a say product and a order, or search products and a product click. The next is the stream table join. User searches for a book. You need to show some recommendation based on the search. Now you need to join the search, which is an event, and the search is saved as a table. Okay, what happens when you want to save data into the table itself? Okay, you can either copy the data to local cache, join the search, or what you can do is you can use a local cache, or you can get the data from the Kafka itself. Better is to subscribe that cache to the stream of users, meaning you can actually build a cache, and that cache can have a service to subscribe to the events. So whenever there is a change of events, it actually goes to the actual service where all the process happens, but also it goes to the cache where you get where you can remove the staleness of the state of the objects. Okay. So these are the references you can see in this event, and most of them are straightforward. You can use the Azure Kafka references. Event hubs is one of those event that is available in Azure for us, and those are the references available. Due to the lack of time and the presentation demo, it's a little bit more. It takes more time, more than 40 minutes to 40 minutes for a demo, because it has to save, and you can see the Power BI and all. So I'll share my same recording which I've done for 3 hours. Okay, I'll share the same video with Simon or Prakash. They will be able to actually share with you. And if you have any doubts, you can very well contact me through my Twitter link. So this is my Twitter link. It's Karthi3030. Yeah, it's Karthi3030. So you can contact me through that if you want to know more about event streaming architecture, or if you have any projects which you are doing it, and then you want to you are stuck up with a problem, you need a solution to it, or you need a help, please contact me through Twitter. And I'll also share with Simon the 3 hours video which I have done. This is a very short version of what I've done. I have to keep it faster so that I have to finish it within certain time interval. Hopefully I did my on time.
Yeah, Karthikeyan, that was an amazing session. We have one question coming from the comments. Sarva is asking, can we use Azure Event Grid instead of Kafka to solve this problem?
Okay, so there are 2 ways to look at it. Event Grid might not be the right choice. Event Hub should be the right choice. But if your application is a smaller one where you can actually use Event Grid, it's based on the scalability. Okay, so if your application is too highly scalable, I would say it's case-to-case basis. If you ask me directly, it will be Event Hubs, not Event Grid. Does it answer the question?
Okay, yeah, that definitely answers the question. I think people are looking for the reference more clearly. If you can, okay, we'll have the references in the comments too, so not to worry. This one would ask one more question. How can I host .NET Core app in any local machine using CI/CD pipeline?
Okay. Okay, so I don't know whether how much is related to this event, but I can still answer.
Yeah, I will get that.
Okay, fine. So how can I use .NET Core app in my local machine using CI/CD pipeline? I think what he is asking is whether he is asking about the agent which he can put that in his own system, or he's trying to run the what to say, a Docker image in the system.
Yeah, this question puts up a whole ecosystem, right? One has to be very specific when you ask this, right?
Yeah.
So
I'll take one angle and I'll move forward. Let's see whether it answers this question. So .NET Core app is basically a open source cross-platform app. So what you can do is you can put that in your GitHub. Okay. If you want to run it in your local machine, all you have to do is you actually download the agent from Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions and connect that agent from Azure, from your local system to GitHub Actions, and it is takes maximum, it will take 5 minutes. All you need to know is a couple of password and authentication, enabling some authentication, and then you can run your application in your local machine That's what I also do, because
Yeah.
I don't want my source code to be in some other agent which is created in the Visual Studio or any other DevOps. And also one more thing is, it every time it will create the environment, right? It will install Docker. It will, I mean, even though there are certain pre-configured, my node packages it will install, my some application it will install. Try to download that certain exes. So if I have my agent in my local Daba, which is sitting in my office, it is actually easy, because
Yeah.
it's faster rather than the system to come up and then start building it. I will rather use my agent, which will be like already have the existing application and existing environment. It will just run within like couple of minutes, and my code will be in my stage for testing for the testers. That's what I will do. Look out for the agent, how to set up agent in your premises. I think that might
Yeah.
be the right way to go.
And we had just had a session by Sandeep, Soni, who covered the entire ecosystem of the Azure DevOps. There we have Prakash. You look perfect in that T-shirt. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, so guys, you can reach into any of us. I think those are like general topics and we'll be able to help you. Yeah.
Right. So Karthi, thank you so much for your time. I know it's weekend and you're not feeling very well today. So we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time, and we would love to have
Yeah.
you back in a couple of months or when you're
Sure.
available.
Thanks, Kathy, for your time. I think it was a wonderful session. Of course, we can have little longer, but yeah, the time that we could manage. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Prakash. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for making me talk in this. And I know it's a huge event. I'm very humbled to be part of this. Thanks, Simon, and thanks, Prakash. Thanks very much for organizing this event. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Prakash, we are almost down to 5 hours now, right? Moving to the final session of this conference, we have Swamy joining us, who is a very frequent speaker in our local events and our virtual events too. I mean, I find Swamy talking about gRPC a lot, right? So definitely something that will be interesting to hear in this session. So let's just go ahead and invite our next speaker, Swamy Viswanatha Swamy. All right, there. Perfect. Hi, Swamy. Welcome to the live show.
Hey, Simon and Prakash, thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much for coming over, actually, Swamy. So,
Oh, thank you.
It's been a while, right? I think you were a part of the Light Up conference, right? And then
True.
this time you are joining, right? So long
Yeah.
time. I mean, you keep on doing webinars. We know that, but live show is something. So Prakash
Yeah.
has organized all this.
yeah, I have seen Swamy actually from last 3-4 years. So I came a long way actually. So yeah, I think now he speaks a lot. So I think I'm really happy for him.
Oh, thanks so much. I mean, actually, Simon, I need to tell all this credit goes to two people. One is Mohit Chabda and another one is Prakash Saab. So these two people gave me opportunity in 2016. From there, I got this habit. I mean, these are my gurus, seriously. Mohit is not there, but don't think that Prakash, you're there. I'm telling in front of you, but Mohit is not there in this group. But still, I'm telling Mohit and you two people gave me an opportunity and encouraged me to do this community service. So, seriously, I thanks you two people.
Yeah, we gave opportunity to so many people, but I think you are the one who took this opportunity. So that is, I think.
Thanks.
And
You are the
who got
you are
his
the
MVP
winner,
award
yeah.
renewed, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Swamy, you just sometime back you got your C# corner MVP award renewed. So congratulations
Oh,
for that too.
Oh, just few minutes ago.
Yeah.
few minutes ago. I want to show
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
also.
you deserve it, buddy. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, and so Swamy will
Am I
Prakash will let
live?
Swamy go ahead and you
Uh,
can go ahead and start sharing your screen and
am
You
I
are
live now?
live in mind.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you are.
Okay. Before me sharing a screen, I would like to take a quick minute to tell that viewers that they are going to board Chennai Express now. So it's like Zoom. Okay.
right.
I'll ensure that I'm covering as I'll take utmost care when I'm doing my sessions. So I'll ensure that we are not losing on anything. So guys, good evening. My name is Viswanatha Swamy. So I ask rest of the folks. My name is. I'll ask everyone to call me Swamy. That's the shortest thing. So I'm here on Twitter. It's Vishy Pylor, and I'm on LinkedIn also. It's Vishwanath Swamy. So all the places, two places, and even in Facebook, I'm with the same handle, Vishy Pylor. I work at Applied Information Sciences, and I'm doing this community service since past few years. I really enjoy doing it. So, what are we going to talk today? So, we are going to talk uh, how to build end-to-end full-stack app. So, if you see the folder inside the source code, the folders are empty. We don't have anything, but we are going to build this app in front of our eyes. Okay, with empty slate we'll start, and we'll build this app, the CRUD operations using Angular 10, .NET Core, SQL Server, and Redis cache. Okay, so I use this Azure Data Studio. That's the tool which I use it for our SQL Server. So let me first explain what are we going to do, how we are going to take. It's a 10-step process. First, we'll create an .NET Core Web API, and we add professor's control, and we play around, learn some of the fundamentals, and we'll add the CRUD operations, and we'll quickly verify that in the Postman. And why do we need to use Postman also? We use that use case to find out that. And then we'll create a layered architecture and create this web API using this multi-layer project solution. And then we'll quickly verify that with the Postman collection. Then we'll bring in Redis into the mix to improve the retrieval time, and then we'll quickly verify how are the items getting dropped into the cache and how this endpoints we can hit this endpoints from the Postman collection, and we'll create an Angular 10 web application, everything from scratch, and we'll build all these components, whatever we are seeing in this piece. You see this, the top navbar is a separate component, side navbar is a separate component, footer is a separate component, and the dashboard is a separate component. So all are different components, and then we'll quickly see what is routing and we'll integrate it. So I have already have a running version here. So we'll keep this as a reference, and somewhere instead of typing 50 lines or 20 lines, I'll just do a copy paste. But what is very important is the concept. How do you build different pieces, and how do you connect all those dots, build up an application? So that's the key concept. Okay, so that being said, let me start. So this is an API. So we'll start with this one. So first thing what we do is we'll go step by step. So we are completing this step first. So we'll create a web API. I add a web API here, right mouse click, new project, and I select this ASP.NET Core template, and that goes into source in this web API folder. And okay, just to be on the safer side, I use the same namespace so that it helps me in stealing the code. Okay, so I can go grab the code and come and paste it here instead of you guys seeing me type something. So we can speed up the process of that. Okay, so I just want to keep the same name instead of creating something and again renaming it at every place. This is the best one. So let me hide this. And one more thing, guys, is the source code will be available here under my Git repository, Vishy Pylor, and the speaker series, and C# corner, 10th October full stack app. So here is where you'll get this complete source code, including the documentation, the commands, whatever we use as part of this session, everything will be here. Okay, so do not worry about the source code. You will have everything here in this one. Okay, so now that what did we do is we are creating the API project and the .NET Core. We are configuring HTTPS, but apart from that, we are not touching anything. So we just go and quickly create it. Right. So now that we have it, and we'll see one by one, we will see everything. So you have this startup, you have this program, so which is starting the main, and it is creating the iHost builder, and then it starts this startup class. We'll fix up all these unwanted things, but hang on for 10 to 15 minutes. We'll fix up everything. So what happened is this here we have the service container. We'll take a deep dive into this. What is this container? How does it helps us? We'll see that. And this is the request pipeline. And the other big thing is we have this app settings guy over here, and we have our controllers here. Okay, so let's quickly execute this in two modes. One is this IIS Express mode. You can see this on this system tray. You see this IIS Express. The other mode is I want to come here and I want to change this to the college web API, and now I execute this. Now this is the Kestrel mode. You're executing the application in Kestrel. You will have an additional window which you don't see when you're executing in IIS Express. Okay, that's one point. And let me take another minute to showcase something else. So if you see this, the port on which it is running is 5001. And what is the port the UI is consuming? We'll go and quickly see that. Let me take real quick minute. Inside the services. Okay, so it's the port on which it is running is 5002. So where do I go and change it? So there are multiple places. I mean, there are multiple ways to do this. I follow one of the way. I mean, this is all personal choice. I'm sorry. How do you do a thing? So I come into this launch setting, and those two options which you see here, the IIS Express and College Web API, you can see in line number 12 and line number 20. Those are the things which are getting shown in the drop down. Okay, so now I want this to run on 5002. So I will go and modify this. Okay, then I quickly come and execute this. It's running on 5002. That's cool. Okay, so now what we will do is real quick, we'll go and come and add a new controller. So that's an empty API controller. Okay, so professor's controller. That's a professor's controller. We added it here. Okay, now once we add this, immediately we see one difference. If you see the route here, the route is directly controller. Here the route is, it goes through API/controller. So I'm going to add version 1, just like we are doing some versioning. So I will come in here and I will prefix that. And let's execute this real quick. Let's execute this real quick, and it will not work. So I had to come in here to tell API/v1, and now it works. Okay, so how many times I need to do this? Every time I execute this, I have to come and do this. So instead, what we will do is, if you come and see the route here, the launch URL. The launch URL is the one where you come and you modify that, so that either you execute it through IIS Express or execute it through Kestrel. It will execute without any problem. Now see this, it's launching here in the Kestrel, and when I switch back to IIS Express, so it works without any modification, fiddling with this. Okay. So the first thing, we fixed this one. Okay. Now what is the next step? We want to do CRUD operations, because the UI which you have seen, like it's a dashboard, you have the list, and I should be able to go and add a new record and edit a record and remove a record. Basic CRUD operations. Okay. So we need to add those CRUDs, like get all. If I go to edit or delete, get by ID, and edit and delete and add. So these 5 CRUD operations we need it. So let's quickly come here and we'll fix up all those unwanted things, but hang on a minute. Okay. So first thing what we will do is we'll go grab some of those CRUD operations one, and first we'll create that, and then we will we'll work on the rest of the things. Okay. Let's first see, this is the get all. Okay, so this is, first we will add this get all. At this point of time, I will remove all those things. Okay, I will remove all those things. I will quickly go and create an entity folder here at this point of time, so that we can see that entities. Okay, I need an entity. I will go grab this. Instead, I can do it from here. That's much better. I will go grab this entities folder. I mean, which we are going to delete it in a moment, because whatever we are doing is not the correct way. So we will go and delete it in a moment. But for the time being, let's have this here. Let's have this entities here, and let's come and fix the namespace also. Namespace should be college web API. It should be college web API entities. Okay, right. That's a entity which we dropped it. So I do control and dot, and let's bring in those entities. And this is a HTTP status code. So that we will fix it. And logger, we don't need any of these things as of now. I will delete it, everything. We'll come back to that. And we have this, we are sending this professors. So I will initialize as of now to null. Okay, so that's the get operation which we are doing it. It's just, I mean, we need an endpoint. Just for endpoint we are doing this one. Okay, so what is wrong with this? Okay, we don't need a, we bring in the student also. It's from the same entities. Okay, I have to fix the namespace here. It should be coming in from this the student. Okay, and we don't need weather hanging in outside. That's a data, again, a data model, which we will have it inside the entity folders, because what we are moving towards the single responsibility. That means the web API project should only focus on the controllers. What endpoint should it expose, and what are the methods it should expose. It should not focus anything else. So that's the reason, if you see that model has been moved, and most probably it will give us squiggly. We need to get it from the entities. Now, if you see that all those entities we have centralized in one location, so that it will be pretty easy for us to go grab this. Okay, so now let me start this real quick, and we'll see. Okay, that's there. Professors. Okay, I misspelled. API / v1. Okay. 1 second. Let me switch on a debugger there. Okay, so that's actually we are not returning anything. So that's the reason it is not showing. So instead, what I will do is I'll return something else, just a string, just for us to understand that that's a string. I remove this so that we understand that it should return just a string. So what we will do is all professors. Just a moment, we'll fix that. Okay, that's coming in. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so what we will do is we will revert back our this thing, and here in the action result we will just send string so that we can understand that what is happening, how many methods did we expose, and all those things. Okay, so that I just keep it there, and let's have the rest of the endpoints. We'll have the rest of the endpoints. Now this is like get professor by ID. So let's have a couple of things. I will, the GUID is coming from system, and let me remove all this code from here and get professor by ID. So let's for the time being, let's send string. Okay, I am calling it as individual professor. Okay, that's individual professor that I'm going to send it. And if I come to add, I think these three should be good enough for us to move to level 2. We are in level 1 now. So what I do is I just remove everything, and I will tell that again I will send only string from here. What I will tell is return new professor created. Okay, we'll fix up everything, guys. Just like this is like a tip of the iceberg. Like it's the starting point. We were in level 0. Now we are in level 1. So we know that there are a couple of endpoints which we have to which we can hit. So first we'll see that, and now we will introduce this postman. Okay, so if I come to professor, all professors. Okay, cool. Let's wait for a moment. And professors, this is all professors, and if I give some ID, this gives the okay, ID should be a GUID, the valid GUID it should have. So where do I get a valid GUID? I go and execute. This is the Azure Data Studio, which I use it instead of the SQL Server Management. Let me run that now. Go open a new query, and I go grab these 2 queries from here and drop it here and start this. Okay, let me grab this guy ID. So this is an individual professor. Now add professor. So now we know some of the URLs. So what we will do is I will go here, and we know the endpoint. We know the endpoint. We'll come in here, and I add this here. This is one call. This is another call, and this is another call. Okay, so I'm building one story so that you will understand why do I need this this collection, the postman collection. Why do I need it? So that's what we are building it. This is one, and this should be a post call. 2 get calls and 1 is the post call. And post call, we need to send some body, which is a professor object. So I have the professor object body. Post professor, go to the body. Okay, let me collect this. Okay, so I am dropping in here the professor object body. It's of a JSON type. Okay, it's of a JSON type. It doesn't have any ID. So these are the endpoints. Now I go and hit this new professor created. Okay, for some reason this is pretty good. We all are happy. It's like a world peace. Now for some reason some other guy came in and he told that, hey guys, you want to change the endpoint. Let's assume without 5002 they asked us to execute it on 5004. Now we come and execute it in 5004, and once we execute it in 5004, now what happen is none of our this thing will work. Now if I try to do this doesn't work, and anyone will not work because this one of the port. Now what I should do, I should go and change the port on every place. Now let's assume it is only 3 things. Now imagine you have 20, 30. In realistic you will have more than 100 URLs. It doesn't make sense you go and change it 100 places. So what do we do then? So let's copy this. Let's come in here and let's create an environment. So let's add an environment. We call it as C# corner. That's an environment, and the variable I'm calling it as web API, and I post this value. Okay, at this point of time, things are running in 5004. So I'll come and change it to 5004. Okay, good. So we just added that. Okay. Now I'll come in here and select the C# corner, and I see that C# corner, it has got this value. Now the next thing what I need to do is I need to come in here, remove that double curly braces web API. That's what I've given it. Now mouse over on it. Oh Jesus, what's that I've given? Okay, capital API. Okay, edit web API URL. Let me copy that, hit it. Now close that and go and verify its web API URL. Now come and modify this. Right. Now mouse over on that. It's picking up the value from variable which you have mentioned it there. Now I come in here and modify that. Now this is the base. From now onwards, we'll use that variable. Now I come in here, if this works, and I come in here. Now this works, and I come in here, even this works. So now for some reason, anyone wants it to be back to 5002. It's realistic, isn't it? It's not joke. In real time, they will say that change the port number or change something, change this one. So whatever is the thing, fully qualified domain name, FQDN, whatever the FQDN which is changing. Now, if you have hundreds of endpoints, all you need to do is you need to come in here, update this one place. You don't need to touch anything else. Now, happily, every URL will work. Nothing you're doing. All you're doing is at only one place. Okay. So we have completed the step 2. Okay. So this step 1 is done. Step 2 is done. Okay, and step 3 is also done. Now we created a use case. Why do we need Postman or similar tool? I mean, it's not that definitely you need to do this, but this is my favorite choice. Whatever I'm showing is my personal choice, and it is not. I'm not telling it's the best or industry standard, but I do this one. Some of the people, most of the companies, they use this. Okay. So we built up the story. We created an empty web API and we fixed quite a few things. Quick recap: we fixed quite a few things, and we said that we should have only single responsibility. Now, from this place, we need to go to phase 2 of our development. Phase 0. We understood that we did some part of cleanup here, but now still, if you see that, why is that web API should concern about entities? So what now we will start with layered architecture. So how do you layer it? So one of the method is we will move all those concerned to respective libraries. What does that mean? Now we will create a library called core, where it will have the constants, where it will have entities, where it will have interfaces. So these constants, entities, and interface will be used across multiple layers. So all the things which are common to multiple layers will be pushed into one centralized location. We call it as a core. Now the second thing what we will have is we will have the data access layer. Okay, data access layer, again we have this DB context, and we have the processes DAL. Imagine once we have this reusable component, if our neighboring team, they come to us, say that, hey guys, I'm also talking to the same table which you're talking, can I borrow your code? You can very well package this as a NuGet and put it into your organization and give a documentation. Anyone wants to talk to that particular table or the database, they can grab it here, and on top of that they can add their own code. I mean, if they are talking to the same table, then they don't need to sweat at all. All they need to is they grab this. Okay, so what does this data access layer concerned with? Data access layer focuses only on the two pieces. One is the DB context, and another one is the data access layer. And another one is the business logic layer, where it just does some business logic and sends this information back to the data access layer. And now if you see this, the Web API project, the Web API project is pretty lean. It doesn't care about anything. All it does is it worries only about the controllers. What endpoint should I expose? How do I expose? That's it. Everyone is doing their own job. Okay, in between we have the cache, but we will introduce that little later. Okay, so next 15 minutes of a time, let's do that real quick. Move our code into reusable things. So first let's do destruction, delete these entities so that our project will not be in a compilable state. Cool, that's good thing. Now let me go in there and quickly create these four these four libraries. Okay, so okay, college core. Let me create this library here. Right mouse click, add new project. Library. Okay, C# standard library, and I want that to go inside this folder, inside this. Okay, I will give this name core. Okay, that's one project. And the next project what we create is the college SQL Server DAL. I just named it. I mean, this is because I had a project where I showcased how can you interact from the same project with SQL Server as well as with Cosmos DB. So I had to create the library with this naming convention. I need to go drop it here. Okay, so we create this, and we have two more to go. We'll create this college BLL. Come on. We'll create this college BLL. Okay, and the final one to go. Bear with me. Then we can copy paste the code, but we need to understand like what are we doing. So that's the reason I'm just taking this baby step. Here. Right. So now all the moving pieces which are needed for the Web API project is right under us. Okay, now if you see this, we have the Web API. Now this guy will only worry about this. I don't worry about the entities or anything. All I worry is only this controllers. What endpoints should I expose and everything. Okay, so let's start building this core. So I will literally do a copy paste of this core, and then we will start discussing that. Okay, and here you go. we come in here, and let me come in here and go to this core, and let me drop this class. Okay, so let's quickly, okay, once for all, let's do, let me copy the other guys also, so that it will be easy for us to go talk. There's a full stack one. Okay, from here, let me go and grab from top. This is the business logic layer. I don't need this class. And I'm doing with the cache, Redis cache layer. I go to the cache del. I don't need this class. And core we copied the SQL code. And that'll come in here and drop the SQL. There you go. All our layers are ready. Cool. So let's come in here and see that. So if you see constants, that's the file where you have this properties exposed in a single class and a single file. Someone can ask, why did you do this, Swamy? See that if instance name, if I bring this instance name outside this in this file, so if someone, a new developer or someone is reading my code, what do they understand with this instance name? It's not giving them any clue. It's not giving them any clue. Suppose if I drop it here inside a subclass, which is for the Redis cache. Now, if someone reading that instance name, they know that, okay, the instance name is a constant which we are using, but that function that is used only under the Redis cache functionality. Now, these are the two connection strings, one for the Redis cache and one for the SQL. Okay, someone seeing these variables, they know that, okay, this is used only for the data store technology. Okay, this is, I think, one of the authors, Steve, he suggested this method. It's pretty good, thanks to him. So we organize this one, constants. And what all these entities, if you see these entities, you have this professors entity. Now, this professors entity is just purely one-on-one with the table here. If you see this professor ID, name, date of joining, teachers, salary, and PhD, those are one-on-one. There are squigglies. We'll fix every squiggly. I wanted that way right now. And you see the student also is one-on-one mapping with this. And the weather forecast is a data model, which we had it here in this project, but we nuked it. At this point of time, this guy will show a lot of squigglies, red squigglies. Nothing is going to work. We are going to fix everything in a moment, but hang on. Let's go and go through everything. Now, what is this DAL layer? It has got a simple DB context EF core, one parameterized constructor, and it is having a DB set with this one. Okay. So if you see this, okay, let me fix this squiggly at least, so that we will have some mental peace. Coming in here, I need these two guys. Okay. So again, I'm telling, this is my personal choice. You can always come in here, right mouse click, and go to the NuGet package and search it. What I do is I just pick up that and come in and drop it here. Okay. So technically, it is doing the same thing. It is, if you have concentrated here, technically it is doing the same thing. It's bringing in, it's bringing in that. Okay. So once we come back here, most of the squigglies should get resolved automatically. Okay. Now we need to bring in the professors from the college core. I bought this professors from the college core. So if you see this DB set, the right side one, the professors and students, they are literally one-on-one with these table names. If you see this table, professors and students, including the spelling and the casing. And the right side one are the entities which are coming from the core. Now itself, you have started seeing the reusability. We just created these entities in the core. We started using it here in the data access layer. Again, we'll use it in the web API project also. We started seeing the advantages of creating this reusability. Okay, that's good. We fixed it. We fixed it, one of the issue. And now what we will do is we'll go and see this professors BLL. And come on, I'm expecting you to crib on me. So I need to add a reference to core, because this library, constants and entities, everything will come from the core. Okay. And we need to bring in the logger, the Microsoft extensions. We'll find and install the latest package. Let it bring in that. Let's hold on a moment while it is grabbing that. Okay, once that is done, it's all fixed. So we saw about the core. We saw what is the data access layer doing and what is the business logic layer is doing. Business logic layer is talking to the data access layer. Okay. Now we'll come to the cache, Redis cache one. Again, just to be consistent, whatever the thing which we are doing, I just created a similar DB context and similar data access layer. Okay, so we need a couple of packages. Let's quickly go and steal that. The packages. We need this package. And I'll come in here and drop it here. So you can see this, it restored it within a fraction of a second. Now, technically, these all should go. Come on. This is coming from the core. The interface is coming from the core. And squigglies are gone. And here the squigglies are gone. Okay, we'll revisit this cache layer a little bit later, after 10 minutes. But at the first cut, we will see that our what? There's nothing implemented. It has got it. Okay, let me clear this. We'll see that. Okay, good. I don't know why this guy is creeping on me. Cool. Succeeded. Now, if I come into this professors, I will remove this unused. And now the professors, we should grab it from the college core. Okay, we should grab that from the college core. And here, this should come in now. Okay, so the project it's referencing. So I remove that unused using there. And I don't have any unused usings there. Okay, so let's do one build and try to execute once we organize, because previously we had an entity folders here. Now we moved. Good. I want someone to trouble me. Why? Okay. Does not implement the interface of. That is what we are doing it there. So we are doing it there. Okay, that is coming from this. And why? One second. Yes, this is the two things. We don't need anything else. We had it previously. Let me check that. Hold on a moment. Inside the core, inside the interfaces, we have iRedis cache DB context and iRedis cache. Okay, here the college core. That's the thing. That's the thing. It was missing. The college core. We had this library. We had to grab this library. It was my mistake. Let me go grab this guy. Reason it was unable to. Okay, so now all the squigglies should go. Right. So let's see. Seen here, this annotations, everything should get fixed. Annotations got fixed, and the Redis cache DB context. This should get fixed. Everything got fixed. Okay, cool then. So let's compile this for a moment. Good. It's getting compiled. Now I think we're back in business. without any issues. Right. That's cool. Those layers. Now let's bring in those methods and drop in here. Okay, let me stop this for a moment and quickly we go and grab this guy. For the controller, we have it. I don't need DAL, I don't need core, I don't need this. Okay, here I go to this processes controller. I go grab this guy. Okay, from here all the way till here. Oh, this is a bracket colorizer, which it's a bracket that gives very good syntax highlighting. Just for FII, anyone wants to use it, they can go grab it and use this. Okay, I'm pasting it here, and then I need few variables. Let me go grab this variables from here. Okay, so the log level will bring in those namespace, that namespace, and this is another namespace, and okay, all those squigglies should have been gone. Okay, all the squigglies are gone. Okay, so now if you see that, we have a constructor here. So this constructor is taking these dependency injection values. So how do I create? Multiple ways. I can do CTOR, tab it, and then go and add it manually. Okay, and if I have a fat finger, I do a lot of mistake, and we will waste hours together hunting it down. What is going wrong? Instead, we can do Alt Enter. Just do an Alt Enter, generate constructor, and click on OK. Boom. So that itself will take care of everything. You don't need to do anything. Okay. So that's one of the tip. That being said, I think we are all set, but not. We are not set, but we assume that we are all set. Let's go and try that. So we'll do a lot of mistakes in the way. I just wantedly doing all those mistakes so that we will learn from that. So now I am thinking that all set. I have libraries, reusable libraries, different layers are there. I brought in all this namespaces. I fixed all the red squigglies. Now, boom, I do it, and it says that unable to resolve service of type interfaces inside this controller. Okay, that's good. So it is similar to that. You have a ATM card. You went to an ATM and inserted the card and asking to withdraw money, and it says that, hey guys, you don't have money in your bank. So it's a similar concept. Now you are asking here we are asking to give me the Professor SQL business logic layer. Yes, who will give? The framework has to give, but where? Did we inject it somewhere? No, we didn't do. So we have to come back to startup class. Let me remove all those things. And here is the one, the service injector. I told we'll revisit this in depth. So this is the point when we will start and we will investigate everything. So we'll come back to this startup class. And just to speed up the process, I'm adding this policies also, because again, it will be very tough situation to do this. So let me go grab these two guys, move it to the top, so that we know that variables are at one location, methods are another location. Okay, so now what we will do is I want to grab this all, drop it, and then we'll talk. Add a swagger too. Oh God, don't add swagger here. No last moment changes. Okay, so we added this course. We'll come back and revisit the course. Now you see the advantage. Constants is coming from core, college core, and this DB context should come from this guy, and this guy needs a SQL. I think I missed it to bring in that SQL. Okay, I missed to bring in the SQL server. Okay, for the time being, I just want to drop all those things. Come back to the startup. and use SQL is coming from the SQL server, and these all the professor BLLs are coming from here, and the concrete classes are coming from the business logic layer, and this concrete class is coming from the data access layer, and this guy is coming from this cache DAL, and again this guy is coming from this DAL. Okay, and this connection multiplexer is coming from this one. Okay, now it's world piece. Now let's spend for 1 minute on this one. So we said that this is a service container. It's like our uh, our deposit account. So we are depositing something. Now we are saying that, hey, if someone asks for iProfessors SQL BLL, give him an instance of SQL Professor SQL BLL. If someone asks for DAL, give him this instance. If someone asks for DB context, give him this instance. Someone asks for Redis cache, give him this instance. Someone asks for iRedis cache DB context, give him an instance of this. That means we are investing or depositing money into our deposit account. Okay, so let's spend 1 quick minute here, and then we will build up our fundamentals on this.
Swamy, I'm really sorry to interrupt. I think maybe you would like to wrap in the next 5-6 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough. I will do that. Okay. So if you see that there are 69 dependencies here in this count. Now, when I do an we add more and more dependencies in here, you can come into this, and you can see those number of dependencies will get increased, and you can come to the bottom of this, and you can see that all the dependencies which we are loading, the DB context and this and Professors BLL and everything gets loaded. Okay, I switch off this and execute this. Okay, so now if I come in here and go click on this Professors BLL, so okay, the connection string is missing. That's good. So the connection string is missing. So what I do for this connection string is I go grab this guy user secrets. Instead of having this connection strings locally, I have placed it in the in a shared location. I mean, it will be in the shared location. I mean, I didn't place it. I'm sorry. That comes by default. Okay. So if you see this, the connection string for the SQL server, connection string for the Redis cache, and everything will come into this one. Okay. So this is the Ubuntu. I have this Ubuntu WSL on my box. If I do keys, there are no keys here. So I think let me execute this API now. Okay. So see this, there are nothing in the Redis cache at this point. Now if I go grab the rows, so first it goes and checks the Redis cache. It doesn't have anything in the Redis cache. Then it goes and gets from the SQL server. Now if I see, there is the college, all professors are there. Now if I come into that SQL server DAL here and get all professors, if I place the debugger here, and invoke that method again, so if I hit the method, so it goes and checks this. The professor's information is already there in this cache, so it doesn't need to go and hit the DB. So all it comes is it deserialize this object, and then it comes out of that. So you're saving a lot of time there. So that's this one. So now that on what port it is running? It's running in 5002. Yeah, it's running in 5002. Let me take a real quick minute here to showcase the UI, how the UI integration is done, so that I can wind up in 5 minutes. I think if I go with that rate, it might take a half an hour more. So just to cut short, I thought of to showcase, execute all these commands and other things. I'm really running short of time. Okay, so I will do one real quick check to ensure that I have the endpoint properly configured. Endpoint is localhost 5002. Cool. So endpoint is properly configured. I do npm start. Okay, it's compiling. So one more thing, we'll see this. Suppose in the meanwhile, I just keeping these keys only for few minutes, and I'm invalidating also. Invalidating in the sense, if I add a new record, it goes and removes that. I will show you what does that mean is. Suppose if I come in here, and this is the new professor. I think now I will add Simon. I'm adding a new Professor Simon. Now you can see this, it is there in the Redis cache. Now the moment I go and add this record to Simon, now you come and check this, it will invalidate cache, because all professors, this is not the truth. Now an extra professor has been added in the data store. Now if someone goes and reads it from the cache, that is wrong. So I have to invalidate cache. So that mechanism is also provisioned in here. And if you go and grab this Professor Simon's ID and go and read this guy, so the Professor Simon, with that ID, it stores in the cache. So anytime someone looks for this professor, it doesn't need to go and hit the data store. It can grab it here. If I modify, again, it will update this. So all the things has been provisioned while has been taken care while doing this API. Now, if I come into this UI, so this is the UI. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to do much. So let me do. Okay, 5004. What is that? I have added it here in the startup. Allow all. It doesn't need to check anything. Okay. 1 minute. In the console. Okay, CORS policy. I just added the CORS policy. Said that. Allow all. Okay, use CORS. I'm sorry. There's one small piece I need to add it here. Even though I added the policy, I need to hook it up in the. I need to hook it up in this. HTTP pipeline. Okay, that one piece was missing. Let me do that real quick here. Even though I added it, I forgot to add this here. 1 more minute. That's it. It should be placed properly after routing. If not, it doesn't work. Okay, so let's do that. That's it. Where's that UI? 5004. 5004 UI is here. There you go. Okay, so now you can see that whenever these actions happens at the UI level, it's bringing in things from here. Now we have only Simon's record here. Now if I want to check William's record, I click on edit. That means it's going and bringing in the William's record. Now you see that William's record is in cache. Okay, so now if I go back here and I want to delete Matthew Phillips, I just click on remove. Now if you see that the keys has been done. That's the thing. I mean, I'm really running short of time, so I had to cut short. I'm sorry for that.
It's okay. It's okay. I think we can stay for like 2 or more 3 minutes. I think you're done.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
yeah. I mean, I told
One
you,
thing,
isn't it,
one
at
thing,
the start?
Swami, that I've seen is that you
Yeah,
don't come with any of the presentations. All you come with an entire project that right, and you go from to top to end explaining about you're creating
yeah.
every class file, you're creating every function over there, you're
Yeah.
explaining every single variable. It may be Postman. What an amazing! I think one conference would be like Swami full stack conference that you just
I would love to do that. I mean, I would really love to do that. I mean, because
yeah,
serious, I feel it when if I show what is Web API, uh, and how do I use it in UI, and what is layers, how do I
yeah,
use it in real time project. So it
yeah.
gives them more of a real time use cases, as you were mentioning. It's a real time project thing which we are bringing in into the
Yeah,
mix. So
yeah,
I really
that's definitely.
enjoyed.
We love having you, Swami, on a live conferences. Definitely, next time we'll make sure that we get more time. We have this time foundation that we cannot go
True.
more than 7 hours on live stream. I mean,
Mm,
YouTube doesn't allow us to do that, so that's why we have to like drop in next 5 minutes. So thank you so much, Swami. It's always pleasure to have you. You're an amazing community leader, and congratulations once again for getting your C Con renewed. And whenever you have time and whenever there's an event, we would love to have you back, and have a nice weekend ahead. And thank you so much.
Sure, sure, Simon. I would like to do a workshop kind of thing. We can
Mhm.
teach this itself,
Yeah.
having 4 hours conference, and I can take it little slow, maybe two
Yeah,
hours.
not the Chennai Express,
Uh,
maybe a
no, not
little
a Chennai
slow.
Express. Yeah, it's like a passenger train. Okay.
All right, Swami. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks, guys, for signing in. I'll drop off.
Yep, sure.
Yep. Thanks so much. Bye.
All right, so that was it from Swami, and that was it from this full stack virtual conference. What an amazing day we have had. We talked about creating Blazor applications, .NET 5, Azure DevOps, then the event streaming, then full stack towards the end. And before we go ahead and close the session for today, we have this amazing conference that is coming on October 15th and 16th. That is .NET conference, and I'm really excited for this conference as we have Microsoft program managers and a director for .NET at Microsoft joining us in this conference to do the keynote. As you can see, we have Alan O'Neill, who is a regional director. Then we have MVPs. We have Kendera. She's a program manager at Microsoft for .NET. We have Kathleen. They are doing keynote. We have Matt Rogerson, who is again program manager at Microsoft for .NET. Then we have with us Scott Hunter. He was there even for one of our live shows. He is the director of management at Microsoft. It's happening for 2 days on October 15th and October 16th, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern and goes till almost like 3:40 p.m. All the timings are Eastern, so whichever day you want, you can just go ahead and attend that. I'll drop a link in the description. Okay, and so that's it for this conference. Thank you so much for joining. You guys have an amazing audience. We always love to have you back once again in the next conference. Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Salmon, and I'll catch you on October 15th and 16th at .NET Virtual Conference. Till then, take good care of yourself and see you soon.